Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Oh, Space Fams, it is beautiful to see you here on this evening. We got a hell of a lot to talk about tonight, and it's one thing and one thing only. Actually, do some shout-outs. I'm going to switch this up. Mo and Amanda, Trevor Borins123 in the YouTube chat. HBX, a close fourth. Mr. Spock, also here. Young Chris D-Derb. Morbius. Randy Terpstra. Janelle Walker. And the Green New Deal and Specs Don over on Twitch and or Vertical Chat. Yes, indeed. A lot to talk about. Yes, Space Fams, it's time. Time for us to talk elections. In 3 days from now, Tuesday, June 2nd, 6 different states will be having their primaries. Let's talk about it. Yes, indeed, Space Fams. 6 different states: California, Iowa, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, and South Dakota. Got like 80, something like that, 75 different races or more for us to discuss. Oh god, my stomach just started feeling like trash. Why is that happening? Oh, why? Why does my body hate me so much? Oh.
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. Chat, is it normal for people to follow you around with their arms reaching out while dragging their legs behind? Rambling about brains? Does this mean everyone thinks I have the smarts? 1 if yes, 2 if no.
So hot right now.
Doesn't sound great. Doesn't sound great, buddy. Not gonna lie, that chat has me concerned. But thank you for the bits, regardless of the impending doom. Okay. Hopefully my stomach stops being a dick to me at some point during all this. Oh, I don't know what spurred this on. Boo. Alright, let's start here. Before we get to any of the election stuff, let's talk about the massive inequality in the United States, the rigged economy that's just getting worse with more perfect union. From Tuesday.
There's this question that's been bugging me about the CEO of Starbucks, Brian Niccol. On the one hand, he seems like a pretty typical rich guy. $14,000 espresso machine, commutes on a private jet. I asked people outside my neighborhood Starbucks how many times they thought you'd have to multiply the average barista's salary to get to what Niccol made last year.
We go way down here, I think.
1,800, I feel like 1,600.
It's 1,794.
Right on the money. People get it. This gap is almost like a shorthand for understanding the entire economy. But here's what they don't get.
Now we're gonna go back in time to 1980. What do you think was the gap between the average CEO in 1980 and his workers?
Like 500.
I feel like 1,000, I don't know.
So back in 1980, the average gap between the CEO and their worker was 42.
What?
That's crazy.
In just over 40 years, an economy built on trickle-down policies has locked an entire generation out of the American dream. So here's the question that's been bugging me. If the economy wasn't always this way, is it possible to go back? In the next few months, voters in 2 different cities will have a chance to find out. Ballot initiatives in Los Angeles and San Francisco could force corporations to start closing those gaps, but they're spending big, along with a handful of billionaires, to make sure that this popular tool for unrigging the economy doesn't spread. Frank Capra's movie, It's a Wonderful Life, came out in 1946. There's obviously a lot that's very different about American life, the hair, the fashions, the walkable communities, but this is the difference that gets me every time.
You said that what'd you say just a minute ago? They had to wait and save their money before they even thought of a decent home? Do you know how long it takes a working man to save $5,000?
This scene takes place in 1928. George Bailey is building and selling homes that would cost $96,000 today.
Me, Giuseppe Martini. Help! Help! I'm being repressed! I own my own house!
Even as recently as 1980, a single-family home in all of these
How did I get muted? This is a disaster. This is a disaster start to the stream. At least my stomach's, knock on wood, slowly feeling better. What I was saying is that number is fucking, it's crazy town. 5,000? Like nobody, you know, and even adjusted for inflation, right? Like, you think about people getting homes for $5,000 a year. Or not a year, in total, $5,000 for a whole home. It really does feel like people were getting homes for bread and cans of soup. You know, like there are no homes that cost 96 grand now. You're lucky to get a husk, like a former husk of a home for $96,000 pretty much anywhere, unless you're literally in like on a mountain. Like, you know, like alone, like completely away from all other human beings. Even then, I feel like you might struggle. I don't know. I haven't been in the market for a mountainside property. But you're lucky to get a piece of land for $96,000 in like a minor metropolitan area, let alone like, you know, like a large city. Like, for fuck's sake, doesn't exist anymore. What happened?
blue shaded areas cost less than 3 times what the average worker made in a year. So what happened? Well, let's look at the 2 numbers at play here. First, home prices. Most of the debate about this number focuses on supply.
Most important thing is to build more housing.
Increase the nation's housing supply.
Build, baby, build.
Yes, housing supply is an issue. But what we don't talk about as much is this second number in the ratio, income.
Back in the 1960s, the gap between average big company CEO pay and worker pay was in the range of about 25-1.
Strong labor unions fought to ensure that a large portion of those profits went back to the workers who created them.
That was a time when top marginal tax rates on the rich were much higher than they are today. And so there wasn't the same incentive to shovel out all this money to the CEO because so much of it would have been taxed away anyway.
But then politicians changed the incentives.
Starting in the Reagan era, they started really slashing those top tax rates.
As a result, the gap between CEO pay and worker pay started to widen. Then it really took off in the 90s when a legal...
You can find a home for $96,000. You'll just need to compromise. Like compromise on having bathrooms. Like, what do you mean by compromise? Where are these homes? Where do you live, Sassy?
Loophole incentivized stock-based pay for executives over salaries.
Today, we're seeing hundreds of times to one.
As corporate profits have shifted from workers' pockets to CEOs and shareholders, the average paycheck now covers less and less, especially when it comes to housing. And in an economy where only the rich have money to spend, the price of everything goes up. Since 1980, the median home price in a lot of areas has jumped to 6, 7, 8, even 9 times what the median worker makes in a year. In Los Angeles, the cost of a single-family home has now reached almost 11 times median annual income.
I still live with my parents, and my other 2 sisters still live with our parents just because, housing is so expensive. Like, who wants to say, like, hey, I'm 30 living with my parents, no one wants to say that, but it's unfortunately a lot of people's reality.
We were promised that if you contribute to society in the form of having a job, that you'd be rewarded with a middle-class lifestyle, and that just doesn't really exist anymore.
Since the administration of Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, we've been hearing this line that we need to lift taxes on the top.
When I sign this bill into law, America will have the lowest marginal tax rates and the most modern tax code among major industrialized nations, one that encourages risk-taking, innovation, and that old American spirit of enterprise.
And here we are, 46 years later, and we are still waiting for that model of the economy to trickle down to the rest of us.
In San Francisco and Los Angeles, workers are fighting for a new type of tax, one that could undo the damage done by decades of failed trickle-down policies.
No matter what, when the economy's good, when the economy's bad, billionaires are always making money.
They are being vastly outspent by billionaires and corporations in both cities who are terrified of what an end to their political and economic dominance might look like.
We may not have billions of dollars, we don't even have millions of dollars, but what do we have? People! We have people power, and that's how we're gonna win this.
Hey, I'm looking for Mark.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm John. I'm a city worker and engineer with Public Works. We want to basically tax billionaire corporations, so want to keep the city going and actually improve it.
These taxes specifically target corporations with massive pay gaps between their CEOs and their workers.
It's taxing the people who already have the money and not putting it on people like us, the regular average voters here in San Francisco.
These overpaid CEO taxes would raise taxes at the local level on companies that have huge gaps between their CEO and their worker pay. They would apply only to very large corporations that are making money in these cities,
Columbia
and the level of
_9
tax
505 just cheered 100 bits. Service announcement: please make sure you vote in these primaries so we can get real and awesome candidates in. I'm in New Mexico and I will be going Monday after work to go and vote. If I can do it, you all can too. Let's do this.
Thank you, Columbia Rican, for the service announcement. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yes, let's all get out and vote. Okay, I see what you're saying. Go to any property and just search around the state. Right. Okay. Yeah. Right. I mean, that's kind of what I was saying. I mean, it was like, if you're fine with living in the woods, you can find a $100,000 home. Otherwise, I feel like you're kind of out of luck. Like if you're in like not a major metropolitan area, but like in a less than major metropolitan area, I feel like it's pretty tough to find anything other than maybe like a trailer. Like you could probably find a trailer in some, in a lot of places. You could probably find a trailer for about $100,000. I was just doing a little searching myself over here in a couple of New York localities. Very difficult to find anything even close to that. But I see, if you're just willing to go anywhere in the state and you're working remotely, yeah. Yes. If you're willing to make massive life changes or sacrifices or whatever else, yeah. You might be able to find somewhere that is not anywhere near you. But that's part of the problem, right? Is a lot of people can't just get up and leave. And in fact, most people can't even afford a $100,000 home right now with the way everything is going. But yeah.
Increase based on the size of the gap between their CEO and their worker pay.
In Los Angeles, 7 cents of every dollar raised by this tax would go into a special working families housing fund. And the city's housing authority could only use that money to build housing for families who make under the city's median income. The goal is for the city's working families to spend no more than 30% of their take-home pay on housing.
It would be a lifesaver. I could be able to move out. I could think about things like family planning.
You get to save up, you get to enjoy life a little bit, and and plan for the future.
The tax would basically give corporations a choice.
They could either narrow their gaps and avoid paying the tax, or they would need to pay extra revenue, which would go to really vital services that these cities need.
I think it would just allow everybody the chance to breathe a little bit.
There are many taxes that are designed to both influence and discourage harmful behavior while also raising revenue. And tobacco taxes are a perfect example. They have not fully eliminated smoking in this country, but they have reduced it substantially, and they've raised a lot of money for healthcare programs.
Another similarity? Back in the 90s, tobacco companies spent millions trying to fight these taxes. Fast forward to today, and the CEO class is running the same play. This is a list of all the corporations and billionaires that have spent money so far trying to defeat the CEO pay gap tax in San Francisco. Billionaire DoorDash founder Tony Zhu, Gap apparel nepo babies William and Robert Fisher, corporations like Williams Sonoma, Uber, Gap, and Amazon. So far, they've raised $3.5 million from 28 donors. The SEC filings from the public corporations on this list indicate that they made more than enough in profits last year to close their pay gaps, avoid the tax, and have plenty left over. But what about these guys? Crypto billionaire Chris Larson, venture capitalist Michael Moritz? It's not like they...
Yeah, I mean, the fact is we gotta end this nonsense, right? We had, for a moment, a system that was at least attempting to ameliorate some of the inequities in society, right?
Depend.
He's bad. Billionaires are always making
Where
money.
did it go? I just lost my graph. I just want the graph. Just graph
In era, they started really slashing those top tax rates.
As a result, the
pause. You god damn it.
Era, they started.
You see what I mean? Like, long ago we had much higher tax rates, and now we tax the wealthiest in society less than everyone else. It's a ridiculous system that we now have. Right? Make more, give back less. Makes no sense. It's opposite world. It's fucking opposite world. Now, if you're sick of living in opposite world, you could go out there and vote. Get the people out of office who have been instrumental in propping up this system. And put people there who are interested in making some much needed changes. I've got a list. A long list, so buckle up. Oh, buckle up, Space Fans. We got a lot to talk about. Okay. To New Mexico, you're supporting Matt Dodson? Yeah. I mean, He's basically the only one running to. He's the only one in a primary right now, basically. And yes, we will talk about New Mexico towards the end because there's the least to talk about with New Mexico. To be perfectly frank, there's a lot of incumbents running in the House. One guy running to challenge the incumbent senator, and I think the governor's also running unopposed, if I recall correctly. I got a lot of stuff like floating around in my head right now, but I think I got that right. So we're gonna start in California, where we have the absolute most to talk about. Oh, I'm not kidding. Got a lot of people. 52 different seats in California. I don't have a candidate to endorse for each seat. Unfortunately, I haven't had as much time as I would have liked to prepare for today. Hopefully by Tuesday I'll be more prepared, and so I can do like an early morning stream, or do like an all day type of deal. All right, let's start with the first candidate. In California's first, of course, Audrey Denny, who launched her congressional campaign 7 months ago. Here she is appearing on KRCR, local broadcast.
Will the third time be the charm for Democratic congressional candidate Audrey Denny? She plans to take her third run at Republican Doug LaMalfa's seat next year, and here she is right here with us tonight. Welcome, Audrey.
Thank you so much, Mike. So good to see you.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and your qualifications for running for this office.
Yeah, you bet. I'm Audrey Denny. I grew up on a family farm on the central coast of California, and I moved to Chico about 25 years ago to go to Chico State. Currently, I'm an educator. I teach at Chico State, and I also work with food banks and nonprofits across the country, primarily in the hunger relief sector. And every day in my job, I bring diverse stakeholders together around issues, trying to solve problems that will eventually try to make real life better for everyday Americans. And I believe that is an incredibly important part of being a member of Congress, and the ability to see and hear from people that disagree with you and really still be able to represent their voice is really important to me. And so those are some of my qualifications for seeking this office.
And so you kind of answered the question, what's motivating you to try to run?
Heiress to the Denny's fortune? I don't believe she's the heiress to the Denny's fortune. Her name is also spelled Denney. So not the way that Denny's is spelled. I'd be very surprised to hear that the woman whose name is not spelled the same, just similarly to the franchise, the restaurant Denny's, just happened to be the. Yeah, no, I don't think that's true.
Yeah, through my work with food banks and through teaching at Chico State, I've seen that real people are struggling across the country. Food prices are rising, our health insurance premiums are going sky high. Housing is getting less and less affordable. And career politicians, Washington, Doug LaMalfa, are not doing anything about it. In fact, Doug LaMalfa and the Republicans in Washington have recently passed massive tax cuts for billionaires and special interests.
Okay, now before we go further on this, I just want to show you where California's first congressional district is. As you can see here in the map, it is whoopsies, it is the northeast corner of California, bordering Nevada and of course Oregon, with a very whoopsies, didn't mean to do that. God damn it. It's a fairly small population, fairly small cities. As you can see here, the biggest city is Chico, 100,000. The rest of the cities here are quite small. And as you can see here, going back to 2008, it has been going red every single time. From McCain for president in 2008 to Trump in 2024, Trump in 2020, Trump in 2016. I mean, it's a very Trump district, right? It's a very red district.
While real everyday Americans and working class families are feeling the brunt of that. And I'm running for Congress because I believe that the people who live in the North State deserve a representative that will only answer to them, that is grounded in public service and integrity in the communities that they'll serve.
What's different this time, or is there a difference, this third time? What have you learned in your first couple of runs?
Oh my gosh, I love that question. I've learned so much. I'm so proud of the work that we did in 2018 and 2020. We pulled together a grassroots movement of people from across, it was 11 counties at the time when I ran, across the big, beautiful North State, and got people excited about the chance of having a representative that would work for them. We brought in small dollar donations from across the district to the tune of $3.5 million over those 2 runs, with a $47 average contribution size. So we ran a serious campaign, and this time we'll have a chance to build on that when the stakes are even higher for everyday Americans, when the American dream is unaffordable for most people these days. And so people are feeling that pressure, the stakes are higher, and I believe I've got a real shot this time.
You are unabashedly in favor of Proposition 50, which is not necessarily a real popular opinion in some areas of the North State. Tell me about that and why you are.
Well, one of the things that's great about Prop 50 is that we get to vote on it. And so everyone can have their own.
And if you don't know what Prop 50 is, Prop 50 is the the referendum on the new congressional maps that was voted on earlier. Was it this year or last year? Whatever it was. It was the redistricting after Texas attempted to gerrymander away multiple blue districts in their state. California responded by asking the voters what they wanted. The voters said, we want to redistrict too.
On Prop 50 and make their voice heard in the ballot box on November 4th. Prop 50 to me represents a temporary measure in extraordinary times. Donald Trump and Republicans in Washington, D.C. know that their agenda is so deeply unpopular that they're having to rig elections to maintain control in the midterms this coming year. Their agenda is driving up healthcare costs, is making groceries more unaffordable, is taking healthcare and closing rural hospitals, and people are ready to say enough is enough. And so I do support Prop 50, and I believe that the majority of Californians will as well.
And she was right, and they did. They did. All right, just to quickly look at Audrey just a little bit more here. This is her website, audreyforcongress.com. Audrey Denny, rooted in service, guided by integrity, fighting for Northern California. Oh, the district has changed. The district has changed. Is this the new map? Wait, is this the new map or is the old map? Wait, is the map? Wait, God damn it. All these redistrictings are fucking with me. Yes. Oh, that's the new map that's going to start in 2027, starting with these elections right now. Okay, it's no longer bordering Oregon. That's a different district now, apparently. Huh. Sorry, everybody. I'm doing my best. I mean, Wikipedia gives you the option to toggle back and forth between the new map and the old map. And it was auto-selected to the old map. So that's really, when you think about it, that's Wikipedia's fault, isn't it? Let's just assume that that's the case. Meet Audrey. Audrey is an educator, nonprofit leader, and a lifelong advocate for rural communities. She spent her career working with food banks, farmers, and families to build more just sustainable systems, and she's ready to fight for all of us in Congress. This campaign is about accountability, hope, and building something better for everyone. Getting big money out of politics, forest health and fire prevention, healthcare and rural health, affordable housing, education, protecting seniors, and supporting our venues. I'm sorry, I said venues, veterans. Okay, great. Sorry, got so much to talk about tonight. It's wild. So many people to cover. Yeah, let's go to the next candidate on our list here. Unfortunately, not as you all probably know, not everybody's social media campaigns are built equally. Oh wait, I do have one more clip from Audrey here.
I got my bachelor's.
Not gonna watch the whole thing. For time's sake. And then we'll go to the next candidate. But buckle in, space fans. We got so many. We have so many candidates. We're gonna be talking all night about these people.
Real accountability is a community that doesn't ask survivors to carry this alone. It's healthcare that we can actually access. It's therapy that we can actually afford. It's a justice system that does not re-traumatize us just for showing up. It's workplaces and campuses and institutions that instead of asking, how do we protect the accused? They asked, how do we make sure this does not happen to the next person? That is the world that we have to build. And we're not gonna build it by waiting for the people in power to give us that power. It matters who is in the room where decisions are made. And that is why I so deeply believe that we need representatives in the House of Representatives who are more representative of the communities that we serve. We need more women. We need more working class leaders, more people of color, more queer leaders in the spaces where decisions are made. And I want to say one last thing in closing, which is this. Everyone here is here tonight because they're carrying something, right? And I just want to close by saying, whatever you are carrying tonight, it is not your fault. It does not matter what you were drinking. It does not matter what you were wearing. It does not matter what you said or where you were. What happened to you is not your fault. It does not matter if you froze. It does not matter if you stayed. It does not matter if you could not verbalize the word no. It does not matter if your story is messy and complicated. It was not your fault. It does not matter if your story is still buried deep in a place that you cannot even reach yet. It is not your fault. I am working on believing that for myself, and I hope that you can hold me in that fight the way that I will hold you as you continue to learn to believe that about your own experiences. And so we will work together. And when we cannot hold that belief for ourselves, we will hold each other. Students and staff and faculty and community members and support organizations, we will hold each other in community, in belief, in knowing that we are not alone. We are in this together, and we are not going to wait 50 years to be seen and to heal. Thank you for letting me be here with you tonight. Thank you for letting me share my story with you. Let's take care of ourselves tonight, and onwards we go. Thank you.
Okay. It was Audrey Denny running for California's first congressional district, which has slightly changed as a result of the redistricting efforts by Democrats, giving her a leg up in this run. This is her third attempt to turn the first congressional district of California blue, which has gone red in essentially every election for the last 20 years. Perhaps longer. I don't actually have all the numbers in front of me. I'm just going by what I've got here on this Wikipedia page for the California's first CD. Let's go on to the second district in California. To Rose Penelope Yee. She has a lot of strong opinions, especially about things like immigration enforcement.
Hi, I'm Rose Penelope Yee, and I am running for Congress in California's 2nd District. Let's talk about ICE. ICE is a state-sanctioned paramilitary force that is threatening our communities, that has killed people, with agents acting with impunity. I know what it's like to live in a fascist dictatorship. I grew up under martial law in the Philippines. What's happening right now is not acceptable. This shouldn't be happening in our country. I have a petition calling on the Democratic Party to lead the abolishment of ICE. Please sign our petition. ICE must be dismantled.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, I got one more clip from Rose here. Let's see what she thinks we need to do about housing in America.
We want affordable housing. We do not want war. We want our taxpayer money spent on building homes, not in building bombs. No to the war in Iran.
Well, there you go. That's the whole clip. Very succinct, but to the point. I like this lady's style. Right to the point. Build homes, not bombs. No war. Thank you, Rose. All right, let's go to Rose's page here, roseforcongress.com. Rose Penelope Yee. People, peace, planet. District 2 needs a representative who leads with moral clarity, conviction, and courage, and answers only to you, not corporate or foreign interests. Let's learn more about Rose. Priorities. Oopsies, I clicked the wrong one. Hold on. Well, whatever. We can click either one. Let's look at her priorities here. People, peace, planet. Under the People, Peace, Planet platform, we are fighting for a future where people come first, with Medicare for all, healthcare, a federal jobs guarantee, doubling housing construction, and a $25 living wage so every Californian can live with dignity. Peace becomes our priority by ending rampant militarism and unconditional military aid to human rights abusers, instead redirecting those billions into a $1,000 annual peace dividend paid directly to you. Oh. Our planet thrives by responding with an urgent green job-led response to the climate emergency, making green energy bountiful and affordable, and ending the ecocide caused by rampant militarism. Tax the rich to end the suffering in American streets. A peace dividend for all. End the wars. And center peace. Healthcare when you need it. A safe and humane immigration system. A just economy. Guaranteed jobs and living wages. Housing as a human right. And ending citizens. I mean, she's got a great platform, right? I mean, I think we can all get on board. Wait, nobody can see the page. I've fucking ruined it. God damn it. Why do I suck so badly? I'm over here, I'm reading things, nobody can see what I'm reading. It's incredibly rude. I'm not going to reread it, but this is her page. Son of a bitch. Look, listen. Listen, look. I do what I'm doing what I can. I'm managing a whole bunch of shit here. It's a slightly different format from normal. Okay. But a woman who lived under martial law, who accurately describes our current situation in a similar light, with a policy platform as she has, I think she deserves her vote. In California's 2nd District. Where did I put the other? There it is. Jesus Christ. I've got so many of these in front of me. Just want to do a quick look at this. That's not, whatever, good enough.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Haru GSL. Mutiny.
What? Mutiny? Alright, so this is California's 2nd Congressional District. This was the old map, which was the whole northwest coast going down to the Bay Area. The new map is this, including a similar slice, but now much of the former 1st District that borders Nevada and Oregon has gone blue here. Time and time again, the current representative is Jared Huffman. Jared Huffman. Doesn't seem to do anything in Congress. I'm just looking over his Wikipedia. He doesn't seem to do fuck all. I think that's all I've got on Penelope. I'm sorry, Rosie. That is all we got on her. Next up, California's 3rd Congressional District, Chris Bennett. Who's looking to unseat Amy Bera. Sorry, Ami Bera, however you pronounce it. All right, to Sacramento. Chris Bennett for Congress. This is 11 months ago. His announcement. Vid.
Hey, my name's Chris Bennett, and I just quit my job to run for Congress against Ami Bera here in Sacramento. Let me tell you why. As a former Army officer, I volunteered to serve our country and defend the Constitution. So I can't sit by while Donald Trump, billionaires, and corrupt politicians in both parties destroy our economy, trample our rights, and jeopardize our future. Too many Americans are struggling to get by thanks to stagnant wages, corporate price gouging, and the destruction of our safety nets by greedy billionaires who won't be satisfied until they own everything and we have nothing. It's hard to afford life in California right now, and lots of people have had no choice but to leave the state. This is the richest state in the richest country in the history of the world, and we're home to some of the most advanced technologies on the planet. So why does it feel so hard to live here? Why are there so many more homeless people everywhere? Isn't technology supposed to make our lives easier? The fact is, we can do better, but we're being held back by our politicians. They love making big promises to us, but they only ever come through for their biggest donors. They abuse their positions of trust to make money off insider trading. They steal from us to give handouts to their rich friends. and they've been dying in office of old age after denying opportunities to young people who could actually make a difference. Well, I'm running to be a different kind of leader. I believe our representatives should lead by example and serve everyday Americans, including the young and the old, and especially those who can't afford to make huge donations to be heard. I'm running against another Democrat, Ami Bera, who sided with Elon Musk and Doge over Medicaid. Ami gets huge donations from health insurance companies like United, and his dad went to jail for illegally funneling almost $300,000 into his campaign. We need to get money out of politics, and that starts with refusing legalized bribes. I refuse to take money from corporations or lobbyists because I plan to fight for things that actually help ordinary people, like affordable housing and childcare, universal healthcare, social security, and livable wages. No, I'm not rich, and my parents aren't smuggling $250,000 in my campaign, so I need help from people like you to make it happen.
Yep. Here's Ami Bera, who raised nearly $1 million. Almost all, much of it, more than half of it, coming from PACs. $500,000 from PACs. Huge money from large individual contributors, nearly 400 grand there. I mean, it's all coming from big money. This guy is just, you know, like the guy that that Chris here is running against is just swimming in fucking corporate money. I got one more from Chris here. This one's from 5 months ago. Talking about the realities of healthcare in America.
I'm Chris Bennett, a disabled Army veteran running for Congress in California's 3rd District. And right now I'm fighting 2 battles. One is against private interests making life harder for everyday Americans, and the other is the flu. Now, this is the worst I've had it in years, and I know exactly why. Since I left the service in 2018, my care has come from the VA. And every single year, like clockwork, I'd go into the clinic and I'd get my flu shot without issue. This year, I went into the clinic like before, and for the first time ever, they turned me away. The reason they gave? That I'm not 65 years old. Now, I can't help but feel this sudden shift is part of something much darker. A wave of anti-science BS championed by people like Brainworms RFK Jr., who are putting our lives at risk by playing politics with our health. Let me tell you what this preventable illness feels like. My head is pounding like a drum. My skin is on fire, and my throat feels like I spent last night screaming at a rock concert until my voice gave out. The only thing keeping me upright is this bottle of Dayquil that I've been chugging for the last 36 hours. Now, this illness isn't just painful and inconvenient. It's a betrayal. Like they're trying to kill off veterans by denying us simple, life-saving preventative care. I'm fighting this flu today, but I'm running for Congress to fight the real disease. A system that puts health insurance and big pharma profits ahead of the lives of people like you and me. Healthcare is a human right, not a luxury for the wealthy or a benefit for those who served. That's why I'm fighting for Medicare for all and against privatization of the VA. If you're tired of being treated like a number on a spreadsheet, if you believe your representative should work for you and not health insurance or pharmaceutical company profits, then I'm asking for your help. Join our fight for a system that puts people first. Once again, I'm Chris Bennett, disabled Army veteran, candidate for Congress in California's 3rd District, and I'm running for Congress to make Medicare for all our reality.
Yeah! Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. GSL, you're muted. This is ridiculous! Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Columbiarican _ 9505 just cheered 100 bits. Red alert. Romulans hacking the space station. Unable to hear GSL. Everyone remain calm.
Here's the question. Does this work? Does this microphone work? I switch between these two microphones. Is that better? I mean, does that fix it? Like, there's no way I want to use this fucking microphone. It's just the fucking... There's no way. Yeah, no, screw that microphone. I'm not using it. I mean, the fact is this microphone should work. It's giving me levels. There's nothing wrong with it. It's all your fault. It's everyone else's fault. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't do anything. Yeah, but we're not using that microphone, though. I'm going to use that microphone. Is this one working? Can you hear me right now? If you can hear me right now, press 1 in the chat. Oh, God. Oh, now you can hear me? That doesn't even make sense. That's more annoying to me somehow. It's more annoying to me that you can hear me now. Why can you hear me now? Nothing changed. Nothing. I just switched back and forth from one microphone to the other. There's 2 microphones connected to the computer. I just happened to switch between one to the other one. And somehow that's oh, that fixes it. Oh, that's fine. I had levels the whole time. These are like powered mics, right? At least this one. The main microphone I use is it's a phantom powered mic. Powered by the board, right? Not by the computer or a battery or, it's like powered by the mixer. And I was getting levels on the mixer. I was getting levels on the fucking stream software, and yet it wasn't working the whole time. It's very annoying to me. And now I don't even know why it wasn't working. It's just some stupid glitch. It's just some stupid fucking glitch, and there's no good explanation for why that just happened. And that's even more annoying to me. Somehow even just incredibly more annoying to me than just if it is not returned to working. But whatever. Okay, I guess we'll go back to trying to cover the elections. Here's California's 3rd congressional district, which has voted Republican for practically everything, aside from comptroller, in 2010. But with the redistricting effort, Chris Bennett may very well have a chance here to flip California's 3rd district, which is currently being represented by Kevin Kiley. Oh, this guy is such a turd. Oh my God, Kevin Kiley. Oh, this guy is garbage. Good luck, California. Good luck. Hopefully you can get this guy instead of this ghoul. It's a Kevin Kiley ghoul. You either get Harvard grad Kevin Kiley or a military vet who wants to give you health care. You get a Harvard grad who wants to take away your health care or a military vet who wants to give it to you. Yeah, it's a pretty easy choice, I think. Okay. Oh, I forgot to feed Leica because I was busy dealing with my fucking microphone situation. All right, that's it on Eric. I'm sorry. That's it on Chris Bennett. Let's now go to the 4th Congressional District of California. Eric Jones running for Congress. Here was his first political ad 8 months ago.
That's on YouTube.
Folks, the country is in crisis. Trump is cutting Medicaid to give tax cuts to billionaires. And too many Democrats have been in Washington so long, they're not up to the fight. I'm Eric Jones. My mom was a nurse, dad was a disabled veteran who never graduated high school. There were times my family relied on food stamps and disability checks. Now I've helped build some of California's largest businesses, creating thousands of jobs. So I like to get right to it. I'm running for Congress to make life better for people who work for a living. No handouts. Close corporate loopholes to put thousands of dollars back into the pockets of working Americans and small businesses. Provide universal child care and in-home care for seniors. Unlike these guys, I'll never take a dime from a corporate PAC, I'll never take a dollar from a lobbyist, and I'll never trade a stock in Congress.
Not gonna do it.
I'm Eric Jones, and I approve this message to put you first. Right, buddy?
Okay. It's a cute dog. Thank you for the bits, Columbia Rican. That's one big Kirby. Be careful with that wand. Okay, pal. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. All right, let's quickly look at Eric's website. I got a couple more clips from him. But first here, ericjones.us. Eric Jones for Congress. Meet Eric. Affordability, accountability, aspiration, platform, volunteer. Eric Jones will end corruption and fight for you. Eric's accomplishments for CA4. Delivered for veterans and their families. Protected children through car seat distribution. Funded educational resources during COVID-19. Strengthened families through practical community solutions. Focused on accountability and results. I just lost where. Oh, there. Right. I believe he's currently a state senator. I can't remember what his. Why can't I remember what this is? God damn it. Sorry, I got a lot of moving parts in this. And trying to remember each and every one of these things right now is, it's tough. It's tough. But Eric Jones has received no corporate PAC money. And he's been funding much of his own race. Grew up working class, and is now fighting to make everyone everyone's lives a little bit more affordable. He's also fighting against PG&E, the biggest energy provider in California, who's been responsible for all sorts of bad shit, including was it the Eaton fires? I think it was the Eaton fire. Not turning off their power, what are they called? I'm just gonna call it power lines. I know it's wrong, but they're not turning off their power lines soon enough during the high wind event precipitating to the LA fires of last year. Here's what he's got to say about PG&E.
This is a reoccurring nightmare. Today, get ready to pay more for your energy bill. PG&E increasing those rates
101%. That's how much PG&E has raised rates in the last decade, all while posting record profits of $2.5 billion. Families are now paying thousands of dollars more per year. Seniors on fixed incomes are choosing between keeping the lights on and putting food on the table. PG&E pushed through 6 rate hikes last year alone, all with no accountability and one disaster after another. And guess who's their best friend in D.C.? Congressman Mike Thompson. As a legislator, Thompson voted to deregulate our energy industry, a bill written by a Republican which led to the Enron crisis and rolling blackouts. He's taken more money from PG&E than any other sitting politician. It has to stop. I'm Eric Jones, and I'm running for Congress. I'll stand up to corporations like PG&E and hold them accountable for harming our community. I'll never take a dollar from PG&E or any corporation, ever.
Mike Thompson's latest ad? Not a single word is true. But when you're an old politician who spent decades in Washington, lying comes naturally. Thompson has taken over $11 million from corporate PACs, the third most bought out Democrat in Congress. Corrupt cash from PG&E, corporate oil, big health insurance, and drug companies. Thompson's one of the least effective members of Congress. His biggest achievement? Naming post offices. It's time for change.
I'm Eric Jones, and I approve this message to put you first.
Okay, well, there's Eric Jones. A few of his ads for Congress here in California's 4th District, trying to unseat Republican Mike Thompson. And actually, he runs a 501c3 nonprofit called the American Dream Institute after leaving the service. As was mentioned before, he came from a military family. I wouldn't necessarily say he's the most aspired candidate on our list, but certainly better than the Republican who he's running against. I think deserves your vote in this primary. All right, let's keep this moving now to California's 5th. All right, 5th? Yes. All right, I need to figure out a way to do this better. Too many windows. God damn it. No, I fucked that up. That's not what I meant to do. Make it smaller. Thank you. There we go. All right. Now, moving on from Eric Jones to California's 5th with Lauren Tomlinson. Fortunately, I don't have a ton of clips for Lauren, but I do have one. Elk Grove News. 4 months ago.
My name is Lauren Bob Tomlinson, and I appreciate the opportunity to tell you a little bit about me and why I'm running for Congress. It really starts for me. Politics is not sort of how I got started. I really got started at my grandmother's kitchen table. My grandmother was very adamant that I learn cursive and penmanship. It was like, that's what you do. And so how I learned cursive and penmanship was she made me write all of her letters to the city council about things she didn't like. So if we had a pothole or if something wasn't going right in our neighborhood, it was my job to use my little cursive, write the letter, and then we would read the responses. And if they met her threshold of what she thought change was, then I didn't have to write another one. But what I learned from this is that government is supposed to work for people. It's something you engage with, and it's something that also can always improve. She taught me the importance of speaking up and being of service. My same grandmother also raised 6 kids with a union job at a hospital. She deeply believed in her work and the power of working for other people. When my grandfather, a veteran, passed away, she took care of those 6 children with Social Security, and it became a critical safety net for our family. It wasn't charity, it was a promise kept, and it allowed my grandmother to stabilize our family in one of the hardest moments of her life. And so when I talk about these experiences, I say it because it has really shaped my belief in how this country is supposed to work for people. Show up, you work hard, and it keeps their promises. Like many families today, as my child is screaming in the background, I hope you all don't hear that. I'm balancing a family and working. I'm the Chief Public Affairs Officer for Planned Parenthood Maramonte, and I have a almost 1-year-old on Thursday. As you can imagine, raising a family in Sacramento is incredibly hard and is getting really expensive. My daycare is more than my mortgage. My same kid is transitioning away from formula to about 3 quesadillas a day, and that adds up. And I hear time and time again about how hard it is to raise a family in this district with the rising cost of healthcare, concerns about our schools, wildfires, and all of this impacts the best quality life we want for families.
Okay, here's Lauren's website, lbtforcongress.com. Lauren Babb Tomlinson, running for California's 6th District, Chief Public Affairs Officer at Planned Parenthood, advocates Maramonte, mom and leader. Lauren knows how hard it's gotten for families to make ends meet. She's running for Congress to make life more affordable, protect our rights, and ensure every family has the freedom and opportunity to thrive. Affordable health care, lower cost of living, and safe communities. Now, this is a very it's a very crowded race right now in one of the changing districts here. It's getting split up. One of the heavily blue districts is being split up to try and get some more seats out of essentially, or to turn, I think, like the California's 1st and 5th districts blue. Because I think some of this is included in the old 1st district with this new map. As you can see, it's in the North Bay area. Sacramento, going up to, what is that, Rockland? It's been going blue for decades. But as I said, a crowded race. There's like a half a dozen candidates fighting in the primary. And it would seem Lauren is the best of them all. By the way, everyone, just a reminder, galactic content goal. Actually, I need to restart the galactic content goal on Twitch because these are old. I gotta do some math here real quickly. But galactic content goal, gonna get started now. This is going to be a long stream, folks. We are on we're just ending California's 6th congressional district. California has 52, and we've got 5 other states after we're done with California. So yeah, we've got a lot to cover. Got a lot of work left to do here, so please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and, of course, Patreon. I also recently updated the Throne, added a bunch of new items there. Since we got done crowdfunding the bed, which I still haven't managed to put up yet. So got a lot of, I've had a lot of shit I've been working on up here, but I'm planning to put that up soon, hopefully before my birthday, which is coming up here in June. But I added a bunch of new sort of like smallish items that would, would generally help me out. Snacks, drinks, stuff to keep my e-bike running, things like that. Stretch. Yes, I need the stretch. And of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits, Patreon. Get yourself an avatar on the break screens, shout out at the end of every show, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. When is my birthday? It's in June. We're gonna celebrate other people's birthdays in lieu of my birthday. But it's suffice to say, it's in the same sort of weeks-long period as the birthday of our president. But more importantly, that of Tupac Shakur. One of the better Geminis. So we're probably gonna celebrate Tupac's birthday instead of mine, or try and ruin the birthday of the president. That will be our celebrations for my birthday. Does that seem good? It feels good. It feels good to me. I'm good with it. Okay. Moving on from California's 6th to California's 7th. No, wait. Wait, do I have these in the wrong order? I do, don't I? Hold on, hold on. That's why I'm thrown off right now, I think. Something's wrong. How did I do this? I don't understand. Right, is he in 7th district? I think so.
This is the very definition.
You're right.
Of totalitarianism.
It is totalitarianism. It is totalitarianism. This is true. Oh, right. That's right. There's 2 decent candidates running. Honestly, I'm sticking with Lauren. But there is another good candidate. I think for the sake of not confusing people. Well, honestly, fuck it. Fuck it. I'll do one other one. This was right. I take this back. These are both. That's the problem. They were somehow. How did I do that? How do I do that? Yeah, let's take a look at one other candidate for California 6 running as a progressive. Tyler Vandenberg.
Hello. My name is Tyler Vandenberg. I'm a Californian, a 7-year veteran of the United States Marine Corps,
and you might remember seeing me on TV a time or two. I want to talk with you about our country and what's happening to it right now. Since the beginning of this year, we've been thrust into a fight. You may or may not know it yet, but the fight involves you all the same. You and I are on the same side in that fight, and that fight is being waged on many fronts. It is a fight to ensure that we're safe in our homes. It's a fight to protect our rights to free speech and self-government. It's a fight against greed and tyranny, and a fight against the dawning of a day neither you nor I had thought we would ever see. Every day now, we are saturated by appalling, monstrous news. Cuts to our wildland firefighters and the Bureau of Reclamation staff who protect our forests, rivers, and dams. Random tariffs that come and go, day to day, hour to hour, wrecking small and large businesses alike. Planned massive tax increases on normal families to pay for giveaways to billionaires. The secret schemes to sell millions of acres of our precious national forest to be logged and strip-mined, horrible plane crashes following the intentional wrecking of the FAA, natural disasters with no one to provide rescue, assassinations of public officials, threats against our allies, the kidnapping of our neighbors by masked men to be sent without trial to foreign gulags, the deployment of the American military to California streets. The list continues on and on. And so I ask you, my fellow Americans, are you better off now than you were just 6 months ago? Do you feel our nation is more stable, or that our government is more responsive and respectful of your rights? Do you feel that we are more respected abroad, or that we have strengthened our alliances? Do you feel like this nation is heading in a direction that will make us safer and more prosperous? If your answer to that is no, then you see exactly the fight that I'm talking about. And now that the fight is here, I want to talk with you about how we win. Normally, when our government is under stress or our rights are in danger, we're supposed to call our congressman. Unfortunately, in the California 3rd, we have one of the most absent, inaccessible congressmen of all, Kevin Kiley. A congressman who has become...
Now, this is why things are confusing, right? Because originally, 10 months ago, when Tyler announced his campaign, his district was the 3rd congressional district. Now, as a result of the redistricting effort in California, he is running in the 6th congressional district. That's why he's talking about Kevin, and it doesn't make any sense to you. And that's why we're going to the next clip from him on the Voting Rights Act from 3 weeks ago.
The end of the Voting Rights Act is a crisis. I'm Tyler Vandenberg, Democrat for Congress in the California 6th. Since the Supreme Court's decision last week to destroy the VRA on behalf of a January 6th rioter, Republican-run states have been racing to eliminate any congressional districts represented by Black Americans. If you ever wondered how Jim Crow came to be, this is it. And we are going to have to act to reverse this catastrophe. With GOP attacks against Black representation in Congress and the rights of millions of women to vote, nothing less than a new generation of civil rights, voting rights, and equal rights amendments will be required. As a Great Society Democrat, I am proud to carry on the legacy which upheld civil rights and voting rights once before. I look forward to upholding those principles again. We must secure every American's right to vote. To do that, I need your vote this June 2nd.
I do think that he's very good on the messaging. I gotta give him that. I gotta give Tyler that much. And he hit all the points in there I would have liked to hear from a congressperson. You got some good choices here, maybe hard choices here in California. In California's 6th district. I leave it up to you, Space Fams. Those of you in Sacramento. I think either would be a good one. I think maybe it'd be best to take a look at the polls ahead of the race. I don't know. The fact is, I don't want to play the polling game too much in the primaries, because it really should be about who's got the best message, like who you think has the best message. For the purposes of these shows, who I think has the best message. I think it's hard for me to say one way or the other. I think messaging wise, like in terms of how the message is being delivered, I feel like Tyler was did a better job, like social media wise. I don't think Lauren even had a YouTube page. I was looking for it pretty hard. And if it exists, I was unable to find it, which, you know, bad sign. One last clip from Tyler here from 4 days ago, leading into the last week before voting. Go web go.
When I joined the Marine Corps, they taught me that when things seem the hardest, that's the most important time to do them. Since then, taking the easy way out has never been part of my calculus. The Marine Corps, tanks and intelligence. Harvard Kennedy School, commuting back and forth to campaign full-time while finishing my degree. All of these things I did not because they were easy, but because they were hard. And building a better America is going to be incredibly hard. Passing universal health care will not be easy. Holding Trump accountable will be opposed at every step of the way. Building a future where everyone's immigrants are LGBTQ plus neighbors, people of all faiths, colors, creeds, homes for every generation, a green new grid, new equal rights amendments, all of these things are going to require monumental lift. That's why I've been running for Congress for almost a year. Our representation was wrong before, and it will be wrong for us again if we don't act. That's why I need your vote this June 2nd. I'm Tyler Bennett, Marine Corps veteran, Jeopardy champ, proud Great Society Democrat. Together, we can build a better future.
Is that right? I didn't even notice this the first time. Was he on Jeopardy? Okay. Fascinating. All these candidates are trying to do the Mamdani. Yeah, well, I mean, let's be real. I mean, the Mamdani worked. The Mamdani worked. I don't blame people for emulating a successful campaign. Right? That's just good politics. It's just, you know what I mean? Like I get, like, I agree. I'm seeing it too in a few places, but can't blame them. Can't blame them. All right, since we already talked about the demographics of California's 6th, let's move on now to May Vang, who is running for California's 8th congressional district. Whoopsies. I have to do something. I keep fucking it up. Good job, me. May Vang. She is currently the representative for California's 8th, looking to hold on to her seat in a actually, wait, is she still? Wait, I thought she. Wait a second. Actually, I think this is another one of those complicated situations, isn't it? Hold on. Wait a second. Oh, right. No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of somebody. No. She's on the city council right now in the 8th district. I'm sorry. I misspoke. She is currently in the city council of the 8th district in Sacramento, now running for the now running for Congress in the 8th district, challenging incumbent Doris Matsui. This is a clip from her YouTube page 8 months ago. At May for Us.
That's that's on YouTube.
We are here today to celebrate that my van has decided to run for Congress.
We live in some of the most dangerous and difficult times in American history. And how we meet today and how we overcome the challenges of today and tomorrow is going to require the My Vangs of America to do it.
In this political climate, we need something different. We need someone who's going to fight for working families every single day. And we know that Mai is going to be a champion.
Are y'all ready to fight fascism? Are you ready to take on the establishment with me? I know these times may seem scary. Every day there is another attack on our Black, our brown, our Asian, our indigenous, our queer, an attack on First Amendment rights, an attack on all of our communities from this administration. But we must not, cannot, and will not back down. No matter the battle, together I know we can win this. Just like all generations that came before us, they overcame and we will too.
Now we need her voice in Congress. We need her vision. So today, I proudly endorse my Vang for Congress.
My time! My time! My time!
My grandmother turns 82 this year. When I hold her hands, I feel the roughness of someone who fled war, a woman who worked her entire life to take care of her family. I feel the wear and tear of an elder who sacrificed everything. She taught me, to thrive, we must love and protect each other. Thousands of families across this region work tirelessly and still live paycheck to paycheck.
In the richest state and the richest country on earth, working people shouldn't have to sacrifice everything just to get by.
So I stopped waiting for change and I got to work carrying my grandma's lessons with me. Protect the people I love. I passed California's first safe haven resolution so our schools would protect every student. I built the region's largest vaccination clinic. I fought to secure millions of dollars for children in our neighborhoods that had been ignored for decades.
So now I'm running for Congress to bring that same fight to Washington.
Because I'm done watching hard-working families suffer while the system protects the powerful. Insurance companies are posting record profits while families lose coverage. And we've all learned we can't rely on the same tired, complacent career politicians to protect us from Donald Trump and ICE.
The system isn't broken, it's fixed for them.
I'm fighting for housing you can actually afford, healthcare that doesn't bankrupt you, good jobs that let you raise a family. I'm fighting to protect our neighbors because no child should go to school afraid, wondering if their parents would be home when they get back. Unlike Doris Matsui, who has been in office for 2 decades, I'm rejecting all corporate donations and will never take a dime from companies that do business with ICE. This campaign is powered by people like you, nurses, teachers, union workers, and families who are tired of being ignored. I've been a fighter my whole life. I learned it from a woman who survived war, built a life with her hands, and taught me that real strength is taking care of each other. I'm Mai Vang, granddaughter of refugees, teacher, and a fighter for working families. I'm running for Congress because I'm done waiting for change. I'm ready to fight for it.
There you go. Mai Vang running for Congress in California's 7th district. I'm sorry, I said California's 8th district, but I honestly, I moved around some shit just now on my thing, like on my on my spreadsheet, because I thought I made a mistake, but that's because I'm an idiot who forgot about the redistricting for a second and just like, whatever. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to be making some like off the cuff, like whatever, like amendments here as we go through this, because of the fact that the redistricting happened and that some of this stuff is just sort of, or like in sort of like the, not limbo is the wrong word, but in some sort of transitional period right now. It's a little, I don't know, it's a little fucked. But yes, here's California's 7th. Currently represented, as I mentioned, by Doris Matsui, who's been in there for 20 years. This is more of the this is Sacramento area, if you will, southern Sacramento, including downtown and the western suburbs. Why is this not working? The fuck? Oh, there we go. It has gone blue many, many, many times. Time and time again. Very diverse region. She does appear to be the best candidate here for those voting in the 7th Congressional District of California. This is her website. My Vang for Congress. My Vang running for Congress to lower costs and fight for working families. By the way, she apparently comes from a humongous family. The daughter of a Hmong refugee, one of 16 children, raised right here in Sacramento on programs like SNAP and Medicaid. I've been taking care of people I love my entire life, so I know the struggle of working families because I live it every day. And as a teacher, a working mom, and a city council member, I fight for the people the politicians ignore. I've turned down pay raises and stood up to special interests because my only boss is you, not the billionaires and the corporations. Abolish ICE. Accountability to the people. And affordability. She has a great platform here. I recommend you check it out if you're in California, 7th District. More. We all need to be getting out there and voting here on the 2nd. It's coming up really quickly, everybody. Couple short days. Sunday, Monday, and then Tuesday morning, people will be getting out to the polls to vote. Didn't Mai do a viral video doing MAGA face? Did she? I don't know. I didn't catch that. Sounds interesting. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I couldn't say for sure. I just realized I didn't put South Dakota on the map. On the thumbnail. Sorry, South Dakota.
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. Both of my parents fled to California as refugees from the Marcos regime. My dad has 6 siblings and my mom has 5. Poor grandmas.
Thank you, Christopher, for the generous donation of the biddies. I just realized I didn't restart the galactic content goal on Twitch. I gotta do the math right now. 100, 200, 300, 400, 450, 550, 650, 6, 700. Okay. Good. Great. Do 11s. 11 new sub points. Those. And what did I say? 700 bits. And start goal. Okay, great. Galactic content goals have been started on Twitch. Thank you for reminding me, Christopher Tablante. You're done voting. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. All right. What was I doing? Ah, yes. All right. Now, up next, we've got Nicholas Karjuza. Who is running in California's 8th district. This is him 3 months ago.
Our country has lost its way. And let me state the obvious, that our government works harder for stockholders than voters. And it's wrong. As a former analyst at the financial regulator FINRA, I worked inside our system that was supposed to serve everyone. But the truth is that without power, it will never change. Congress writes the rules, and too often, those rules work for wealthy people at the expense of working people and our democracy. This isn't the best that we can do, and it doesn't have to be this way. If you play by the rules, if you work hard, and you do everything right, you shouldn't be falling behind. I'm running for Congress to help fix what's broken and to rebuild our system to work for people, not profits. And I don't care what the Supreme Court says. Corporations aren't people. The future isn't given, it's taken. And I won't respond to corporate PACs. I won't relent against legalized corruption. So if you're looking for a way to fight back, sign up, volunteer, spread the word, and donate if you can. Any contribution is enough to fight big money. We're not waiting anymore. We're fighting for all of us together.
All right. I got one more clip from Nicholas. Here he is from 3 weeks ago.
My name is Nicola Karjuzan, and I'm running for Congress against 81-year-old incumbent John Garamendi. And if you live in one of these cities, I'm on your ballot. I've knocked on 6,000 plus doors to tell everyone I can that the #1 issue of my campaign is fighting corruption. You should keep the money that you work to earn, and politicians should work to earn your vote, not the other way around. Thank you for considering change.
There you go. 2 quick clips from Nicholas Karjuza, who is running for Congress in California's 8th district, looking to unseat an incumbent Democrat by the name of John Garamendi. He's 80 years old, been in Congress since, for like 20 freaking years. And what is he doing? What is he doing exactly? Nothing. Time to step down, right? I mean, really. The fact that he is not, like, here's the thing about, like, these incumbent Democrats that none of us have ever heard of, unless you live in the 8th district, right? Like, you probably never heard of John Garamendi, right? The reason for that is this guy's not doing fuck all. He's not out there fighting for you and fighting for the working people. He's just hanging out. Just hanging out, collecting a paycheck, voting when, somebody tells him to vote for something. That's not what we need. We need people with a vision for the future, not people with a vision for retirement, their own retirement, of just sitting, like, retiring from the Congress. Literally, you know what I'm saying? Like, people who are just sort of treating Congress as a retirement home, right? Like, it's out of control. Like, if you're not there fighting for something, then, we got a problem, right? If I don't know your name, we got a problem. Because it's my job to cover these kinds of things, My not knowing your name means you're not out there fighting. It means you're just sort of hanging around. And go fuck yourself. You know Garamendi, you didn't know he was 81? Yeah, he's getting crazy old. Here is Nicholas's website really quickly. The issues. Nicholas supports the People's Agenda. The Democratic Party's approval rating is near the lowest in decades or on record. It is worse for Democratic members of Congress who have only a 19% approval rating.
I'm staying in the race.
And I have articulated to fellow Democrats that we cannot ask voters to embrace change if we refuse to change ourselves first. That disconnect is costing us trust and miserable defeats against Trump and the Republican Party. The only way forward for Democrats is to defeat Republicans while sending new leaders to Washington with a greater sense of urgency and accountability for our district and country. Voters should know that their Congress is missing hundreds of votes in the House and has been one of its most absent members for several years now.
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. Blink-182 once said, on their least popular album, "It's times like this, it's obvious. How can we fix this if we don't have vision?" I guess they are no long Blink-182 and are now third eye blind.
I haven't been keeping up with whatever Blink-182 is doing. But thank you for the bits, Christopher. Very generous, helping us along with the galactic content goal. Now, Representative Garamendi is seeking a 10th term in Congress and has had more than 52 years to deliver results. At 81 years old, he refuses to step down aside for new leadership, saying in a recent interview that someday, not in the next election, or maybe not in the next 2 or 3 elections, I will not be running for office. So he's like planning to run. He's planning to continue like being in Congress until he's like 90 years old, basically. But he's got fuck all to say or do. And that's a problem. He wants to fight corruption, fight for housing affordability, universal health care. And on foreign affairs, the United States of America has an indispensable role as a leader among other free countries in the world. Our power can be used to defend allies, markets, liberty, and democracy.
Benny Hanna 99 just subscribed for 8 months. 8 months, baby.
Benny Hanna, 8 beautiful months. Thank you for the resub with Prime. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Our power can be used to defend allies, markets, liberty, and democracy. Or, in the wrong hands, it can be used to dominate and destabilize others. Regretfully, we have used powers in ways that erode our reputation and worsen the world. We have undermined our allies and NATO while aligning with dictatorships. We have withdrawn our commitments to multilateral organizations and international institutions. We have become complicit with genocide in Gaza. We have violated the international sovereignty of other countries by engaging illegal bombings and wars and kidnappings and killing world leaders. We have continued to use Guantanamo Bay for extra-constitutional actions. These actions reduce global support for American leadership. They devalue the U.S. dollar. They create wars that will come back to harm Americans.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Yes, indeed. Now, California is the 8th congressional district. I think we already talked about it. Did we talk about it? I can't remember now. It's part of Sacramento. Actually, is it Sacramento? No, sorry, San Francisco. Did I say Sacramento? Just not. San Francisco. Well, I guess Sacramento's not that far. Part of the San Francisco area, the Bay Area, if you will. Contra Costa County, Solano County, Vallejo, Fairfield, Richmond, and parts of Martinez. Going blue for the last 2 decades. I think longer. All right. Now, moving on to Mitchell Maisler, also running for Congress in, I believe, the 10th Congressional District. Here he is from 7 months ago. Oh, whoopsies. I went too far, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Hold on.
Hi, my name is Mitchell.
We need newer representation, and we can't wait for someone to wait their turn. We need bold politicians who can seize an opportunity. It doesn't take 100 years to do it. It takes political courage.
Hi, my name is Mitchell Maisler, and I'm running for Congress in California's 10th District. We just reached day 20 of Trump's illegal war with Iran, and now he's demanding $200 billion more just to pay for a war he claims to have already won. Here's what $200 billion could buy the American people here at home. It could eliminate all medical debt here in America. Community college could be free for 20 years. 1.3 million affordable housing units could be built. Free school lunches for every kid in America for 5 years. How is this even a debate?
How are your glasses attached to my face? First off, not attached to my face, attached to my helmet. With magnets, of course. Are you seeing jean overalls? Yes, you are. You're seeing a man wearing jean overalls working in a brewery. At least I think that was a brewery. That's right. Mitchell Maisler here, running for Congress in California's 10th District, which has been also jiggered slightly from the previous maps. Whoopsies. God damn it. Why does this keep happening? I have to do this every fucking time. All right, slightly changed from the previous maps, but not very much. Still in what I think is the sort of like East Bay area, technically. Mostly Contra Costa County, Alameda County, Concord, Walnut Creek, Danville, San Ramon, Brentwood, and Southern Antioch. Here's his website. Mitchell Maisler, a bold Democrat for California's 10th. It's time to let a new generation represent the Democrats. More than ever, Congress has closer relations to corporations and mega donors than the working class Americans. You deserve Medicare for all, affordable housing, plus reasonable and effective gun control. This can all be achieved if we make the billionaire class pay their fair share. It's that simple. Yes, indeed. There we go. Mitchell. Seems like a good guy to vote for in California's 10th. He's running against a whole bunch of people, including incumbent Democrat Mark Desaulniers, who's got a pretty shitty voting record, if I recall correctly. Pretty shitty voting record, if I recall correctly. And his,
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. Wait. That's my district? Okay, Streamlord, I will go vote.
Is that your district? Get in there, dude. Vote for Mitchell Maisler. Don't vote for this fuckbag, Mark Desaulniers. Look at his vote. Look at fuck his voting record. Look at his fucking funding. Look at this shit. Here's Open Secrets. Here's Open Secrets. Raised $488,400. I wonder where all that money came from. Oh, let's see. Large individual contributions. $200,000, so mostly rich people. Small individual contributions of less than 200, only $33,000. The rest of his funds coming from political action. Like, it's fucking insane. It's all PACs and large individual contributions. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Get Mitch in there, dude. All right. Now, to a guy I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with, who's running for California's 11th district, also in the Bay Area. Do you remember this? You guys remember this? This was like a year ago. Like literally almost 1 year to the day. I remember this. I remember this big time. I don't think we watched this clip. I don't think we watched the one that he posted to his channel. I think we like watched the original clip. But I can't say for sure which of the clips we watched back then, but we watched this clip together, and I remember being elated that anybody was challenging this woman. Of course, the woman I'm referring to is Nancy Pelosi, who has, of course, stepped down now, changed the dynamics of the race somewhat. Here's Shoykat Chakrabarty. His original pitch for a revolution on CNN.
Tonight, Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi says that Democrats have a plan to counter President Trump's aggressive political agenda, as her party has been zeroing in on Elon Musk, holding rallies at the very agencies that he has been working to purge. Now, almost 3 weeks into the second Trump presidency, the former House Speaker says change is coming.
We're very proud of Hakeem Jeffries, our leader. He has given us guidance on our priorities, but we're here to fight.
We're like on her way out, for fuck's sake. So proud of Hakeem Jeffries. Go fuck yourself. Go to the worst. Couldn't think of a worse. Well, that's not true. I could think of worse sentences, but that's a dumb fucking thing to say.
Jeffries, our leader, he has given.
Says change is coming.
We're very proud of Hakeem Jeffries, our leader. He has given us guidance on our priorities, what we're here to fight for, but also how we counter the Trump administration with litigation in the courts, legislation on the floor of the House, as well as communication and mobilization at the grassroots level.
And this is why this woman needs to go. This was a year ago. Where's all that? Where's all that grassroots? What's she talking about? Where's all of that? All that fighting she's talking about legislatively. The Democrats got together to vote for Trump's legislation and for Trump's funding bills. And, you know, like, it's fascinating that over the last year, Democrats have done basically none of that stuff that Nancy just got done listing.
About 6 or 7 months, you're going to see such a change by the time we start our campaigns in this fall, for next fall. You're going to see a very different picture about the Democrats vis-a-vis Donald Trump.
Not everyone believes that the current Democratic leadership can deliver on that. My source tonight is calling for a new generation of leaders and is also seeking to unseat Pelosi in a 2026 primary. Shoykat Chakrabarty joins me now, who is the former Chief of Staff and Campaign Manager for Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And it's great to have you here. First off, that timeline that she offered there stood out to me. What were your thoughts on that?
I don't understand why it's going to take 6 to 7 months. I mean, we had 4 years of a Trump presidency already back in 2016. We had 4 more years since then to prepare. I'm not sure why the Democratic leadership wasn't already prepared.
And also, 2 months since he won the election, I think some people may look at this and say,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been, I honestly think the Democratic leaders right now are not sure what to do, and I don't think they can do it. Look, in this past election, I think there's this critical mass of voters in America who said they want big sweeping change. You saw that in 2008 with Obama's election, happened in 2016, happened in 2024 again with Trump. And the American people are right to demand change, right? They want radical change because they want their kids' lives to be better than theirs. They don't want to get bankrupted by a health bill. The American dream, which used to be you can buy a house, have a good education, raise a family, that's becoming impossible for a big majority of people. And people want a credible plan to fix that. And they're not seeing it from Washington. And so, after the election, I thought the Democrats would have kind of a come to Jesus moment. They'd regroup and realize they need to have a big vision for real change for people. But then I heard Nancy Pelosi on an interview with the New York Times say that actually the Democrats don't need to change, that everything's fine. And I just can't trust that same leadership is now going to be able to suddenly deliver change. I think the Democratic Party needs a whole revolution. And I'm not saying a revolution from the center or the left or the right, none of that. I think there needs to be a completely new group of leaders, a new generation of leaders who are committed to rebuilding this country's institutions, its cities, and its industries. And that's going to be especially important after Trump is done making a mess of it all. And I just don't think the current leadership is going to be capable of delivering that message to America.
And so what do you...
Yes, indeed. Now, of course, since his announcement of wanting to challenge Nancy Pelosi, she dropped out of the race and will no longer be fighting for her seat. She'll be retiring in her multi-million-dollar mansion with all of her ice cream. She can do cringe videos on Instagram Live as much as she wants. Now let's go to the last few days. Shikot's been dropping political ads like bombs over here. Here's one from 4 days ago. Simply labeled PSA. Oh.
This is a San Francisco Super PAC alert.
Want to know why?
An AI Super PAC is spending big for Scott Wiener. I'm Shoykat Chakrabarty. San Francisco is about to see a whole lot of Super PAC ads from my opponent Scott Wiener, because they're scared of what I'll do. Overturn Citizens United, pass a wealth tax on billionaires, and regulate AI so it works for humanity and not oligarchs. I'm Shoykat Chakrabarty, and I approve this message, which isn't funded by any AI or corporate PACs.
There's a movement of people connected by our shared struggles. We need a Democratic Party that will fight to create a society that works for all, not just the richest few. Together, we are going to go to Congress. We will guarantee health care for all. We will end climate change through a Green New Deal. We will stop corporations from buying our elections. And we will have a vision that includes everybody. This is a movement built to win. I'm Shoykat Chakrabarty.
All right, last Shoykat clip.
I'm Shoykat Chakrabarty, and I'm running for Congress to end the cost of living crisis in San Francisco.
Together, we'll crush corruption, fight back against Trump, and end corporate money in politics. I'm from an immigrant family. I left my career in tech to work for Bernie Sanders and AOC. Wrote the Green New Deal, which led to historic climate investments. It's time for a change in Democratic leadership. We need Medicare for all and truly affordable housing. I've never received a dime of corporate money. I'm Shoykat Chakrabarty, and I approve this message.
There you go, Shoykat for Congress. California's 11th district, which looks like this. Oops, he's got to go back. Looks like this. San Francisco. Since the 2022 elections, the 11th district is entirely in San Francisco. It includes most of the city with the exception of the southern neighborhoods. Although, does the district change at all? No. No. Okay, so from 2027, there's zero change to the district. Actually, I take it back. This corner of this... I don't know why. Do you see it? Watch this tiny corner. Watch this tiny corner right here. It changes. Like, okay, that's the change in the redistricting for California's 11th. Thing dramatically the same. All except for one corner of one tiny piece of land. For some reason. I couldn't say why. 18 months of modding. Wow. It's a lot of modding. Mowing up. Very impressive. And Omega with a 15 stream streak and 100 biddies. I just noticed. Sweet donation, 6-7. 6-7, indeed. There's a hog in here. A hog in where? Hog alert. Okay. Moving on from California's 11th to California's 12th district. This one, I'm fairly certain, also needs no introduction. Perhaps even less than Shoykot, as she is already an elected member of Congress. And that is Representative Latifah Steinman. Oh, I missed the Leica treat prompt. There we go. Treat for Leica. There you go, Leica. All right. Let's go here. To look back at Congresswoman Latifah Steinman's career. First year in Congress.
That you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter. So help you God. Yes, ma'am, I do. Congratulations.
I came to Congress because my life has been shaped by the systems that either work or fail with real consequences. I was a young organizer and a young single mom learning early that government decisions are never abstract. They determine whether families survive or spiral. Organizing wasn't a career choice for me. In fact, it was how I learned to protect my child and my community. Organizing taught me that power lives somewhere and we need to learn how to move it. Later on in life, I became a widow, and that loss, it burned away any patience that I had with politics, performative politics. I needed politics to deliver for us. Healthcare and wages and housing and safety stopped being policy categories and became a real lived reality. And grief, it has a way of clarifying what matters and what doesn't. The journey is why I serve the way that I do. I legislate like an organizer, start with listening, and I pay attention to who's excluded. And I focus on the enforcement of outcomes, not applause lines. And I understand that laws only matter if they change people's daily lives. I came to Congress to interrupt cycles of neglect and inequality and to use this institution the way that it's supposed to be used to improve people's lives materially.
Since January, my office has closed 630 constituent cases and recovered $88.7 million for people in this district through Social Security, IRS and federal agency interventions. That is money owed to families, to seniors, and to the workers who should never have had to fight to receive it. We have also helped to bring home $344 million in federal grants to the district to support infrastructure, healthcare, and public safety. On the legislative side, I've introduced 2 bills that passed the House: the Assisting Small Business Not Fraudsters Act, which promotes legitimate small businesses from fraud, and the Think Differently About Disability Employment Act that expands employment opportunities for disabled workers. I fight for disability justice because this is my life. I was born with low vision, and I know what it means to survive in an ableist society that treats access as optional. And so when politicians and this administration talks about dismantling the Department of Education or weakening healthcare, they are choosing to abandon disabled students and elders and families that are fighting to survive. We have seen this before, but history is unambiguous. Every time this country has turned toward repression and exclusion, people fought back and won. Jim Crow fell, segregation fell, political repression failed. Rights were not preserved by silence or moderation. They were preserved by our resistance. And so moving into next year, I am clear about my role. I will confront hatred in all of its forms. I will defend bodily autonomy and civil rights and constitutional democracy. I will center the people under attack and use every tool of this office to block harm and to deliver resources. They are betting on fear. We will respond with resolve. We have beaten this hellfire before, and we will beat it again.
Yeah!
Okay, there you go. Many of you probably already know her, but there's Latifah Simon running to keep her seat in California's 12th district, which is currently located in Alameda County, encompassing the cities of Oakland, Berkeley, Emeryville, Alameda, Albany, Piedmont, and most of San Leandro. And a district which has gone blue, as you can see here, quite strongly, powerfully, over and over and over again. Yep, and she's got to fight to keep this seat. She's not running unopposed. Get out there and vote for her. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I got one more clip. Here's Forbes breaking news from, what was this, January? It's like January or February or something like that. Talking about the SAVE Act. Might as well talk about the SAVE Act while we're talking about the elections. Latifah Simon in Congress talking about our right to vote.
Help! Help! I'm being
No,
repressed!
this is not Latifah Simon. God damn it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I take it back. That is not Latifah Simon. This is Latifah Simon, for the love of God.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member. This bill doesn't secure elections. It shrinks the electorate, and I find it so interesting. In real time, we're having this conversation. When we talk about black voters, we're going to talk about black voters. This bill was written so poorly, it doesn't even take into consideration women of all races who have changed their names when they got married. It's ridiculous. It's been a federal crime, we know, for non-citizens to vote since 1996. Georgia audited 8.2 million voter registrations and found 20 non-citizens, 20. So that's the emergency. That's the emergency that justifies blocking 21 million American citizens who don't have the papers to fill what this bill demands. But we all know the history. Darnella Cavanis, my grandmother from Malvern, Arkansas, had to face the poll tax. After Reconstruction, nobody wrote race into a single suppression statute. They wrote poll taxes. They wrote literacy tests, good character clauses, race neutral on paper, but devastating in practice. The Save America Act sits in that tradition. I'll say it again, the Save America Act, it sits in that tradition. I have a 14-year-old daughter. I won't stand here and make voting harder for her when she decides to register to vote. You don't get to shrink the franchise. I urge a strong no from all of our colleagues who believe in a democracy that we were all promised. And I'll yield my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Okay. There's Latifah Simon in Congress earlier this year speaking on behalf of those who are having their voting rights suppressed by the Republicans, who are attempting to make it harder for everyone to exercise their constitutional rights. Okay, now let's go to, let's see, from California's 12th to California's 14th. Unfortunately, this guy does not have the best social media presence. Like I said, not all social media presences are made equal. This is Matt Ortega? Wait, what's his name? No, yes, Matt Ortega, running in California's 14th district. Speaking at a labor union, I believe. This is from 3 months ago. East Bay Insiders.
But Republicans are too weak to uphold their oaths, and they're too weak to deliver for the American people. Families like mine are stretched thin on housing, health care, child care. My wife and I hold 2 good-paying jobs, but homeownership is out of reach for us. We have to rent. Our premiums doubled this year, and that makes us one of the lucky ones. With 2 sons, we can only afford child care for one of them, and only part-time. In the richest nation on earth, it should be easier than this, especially for working families. This administration doesn't care. It tells us our struggles are a hoax. It illegitimately dismantles every...
Now, unfortunately, Matt didn't have a microphone. For some reason, the labor union didn't have a microphone for this event. And so it's really hard to hear. So I'm not going to force you to all listen to this as I did with painstaking, what do you call it? Like diligence, like trying to stay as quiet as possible, and to be able to hear everything he said, it was difficult. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at his web page. We're gonna look at the demographics of the 14th district a little bit. Here's Matt for Congress. MattOrtega.com. Great website, I gotta say. I mean, you got the photo of high gas prices in California, just sort of floating as the first thing you see, reminding you just how shitty everything is right now. Ortega for Congress. Our system is broken. Life should be easier than this in the richest nation on earth. Housing, healthcare, and childcare are the bare minimum, not luxuries. Donald Trump's America is the broken status quo. We did not arrive at this moment by accident, nor will we leave it without a fight. Our institutions are strained, our rights imperiled, our families burdened by costs no honest day's work should fail to meet. History will record what was done in these years. It will also record what we did in response. The task now falls to us, as has always fallen to those who refused to look away. Freedom agenda. Economic freedom. Medicare for all. Veterans. Build millions of affordable and sustainable homes. Education. Free childcare. Government reform. Reforms to secure our democracy. Fight for freedom and access to abortion. Fight for peace. No more forever wars. Fight corruption. Bulldoze the ballroom. Bulldoze the ballroom. Fuck yeah.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
A freedom we can afford. Free childcare. A fight for affordability. Cheaper groceries. Lower energy bills. Protecting trans kids. Protecting voting rights. And no arms for Israel. Just go to the agenda here real quick. A very well put together website here, as you can see. Climate and environment. National high-speed rail. Please. Build millions of affordable and sustainable homes. A Green New Deal. Free childcare. Raising the minimum wage. Canceling student loan debt. Medicare for all. Extending lapsed ACA enhanced subsidies. Well, I mean, we can do that. I mean, I think I get what he's trying to say. And extend those and then get the Medicare for all, because technically we don't need the ACA subsidies if we've got the Medicare for all, but yes. Stop Trump's illegal foreign aggression, assistance and support for Ukrainian independence. Repeal the 2001 AUMF. Reaffirm commitment to NATO. End Israel's genocide and Trump's plan to colonize Gaza. Free childcare, cancel student loan debt, defend the LGBTQ plus community, and fight for equality. Demilitarize the police. Stop Trump's illegal foreign aggressions. Build millions of affordable and sustainable homes. Honor the nation's debt to our veterans. Statehood for DC. Demilitarize the police. Access to abortion. Purge the surveillance state. Combat against rising anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and racial hate. Access to abortion. Reforms to secure our democracy. Stop the rigged economy. Build millions of affordable and sustainable homes. We've multiple things in here. But basically, you get the point. He's fairly consistent here on what he wants. So much so that his things are repeated multiple times. Now here is the makeup of California's 14th district. Let's see the map here. Still in the Bay Area, if you will. Extending out into the Bay. Alameda County, Hayward, Pleasanton, Livermore, Union City, Castro Valley, Dublin, Fremont, including most of the San Mateo County and southwest side of San Francisco. Going blue, time and time and time again, with the current representative vacant. Oh, I think it's splitting up a district, isn't it? Oh, wait, no, wait. Right, no, actually, I think it's splitting up. Wait, no, this isn't Nancy's old district. I don't know why it's vacant, but he's not running unopposed. So go vote for Matt Ortega if you're in any of those places. Big Jerry, thank you for the follow on Twitch. All right. Moving from the 14th now to... Now, unfortunately, there are some where there's no primaries happening, or there's no good candidates to endorse. So we don't have a candidate in all California's 52. I'm hoping to improve that and like find at least the best candidate. I just haven't been able to parse through everybody's fucking policies yet. It's a fairly large task, I would point out. But I'm working on it. I'm doing my very best. And so there's a few seats we're gonna have to skip here. We're gonna skip 15th and 16th districts. go to the 17th district to a guy I'm fairly certain everybody here probably is familiar with, so we're not going to spend too much time on this. Let's just see what this guy had to say about the Epstein files a few months ago while in Congress. California's 17th Representative Ro Khanna.
Yesterday, Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake, and now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI. Now, my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public? And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files. But the story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March, long before Thomas Massey and I passed the Epstein Transparency Act. Now, my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them to unredact those FBI files. And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massey, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what? The FBI sent scrubbed files. That means the survivor's statement to the FBI, naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home and raped and abused underage girls or saw underage girls being paraded, they're all hidden. Illegal. They're all redacted. It's a little bit of a farce. They're inviting all the members of Congress to go to see the Department of Justice, quote unquote, unredacted files, but they've got all redacted files from the FBI. And it's not the fault of the Justice Department attorneys. They were just told upload things that Donald Trump's FBI had already scrubbed. It's a blatant violation of the Epstein Transparency Act, but it also asks a fundamental question. Who are they protecting? Why are they protecting these rich and powerful men, people I call part of the Epstein class? Why are we in a country where there is no elite accountability for people who do the most heinous things? You have in England the king now calling for an investigation and possible prosecution of his own brother. You have in Norway the princess who no longer has support to be the queen. And yet in the United States of America, we have someone in the cabinet, Howard Lutnick, who is all over these Epstein files, who allegedly had business with Epstein after he was convicted of pedophilia, and he still is in the cabinet.
Yes, indeed. As we know, Ro Khanna has been one of the few fighting for the release of the Epstein files. Certainly with the most tenacity, if you will. He is, of course, running to keep his seat in the 17th District of California. And, yeah, I would say, yeah, vote for him. Ah, yes, I see that you know your judo well. Where is that sound shot?
I see that you know your judo well.
Yep, there it is. Yes, I see that you know your judo well.
I see that you know your judo well. I see that you know your judo well.
Ah, yes. As a classic. As a classic. We got all the sound shots around here. Somewhere. In the files. Not as extensive as the Epstein files, but there's a lot of them. Let's be real. It's a little out of control, actually. Sometimes I struggle to find... just to find the simplest of sound shots. Okay. Where are all the investigations and the arrests? That's a good question. Where are they? You'd think there'd at least be some under oath testimony in Congress, but we won't be seeing any of that unless we get Democrats, the right Democrats.
Help! I'm being repressed!
The correct people in charge of Congress, right? Like, Congress is still, like, even though Republicans voted for this, they don't actually have, there's like no movement over there to even kind of push for any kinds of serious investigations, accountability, or otherwise. Once again, at the very bare minimum of what do you call of just my brain just fucking broke. What was I talking about just now? I got distracted by a comment. Fucking hell. My ADHD just broke my fucking brain. All I can think about is judo. All I can think about is judo. What the fuck was I just saying? It just broke me inside. Oh, right. Accountability. Yeah, we won't see any of that until we get a good Congress, because Republicans, they only voted for that shit to shut the voters up. They know how unpopular, or how popular or unpopular, whatever, how you want to see it, of, the handling of the files and or the releasing of the files are... but they're not at all interested in actually, like, all of the Republicans are just assuming that that was good enough. Like, passing the legislation and then doing nothing about it, that's fine. No need to make sure that the DOJ releases all the files, or that, I don't know, you look into the files. Because it's not like we just want the files for fun, right? Like, we didn't ask, like, people aren't asking for the millions of documents and whatever else they've got. Photos, videos, whatever other kinds of evidence that may exist. Like, people aren't asking that so that they can, like, put it in a room somewhere, like, for a museum, and like, you know, like, roll around in it, you know, like, for like a good time. Like, people want like genuine accountability, and for the government to do something about this. But unfortunately, like I was saying, there's no movement on the Republican side to do that. If there was, we'd have it already, right? They're in charge of Congress. They still have a historical mandate for the rest of the year, according to them. I'm not the one saying it. I'm just repeating their own words back to them. You guys have the historical mandate. Why don't you mandate those Epstein files into existence, huh? Mandate some fucking under oath testimony. Some consequences. Consequences. There's an idea. Crazy, but real idea. Just came up with it. All right, let's move on now to Sean Doherty. Who is running for California's 19th district. Sorry, California's 18th. Gotta skip over you. Hopefully I'll be able to do an update on this Monday and or Tuesday morning. Or, you get what I'm saying, I think. Yes. California's 19th district. Here was Sean's announcement video from 10 long months ago.
I'm running for Congress because we need a representative who will fight to stop the United States support for genocide and occupation in Palestine. We need a representative who will fight to transform the housing sector from prioritizing profit to prioritizing putting every American in a home they can afford. We need a representative who will fight to abolish ICE and shut down these detention centers that are imprisoning thousands of refugees. The man I'm running against, Jimmy Panetta, he's never going to fight on the right side of these issues. He's paid not to. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can go to opensecrets.org and you can learn for yourself. In my opinion, the most damning piece of information is that in 2024, the height of the genocide in Gaza, Jimmy Panetta's top donor was the Israel lobby. That's all you need to know. And that is why every step of the way, Jimmy Panetta has supported Israel's actions. He's been in office for almost 10 years and he's never been this vulnerable. His constituents have never been this angry at him. He can barely show his face in public because he knows that there will be protesters. I think that we can remove him. And I think that we should take a lot of inspiration from Zoran Mamdani's victory in the New York City mayoral race. He was outspent 25-1, and he started out with 1% name recognition, but he won. And he won by knocking on doors, waging a really smart social media campaign, and proposing policies that benefited the working class.
Yes, indeed. And that's just what Sean's been doing. I was going through his, he has had a very good social media presence. I gotta say, he's got his own fucking YouTube pages and good vids. A lot of shorts. Easily digestible stuff. We're also talking to people, door knocking, supposedly, and all sorts of other stuff, although I haven't been following his race with the same sort of attention I gave Zoran's, I won't lie. I know this is the first time most of you are hearing his name. Let's go hear what he thinks about this issue, which we have talked about in the past. The issue of AI cameras popping up all over our cities, monitoring us and our every movement.
I'm against license plate readers, period. It provides this mass surveillance mechanism, and I'm particularly concerned about the role that it can play in suppressing dissent. And I don't think I need to help work people's imaginations to understand why that's so scary right now.
Patterns can be recognized. It is possible to identify, well, this license plate number was present at this anti-ICE protest. With this executive branch, with this administration at the federal level, we cannot afford to be doing any data collection because these are the eyes of that administration. I yield my time. Person online? Hi.
There we go. He's fighting against these flock cameras that we know have been used for all sorts of nefariousness. Not just government nefariousness. We watched a video. I can't remember what his name is. It's a fairly big channel. But like, this guy did this big investigation into like the security flaws into his cameras and like what private citizens could access. And it turns out everything, like literally everything, with just a little bit of technical know-how, you can basically hijack these cameras for your own purposes, monitor your neighbors without anyone being the wiser. Seems bad, irresponsible, and perhaps stupid. He also wants to abolish ICE, apparently.
I want to abolish ICE, full stop. This is not an extreme view. This is very much in line with the people living in Congressional District 19, people living in America. The survey data shows that this is an 80-20 issue amongst Democrats. This is from polling data just last week. Almost 80% of Democrats want to abolish ICE. ICE is a paramilitary force. These agents are covering their faces. They're not wearing badges. They can't be identified. Any vigilante can just put on a costume, pretend to be an ICE agent, and beat people up, pull them into vans, abduct them, like a brown shirt force or a Gestapo. ICE threatens us, the citizens, when we stand up for our brothers and sisters.
I love this guy. Like he's got a great message. He's absolutely right. Hitting all the things that I would like a candidate to say in perhaps my district down on Earth. All right, one last clip from Sean. This is from 2 weeks ago now. This is his opinion on the war in Iran. Certainly an important topic for a potential future congressperson.
This was an illegal war, both with respect to international law and the Constitution. I would support impeaching Donald Trump and Secretary of Defense Hegseth and Secretary of State Marco Rubio and
Wait, don't worry about it, little
also
Marco.
need to talk about why this war happened. Joe Kent resigned from his position as the top official in counterterrorism because he said that it was Israel, actually, that persuaded Trump. In this district, that's particularly relevant, given that our representative, Jimmy Panetta, has taken a lot of money from the Israel lobby. AIPAC specifically was his top donor in the 2024 election cycle. In order to have a representative who is fighting against these kinds of wars of aggression, I think that we need to have representatives who are not taking money from those kinds of compromising special interests.
See what I mean? He's hitting it all. He's hitting all the right points here. Fighting against the incumbent Democrat, Jimmy Panetta. I think there's another person in the race as well. This is California's 19th district. Yes, indeed. It is, includes, it's along the central coast here, between San Jose and, what is it down there, the Palisades? Something like that. Let's do it. Santa Cruz County, Santa Clara County, Monterey County, San Luis Obispo County. And it's been only slightly changed. If you look at the maps, it's almost imperceptible, the changes. I think it's been shortened slightly over here in the east, but not by much. It's almost the exact same district as it was before. Go vote for this guy, because the incumbent, Jimmy Panetta, sucks, and... And Sean Doherty seems to have the right policy set for you, California. Oh, thank you to PerfectXL for a dono on PayPal. I was about to mention that we have a galactic content goal we still have to complete. Much appreciated for the dono. Thank you for keeping us electorally educated. Oh, no, for keeping us. I see. The $10 is for keeping us. I see. Well, I'm doing what I can. Doing what I can, as you clearly are too, Perf. Incredibly generous. Getting us closer to completing the galactic content goal. I don't know exactly where we're at, but we're at least like 25% closer. Yeah, we're like half of the way. We're about halfway through the goal, it looks like. Making good progress. We still got like a little over an hour to complete it. Right on track, people. All right, now moving on from California's 19th district to the 20th district. Yeah, it's going to be... We got so much to talk about tonight. So many people. Thankfully, California is the bulk of it. Thankfully, not thankfully. double-edged sword, technically. So there's less primaries happening outside of California. All right, yeah, Sandra Van Scotter. She unfortunately does not have the best social media presence, but she did do an interview on a YouTube channel called Focus on the Candidates with Cynthia Pooler from 4 months ago, discussing her run for California's 20th.
Welcome to Focus on the Candidates. I'm Cynthia Pooler. My guest today is Sandra Van Scotter, and she's running in the 20th district and 20th congressional district in California. So, Sandra, have you ever run for office before?
I have never run for office before, and it never even occurred to me to run for office before. The first time I had a thought of running for office was the first time Trump was elected for president. And I kind of thought about it then, but it wasn't the right time in my life to run. And so this time it's the right time in my life to run.
This is the very
Okay,
definition
so
of
it's been you said it's been a learning experience.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What have you learned? Let me throw a couple of issues at you.
Yes.
What have you learned about the role of money in politics?
Learned it's powerful and it's easily corruptible.
Okay, we're not going to want to. It's a 45-minute long discussion here. And since we have so many candidates to talk about, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. Yeah.
On developmental disabilities to advise my local regional center about how to actually administer these services and make sure that people are receiving the services they qualify for and they're eligible for. But previously, when I lived in Illinois, I moved to California in 2014. I was a respiratory therapist. And when I became a respiratory therapist, that whole career industry was in flux. Most respiratory therapists were what they called on-the-job trainees or OJTs, and they did their formal education by mail. It's crazy. And Illinois did not have a license for respiratory therapists. So the respiratory therapists worked under the nurses. So where I'm going is in hospital systems, nurses are the administration. They're called the nursing administration, and they call all the shots. So what I had to do is figure out how to be Hakeem Jeffries and cross that aisle and gain support and help the nurses understand that I'm not going to do anything that's going to make them lose their license because I was working under their license. And that I was also going to help them be better nurses. And so each hospital system that I worked in, I first had to work to repair the relationships between the departments. Because if you have like 1,000 nurses, you might have 100 respiratory therapists. So we were the super minority. And to gain the trust and confidence of those nurses so that we could do our jobs and help them do their jobs better is, I feel like that's really prepared me for where I'm going now, hopefully crossing the other way of, you know, we might be in the minority, but let us help you serve your people and help you be better politicians.
Okay, I'm going to do this. We're going to go back to this clip in a second. I just figured we would look at her page as well as the district really quickly before we listen to the rest of this. But here it is Sandra for CD20.com. Me, Sandra Van Scotter. A direct support professional working with and for intellectually and developmentally disabled people. They choose the word quote-unquote advocate to describe my relationship with them. I'm a Ridgecrest resident since 2014, one of 8 working-class siblings, a respiratory therapist for 20 years, a single mom who put herself through college at 25, and the mother of 3 adults, including a son who receives services through California's regional center system. No one would have predicted that I would run for Congress. I've spent my life staying behind the scenes, serving people through the hardest moments of theirs, until now, because now is when it matters most. Why now? Watching the passage of H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Act, made it undeniable. The so-called cuts are deliberately designed to make it nearly impossible for people to keep proving that they qualify for benefits that they already earned, while hiding the fact that legal support exists to help them. The people I serve showed me that there was a path to help families to survive this, and I am running to walk that path with them. Advocacy for the people, disability, veterans, and immigration, rights protections, and stabilizing safety net services for every person in our district, Medicare for all. Our infrastructure can support it. Constitutional protections to remove the politicization of healthcare access. Water and agriculture. Collaboration with state and local officials on the district's most critical resource concerns. Real representation. Advocating for California 20 in Washington and bringing Washington decisions back home. Clearly explained. What I bring. 20 years as a respiratory therapist. The hospital's first responder. Calm, decisive, and direct under pressure. Supervised a large department serving a 1,000-bed hospital. Managed combined $500,000 budgets for the individuals I currently serve. Appointed by California State Council on Developmental Disabilities to advise Kern Regional Center, serving 19,000 people across Kern, Inyo, and Mono counties. Wrote and enforced policies that prioritized people over institutional comfort and held the line when being brought out would have been easier. I'm sorry, being bought out. Jesus Christ. I'm struggling to read today. Anyways, she seems to have a very good focus on the medical side of legislation. She's clearly been involved on a local, sort of a state level, community level, and direct, sound like person-to-person level. I mean, this is exactly the sort of person that we need to get into Congress, especially in a district like California's 20th. Because California's 20th here, which is barely changing in the redistricting, as you'll see here, just taking up slightly different aspects of Fresno and or Bakersfield here. It takes up much of southern and eastern parts of the southern Central Valley, currently represented by Republican Vince Fong. New 20th district includes parts of Kern, Tulare, Kings, and Fresno counties, including southern Sierra Nevada and the Western Mojave Desert. As you can see, it's been voting Trump across the board since 2016 and Republicans into office for the last 2 decades. It'd be great to flip this district. Whether or not that will happen, it's going to depend on who is running against the Republican in this general election in November.
You don't have to give up your party line, right? So Illinois did not get licensure for respiratory therapists till 2010. So, and even until then, we had to, gain the trust of the older nurses because they were still afraid we were going to do something that would make them lose their license. So it's been it's been recently that I was able to connect what I've done for decades to what I want to do. I just got to get there. So those are some of my final thoughts with, we have to acknowledge as a country that we have one more year of this 119th Congress. And I don't remember her name, but, she was standing in front of the House saying, all these important things that we need to take care of. And we're talking about shower heads. Right?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
We have to acknowledge that we are in for a rough 2026.
Yeah, I also don't remember who that was, but the Republicans have been in there talking about shower heads and aliens and all this other garbage, while we have people literally going hungry, losing their health care. and all these other fucking things, rather than, I don't know, holding Trump accountable with the war powers resolution votes, whatever else. They're just doing nothing.
120th Congress that gets sworn in on January 3rd, 2027 is walking into a situation that we can't even imagine right now. And I use my work as a respiratory therapist. Nobody's calling a respiratory therapist when people are doing well. They're called to traumas. They're called to crisis. They're called to, help people not die, and that feeling of ready to work. When I look at this situation, that's the feeling I have, is I know how to sort through this stuff going on around me and move toward that crisis and stabilize the situation so that we can get stuff done.
So if somebody wants to volunteer for your campaign, send you a donation, how could they do so?
So through the QR code goes to my website. It's Sandra, the number 4, CD20.com.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also listed on ActBlue as a candidate to receive donations.
Okay.
So actblue.com. So you can sign up to volunteer. I have lots of people who have already reached out to me through my website looking to volunteer, asking questions, pointed questions like you've asked me today, and making donations. I do answer all my emails, as you also observed.
Okay. So Sandra, thank you so much. You're running for Congress in the 20th CD in California.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for being a guest on my show, and thank you everybody for listening. If you like this video, please subscribe to my YouTube channel.
Thank you, Cynthia. Well, there was Sandra Van Scotter on the Focus on the Candidates with Cynthia Pooler. Talking the issues. Like I said, she seems mostly focused on disability rights, achieving Medicare for all, and social safety nets on her website, as well as climate change. A bunch of issues that I think are important. Unfortunately, something of a lack of foreign policy stuff in there. But to be honest, all of the things that she stands for would certainly be an improvement from Vince Vaughn, who is a Republican and has voted for basically everything that is ruining this country last year and a half. Cynthia needs a soundboard. Yep. Get Cynthia a soundboard. Let's go here now to the Humanist Report. Talk about the next candidate on our list. Here's a podcast I'm sure most are familiar with here on the channel. Where am I? California's 21st District. Lauren Hubbard. Now, this was from 4 years ago. This is actually Lauren's second, maybe third? Second, maybe third attempt to unseat the incumbent I believe incumbent Republican here in California's 21st Congressional District. Actually, no, I take it back. No, it's not. This isn't a Republican. No, I think maybe at the time, is it Republican? I can't remember. It's currently a blue district, though. Who is represented by who has been represented since 2023. Yeah. By Jim Costa. Guy who's taken a bunch of corporate PAC money. Let's see what him and Michael Figueredo over at the Humanist Report were talking about in his run from 4 years ago. Yes, I know. Look, he unfortunately doesn't have the best social media campaign. At least I haven't been able to find it. If it's on some other platform than YouTube, that could be the issue.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Lauren Hubbard, running to represent the 22nd Congressional District of California. This is a district that was formerly represented, and I use the word represented loosely here, by Devin Nunes. It's now an open seat, and Lauren is here to fill that seat and actually represent the people in the district. Lauren, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thanks for having me. Happy to be here. Really excited to be here.
Happy to have you. So I've got so many questions to ask you. First and foremost, what made you want to run for Congress specifically this year? Because I think that a lot of us are anticipating a loss of the Democratic Party of the House. So assuming you're elected, you are likely facing the prospect of divided government, which means that it'll be a little bit difficult for you to accomplish anything. What made you choose this moment in time?
You know, for me, running for Congress was not something that I really actually even wanted to do. You know, as my wife will tell you, we are very happy just existing in our current life of going to work, raising our kids, and you know, planning for those family vacations and things like that. We're happy to just be that. But I think what is really telling about it and running for Congress is I don't have to, I really don't want to, but I need to. Something to be said that if I don't.
Okay, we'll go back to this in a second, but here is Lauren's current campaign website. LaurenForCongress.com, spelled Lourin, in case anybody's wondering. I don't think I've ever heard this name before. All right, fighting for you instead of the few. Help us send Lauren to Congress. Despite tough challenges and trials, including the deadliest pandemic in our nation's history, the people of the Central Valley stand strong and are rising up. As we recover and reopen, the Valley needs a real champion for our working families in Washington. Lauren Hubbard is that champion. He knows firsthand what it's like to struggle and to face economic hardship, and how political games and partisan politics waged by career politicians have only made things worse for working families in our communities. Lauren is passionate about building a diverse coalition of working and middle-class families behind a bold platform for progressive change. Lauren is currently running for California's 21st Congressional District. Top priorities include Medicare for all, affordable child care and family leave, quality education for all, building a green economy. Why I'm running. Like all parents, I stay up at night worrying about my daughter's futures. Like you, I want my children to grow up in an America of limitless opportunity, freedom, and security.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
However, political dysfunction in Washington, D.C. and self-serving career politicians have put the next generation's future in jeopardy, as they continue to ignore and downplay threats like soaring income inequality, climate change, and the growing erosion of our democracy. The Valley needs new representation and a bold commitment to progressive change, and if we're going to secure that future of opportunity and freedom for our children. Yes, indeed. As you can see here, California's 21st district goes is in the San Joaquin Valley here, including parts of Fresno County, Tulare County, the north side of Visalia, and all of Sanger, Selma, Kingsburg, Parlier, Reedley, Orange Cove, Dinuba, Orosi, Cutler, Farmersville, Woodlake, and Exeter. As we said, currently represented by this guy, Jim Costa, who's, I believe, an APAC Dem, if I recall correctly. APAC corporate Dem type of guy who's basically done nothing to help us. He's been in Congress for decades now. 7 terms, I think, or longer. Since 2005, first representing the 20th district and the 16th district, now the 21st district. Is known for doing nothing. Literally, you look at his Wikipedia page. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. He stands for just existing in Congress and nothing else. He's got no serious issues that he stands for. He's had no controversies. He's done nothing, basically. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit in this conversation.
He talked about with poverty and militarism and materialism being the root cause of evil in this country.
Yeah, there's so many things about the United States that make us a national or international rather embarrassment. I mean, the fact that we're the richest country on the planet and people in this country, thousands per year, are dying simply because they don't have health care, or maybe they do have health insurance, but they can't afford the deductible. As you stated, it's something that a lot of us don't necessarily talk about too much, but we should. It's really frustrating. So for me, I am somebody who's become a lot more cynical. I don't really have a lot of hope. One thing that I wanted to ask you about is you are seemingly optimistic, which I find good and commendable. I'm cynical, and that's bad. But in your Twitter profile, the first thing that you put is proud Democrat. Now, for me, I hate the Democratic Party, and I am basically an individual who has no choice because I live in Oregon, and this is a close primary state. So if there's ever a progressive presidential candidate who's running as a Democrat, I kind of have to be registered to vote for them. So what makes you proud to be a Democrat? Is it a sense of, this has always been my party? Is it a sense of, I think that I can still save the Democratic Party? What makes you proud to be a Democrat? Because I have the opposite feeling.
For me, I kind of fell into that cynicism trap, and I kind of take away the lessons from my mom of always looking at the glass half full. I haven't always been a Democrat, though. I am originally, this area is conservative at its heart. And so I grew up being a Republican, actually, and having those Republican ideas about freedom and opportunity and security. And growing up, actually, it's a really embarrassing fact about me. The very first election I could vote in, I actually voted for Rudy Giuliani in the Republican primary in 2008.
That was a long time ago. You can get a pass for that.
But for me, it's with time has come a little bit of perspective, and those things that I once thought the Republican Party stood for, as far as freedom, security, and opportunity for all, are really not those brands that they actually support.
Well, there you go. Lauren Hubbard, a man, a father, a husband, a guy you should vote for. On Tuesday, he's running on things like Medicare for all, the green economy, quality education, and affordable childcare and family leave in California's 21st Congressional District. Get out there, people, vote in the primaries. Do it now. Well, you can't. Well, I mean, I think early voting's going on, so I guess you could technically do it now, in theory. Although, at this point, probably just better to just wait until Tuesday. Are the polls open on the weekend? I actually don't know that, whether or not they're open for early. Or do you have to? Is it mail in only for? I don't know how it works in California. How are we doing on time? Oh boy, 3 hours. This is wow. This is taking as long, if not longer, than I thought it would. How good. Well, we're like about a third of the way through the clips that I've got for us tonight. Wow, this is perhaps the most extensive election coverage I think we've done yet this year. It's gonna be if I'm not mistaken, this is gonna be a full 8-hour freaking stream. And honestly, that's going to be in lieu of a galactic content goal. I mean, we have a galactic content goal tonight, but because of the importance of the elections, I'm just making the commitment now, halfway through it, to say, you know, even though I need to make money every day to keep the lights on around here, keep the stream going, the reason I do all of this is for the sake of democracy. And, you know, primaries are sort of the most democratic moment of our entire fucking political system. A man, a husband, a Democrat, yes. Correct, thank you. Correct. Thank you, Matt. He also apparently works at the Fresno County Department of Social Services, working to connect low-income people and families to community-based resources and government assistance programs. That's his day job. Here, I'll show you. We didn't look at this, but because of the way you said that, it made it sound so stupid. Here's Meet Lauren, about me. Born in the Central Valley, son of a single mom, working class mother who worked at a local hospital. Without consistent access to quality health care, his mother struggled with chronic high blood pressure and other health problems. And despite the challenges that his family faced, his mother installed in him a profound sense of determination, taught him to always fight for what is right. At Fresno State, where he earned a degree in political science, he met Erin, his lovely wife, and the mother of his two beautiful daughters and son, relying on Pell Grants and working minimum wage jobs to put himself through school. And at the Fresno County Department of Social Services, he's worked to connect low-income people and families to community-based resources and government assistance programs such as CalFresh and Medi-Cal. Okay, there is more information on Mr. Hubbard. Okay, god damn it. Oh, sorry, Joe. I didn't see your comment get automated on Twitch. Like, I'm more involved in the stream than ever right now. The pressure is on right now. Okay, do I take a break now? You know, I'm going to take a break at 4 hours. We'll take a break at 4, which is in like 45 minutes from now. But you gotta give me 2 seconds. 2 freaking seconds, okay, people? Burb. Okay, I'm back. Wow, Cali Cat's got a lot of quotes over here. A lot of quotes from Thurgood. I'm sorry, the last quotes from Thurgood. Okay, all right. Sorry, I just needed to grab myself some tea. Use the bathroom quickly, and I've got very short clips because people are, like a lot of these clips are, political ads and things like that. I don't want to miss the chance to comment on them. All right, who's up next? Yes. All right, Randy Villegas. In, I believe, was it 22nd? Yeah, California's 22nd Congressional District. I believe currently, currently represented by Republicans. Actually used to be a fairly blue district. Although it has been reconstituted as of the redistricting, but currently represented by David Valadao. Which I think that I'm not sure I'm saying that right. But here's Randy Villegas.
My mom used to always tell me, "Dime con quién andas y te diré quién eres." Tell me who you're with, and I'll tell you who you are. My name is Randy Villegas. I'm an educator, an auto repair shop owner, and the proud son of Mexican immigrants. And I'm running for Congress here in my home, in California's Central Valley. My parents risked everything for a better life for me and my siblings. And our family auto repair shop helped our neighbors get back on the road. But even though we worked hard every single day, we struggled to put food on the table. My opponents, Democrat and Republican alike, have taken hundreds of thousands of dollars from the same corporations that are ripping us off, making our healthcare, housing, and groceries more expensive. Politicians in both parties are working for the same corporations that are putting their profits ahead of us. I grew up on Medicaid, and David Valadao just ripped it away from tens of thousands of us. My family relied on food assistance and school lunches, and he cut them too. Valadao takes big checks from Big Pharma, who profits when we're sick. I'm proud to support guaranteed health care for every American, because no one should have to fight cancer and their congressman at the same time. They say it takes a village, but we know it takes a valley. Tell me who you're with, and I will tell you who you are. I'm with the oil and gas workers, the farmers, the nurses, the teachers. I'm with the people. I'm with you.
Okay. All right, now we got a bunch of clips from Randy. Before we go to the rest of them, I'm just going to pull up the information from California's 22nd Congressional District, as well as his campaign website, as we've been doing here for every one of these candidates. I am trying to be as thorough as possible, people. No matter what YouTube says, I'm going to continue to put in the high effort, no matter how demoralizing it might be to be called low effort. Here's California's 22nd District, or at least as it used to be constituted. You can see the map here. That map is now changing, though, from that to this. Big change. I think increasing in size a great deal. Right? Hold on. Well, shifting, actually. But also, yeah, increasing in size a great deal. Like, if you look at it really, like this portion, you can see, like, right here, just gets extended upwards, right? You see, like, right here, it just turns into a whole bunch of more Fresno. Like we were saying, so currently a red district represented by David Valadeo, a district that went from blue to red, as you'll see here, voting for Clinton and Obama. Going back, and then in 2024, voting for Trump. I do think Randy's got what it takes to turn this red district back to blue, especially with the redistricting effort should help him out quite a lot. But a guy who grew up on a ranch, whose family works on cars, who owns like a car repair shop, that, I think that's a pretty relatable working class sort of story. I think all voters could probably, at least most voters could relate to. From the classroom to the community, Randy Villegas is a educator, activist, and proud son of immigrants born and raised in Kern, California in a working class family. Randy knows firsthand the challenges that many Central Valley families face. His journey from earning a PhD to teaching and organizing for change has been rooted in one core belief: that government should work for everyone, not just the powerful few. With deep ties to our community and a lifelong commitment to justice and equity, Randy is running for a Congress in California's 22nd District to bring bold, compassionate leadership to Washington. Issues: cost of living, healthcare, jobs. We could do this, or we could listen to him, and we got clips. So let's do that. The fact is if we got the clips, I prefer them. It's slightly easier on me, not having to be constantly reading and talking. I already do enough of that for 8 hours a day. All right, to the clips.
That's on YouTube.
Every day we have to watch Valadeo and Trump tear families apart, rip away our healthcare. Sometimes it feels like there's nothing we can do about it. Well, guess what? There is something we can do about it today. Early voting in California has officially begun, and it's important for everyone to vote yes on Prop 50. This is how we can fight to help take back the House and make sure President Trump and other politicians stop using our country as their personal bank account. You can vote by mail absolutely free, no postage required, or you can vote in person on Election Day. Let's show Washington, D.C. what California is made of. Today, 8 Democratic senators voted to betray the American people and gave up the only leverage that we had to protect working families from skyrocketing healthcare costs. Americans are sick and tired of politicians who refuse to fight against this Republican agenda to rip us off and give tax breaks to billionaires. Working families here in the Central Valley, in California 22, and across the country deserve new leadership in Washington. And as long as I'm breathing, I'm going to fight like our lives depend on it, because here they do.
There you go. Randy Villegas. Looking to...
I grew up here in Bakersfield, and my story is the story of the Central Valley.
Wait. Sorry, I forgot. Wait. How did we do this? I put these in different order? Oh, right. Right, these were out of order. Gotta refresh this fucking list. Okay, this is the last Randy clip. I think this must have been right around Christmas time. 5 months ago. At least it was posted to his channel around that time.
I grew up here in Bakersfield, and my story is the story of the Central Valley. I grew up here in a working class family. I grew up working as many jobs as I could to help my family make ends meet. And I grew up here attending local public schools. I'm running for Congress because I love the Central Valley, the people who live here.
Okay, I'll read some of his policy issues because it wasn't the most detailed of clips.
With 3 other Democrats.
I gotta move that. I'm gonna knock it over. Let's look at some of the important stuff here. Healthcare. Healthcare. Medicare for all. Expand Medicare to include dental and vision. Hell yeah. Make America healthy again, baby. Vision and health. This guy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, son. Oh, that's beautiful. Immigration. We must fix our broken system. You've seen the videos. Unidentified masked men kidnapping innocent mothers, selling fruit, or ripping children away from their parents. The current policies of blanket detention and deportation are unconstitutional and un-American. Okay, what else we got? Housing. We used to talk about the Central Valley as one of the only places in our state where an ordinary family could still afford to buy a home and have a good quality of life. Now that dream is slipping away further and further, as corporate landlords in Wall Street are robbing the American people of their dream of home ownership by buying up entire neighborhoods and pricing us out, all of us out of the market. I will fight to end corporate ownership of single-family homes. We need an ambitious federal program to build an abundance of affordable and safe housing across the country, creating hundreds of thousands of well-paid union jobs in the process. The environment. Protect our communities from extreme weather. Ask any farmer and they'll tell you we're seeing record heat year after year. If nothing changes, our food, water, and livable temperatures are all at risk. Our farm workers are already 35% more likely to die from heat-related causes. I will fight to prioritize the health of our farm workers and our communities. And foreign policy. Might as well check that one, too. Whether it's Iraq, Afghanistan, or Palestine, Americans are sick of endless wars. The only way to bring true safety to our people and servicemen and women is by restoring our place in the world as a leader of peace. We send billions of our taxpayer dollars to countries on the other side of the world that, unlike us, have universal health care and free higher education, all while our families at home are struggling to make ends meet. Foreign aid for those suffering from extreme poverty and natural disasters is important. But when it comes to war or bailing out other countries, we must get our priorities straight and invest in our own communities, people, and country. You notice he doesn't use the word genocide. And I think that it's a opportunity missed. But he is, I think, the best candidate running in California's 22nd congressional district, trying to unseat this David Valadao guy. So I think he still technically deserves your vote if you're in the area, because he's good on a lot of stuff. We cannot allow perfect to be the enemy of good. Okay. I hate to use these sorts of fucking cliches, but I must insist that we have to be pragmatic and at least find the best candidates, right? In the elections, right? In the primaries, if they are even happening. Because in some cases, primaries aren't happening at all. And incumbents are just going straight to the general, and that's not the system that we should want necessarily. I don't think I think all of us would prefer to at least have the option to have our voice heard. Oh. And hopefully by Tuesday, I'll have filled out the rest of these seats. It's just it's an even harder decision on some of these, and then the rest of the other ones. There's a combination between either really hard decisions between pretty bad candidates and or incumbents that I got to work out for the rest of the list. It's just more work is all. And I just started with the ones that were actually running in primaries, that were actually fairly easy to decide on. It's the hard decisions and the incumbents that have just gone by the wayside, because it's like, first off, the incumbents are completely meaningless until November, so who cares? And then, then it's the parsing between terrible and awful. Which is unfortunately a decision I'm going to have to try and make in a bunch of different places. Look, it's my job. I signed up for it. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's what I'm going to do. Or at least try to do between now and Tuesday, if I can manage to find a little extra time. and rip myself away from the news headlines and focus in on the elections. It's tough. Because that's my other, really, right? Like, because there's other news happening right now that we're not talking about. There's plenty of shit going on. But this takes precedence, right? As a U.S. focused, it's like a U.S. centric stream at least, right? Like we talk about all sorts of shit outside of the U.S., of course. I think much more so than most streams, honestly. Not bragging, I'm just going based upon what I've fucking seen. There are some, don't get me wrong, there are some. But, you know, like as a U.S. centric stream, and as a, you know, technically a U.S. citizen, although I'm still trying to become a space expat at some point for our luxury space commune on the moon. We still don't have the funds for that situation. I still gotta vote. And so do you. If you're still on planet Earth, too. I think not voting, if you have the option to vote, is effectively just giving up your democratic right to everybody else. And just think about the other people in your town or city. Like, you may, you know, give them their respect on the street, but come on, some of them suck, right? Some of them suck, and they too can vote. So always remember that. Always remember. You should be up in there voting. I missed an N? Did I miss an N? Where? What? I don't know what you're referring to. I'm sorry. Look, I'm not an expert on California, okay? I've never lived in the state. I think I've only been there once for like 2 seconds. And look, I do my best. Some of these things I'm just like, I'm reading it. Like I'm just reading your city or county, whatever town name. I've never heard it said out loud, or if I have, I'm not aware of it. Just doing my best. Let's put some respect on the N. Okay, God damn it. Look, I'll do my best. I don't even know what you're referring to. I don't even know what you're talking about. It would help if you just said what the word is that I missed. I don't even... How am I to put respect on an N when I don't know what the N even is? That's not helpful. That's unhelpful to me. I need you to be more specific. Precision.
Precision of language. Please.
Of language, please. For the love of God. Listen to Tom Cruise's ex-wife. Who I cannot remember her name. I'm always forgetting that woman's name. People haven't told me her name, like, I swear, like a half a dozen times on stream. I'm always forgetting it. She's just so forgettable. She's just so forgettable. Like, I know her as, what was her name on Dawson's Creek? Not Pacey. I want to say Pacey, but I know that's not it. What's her fucking name? Katie Holmes. Joey Potter. Remember that stupid show. Isn't James Vanderbeek from Canada? Oh, no, he's not. Huh. Why do I think he's from Canada? Whatever. My celebrity knowing is really bad. Like, to be perfectly honest, I've always found to some degree, like, obsession, like, celebrity culture obsession, just, like, sort of abhorrent. And, like, there's definitely other things to focus on. And so, like, I always, like, enjoy movies, enjoy, like, music and stuff, but, like, looking into people's lives after that is, like, always, like, do I care? No. Actually, I don't care to know this person's name or their life. I know them as that character in that show, and that's good enough for me. You know? And in fact, I feel like I've had to try and get more tuned into it as because like my job is to stay up on like current events, and I find myself in situations where I'm like, oh, I don't know this piece of like current whatever about this celebrity, and now I'm about to get fucking roasted for it or something. It's a disaster, really. Okay, I'm on a fucking tangent over here. I need to focus in. Oh, I gotta focus in. California's 23rd district is up next. Teresa Lynn Hodge. Not the best social media presence, but she does have some good stances on policies. Here's K-Bax, Eyewitness News, Bakersfield Now, from 9 months ago. Longest fucking name for a network.
With 3 other Democrats, Tessa Lynn Hodge will be an option on the ballot come elections next year. And working in the medical field herself, she says she felt compelled to run after her clients came to her terrified that they would lose their health care coverage.
They deserve a representative that actually represents their interests in Congress and isn't just there to line their own pockets.
Licensed clinical social worker Tessa Lynn Hodge
That's
says current leadership for California's 23rd congressional district isn't working, and that change needs to happen.
What a radical concept. People shouldn't be living in fear. Just complete paranoia. Not even paranoia is the wrong word because it's sort of unfounded. Just in utter terror of experiencing the U.S. medical system without insurance.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just
That's
crazy enough to
interesting.
work.
Yeah.
Whoopsies, didn't mean to do that. Yeah.
Says current leadership for California's 23rd congressional district isn't working, and that change needs to happen. Growing up in the district herself, she says she understands the needs of this community.
Before we started the interview, you had said you don't feel like this is a race a lot of people are paying attention to. Why is that?
I think that the 23rd is overlooked. It's a predominantly rural district. People don't think that this is a winnable race, that a Democrat can flip this seat, and I want to prove them wrong.
Mainly located in the Mojave Desert, California's 23rd encompasses parts of Kern, San Bernardino, and LA counties. Current Representative Republican Jay Obernolte has held the seat since 2023.
How do you plan on gaining that support from voters who elected Obernolte or just typically vote Republican?
I think it goes back to relationship building, and I think it goes back to communication. So in my job as a social worker and a mental health provider, the strength of the relationship between myself and my client is going to be the biggest indicator of success for my client. And I believe that that transcends just social work, just mental health practice. That goes to our communities as well.
Hodge says Obernolte's vote to support the president's cuts to Medicaid is evident that he isn't voting in the best interest of the people.
The cuts to Medicare and Medicaid that are going to be implemented because of this bill will very likely close 4 of the rural hospitals in our district. Barstow, the hospital in Joshua Tree, and 2 of the hospitals in our mountain communities. These people will now, in those communities, will now have to drive 45 minutes to over an hour to reach a hospital. How is that in the best interest of the constituents of this district?
One of Hodge's campaign messages, coinciding with ousting millionaires from office, can be found on the t-shirt she wore to our interview. Elect tattooed people to Congress.
It's less a statement on just electing a tattooed person to Congress, and it's more about everyday people, everyday hardworking people. Some of us have tattoos. And I truly believe that in Congress, in our government, in our local government, we need more everyday people to take positions in office.
Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. So she is running on a single payer platform. Absolutely on board for that. And Now, there's been some changes in California's congressional district. I just want to point out to everybody here, as a result of the redistricting. This was from 9 months ago. So the district changed from this. This is what it looked like in that map we were just looking at. And I believe has now changed to this. As you can see, sort of expanding into a couple of different regions, including into a portion of eastern Los Angeles, it looks like now. But yeah, this is Southern California. Mostly within the Mojave Desert, as was mentioned. And cities in the new 23rd District include Victorville, Hesperia, Adelanto, Apple Valley, Barstow, 29 Palms, Big Bear Lake, California City, Loma Linda, Yucaipa, Southern Redlands, and small portions of Highland and San Bernardino. It's also one of the highest active duty military populations in the country. And as was mentioned, is in fact has been a very red district, voting for Trump 3 times in a row. And average median household income of about $77,000. Majority Hispanic district. But she does seem like a very regular person. And, you know, it's a vibe that I feel like you don't get that much. You know, sleeves rolled up and yet sleeves still there, right? Like she's got huge, you can tell she's got huge tattoos. But her policies are not all that radical. They're very reasonable, in my opinion. Single-payer healthcare, affordability, lowering costs for homeowners and renters, bringing good jobs and livable wages, protecting the environment, and prioritizing mental health, protecting LGBTQ communities, and of course she's got to have a strong veteran policy, since she is in a very, as was just mentioned a second ago by me, very large active military population in this particular district. However, on her national security and foreign policy, she does mention that it shouldn't be about how much you're spending on weapons, but about the people and the relationships you build, and the promises you keep. She uses a lot of words I think are very much intended to speak to the sort of mindset of a military vet, but while being very clear about her, her belief that the soldiers are much more important than spending money on bombs and missiles and new planes, and also making clear that she does not take and will not take money from AIPAC, J Street, or any other political action committee that intends to influence U.S. foreign policies in ways that conflict with her commitment to human rights. She also called what's happening in Gaza a genocide, like a based individual. All right, that was California's 23rd. Wait, no, yeah, California's 23rd, Teresa Lynn Hodge. Now to California's 24th. I think we're going to take a break after the 24th. Who we got? Yes, Helena Pascarella. Wait, why? Who? Huh? Who is this guy? Wait, how are you here? Oh, right. Right. Actually, Helena, I take it back. Helena, we don't need to talk about right now. That's why I don't have a clip for her, because she's running in the Peace and Freedom Party. I think unopposed. So, you don't have to worry about that. But that's who I think you're going to need to support in the general, most likely. And I still need to figure out... still need to look at the two candidates, the two fairly shitty candidates running against each other right now in the Democratic primary right now. The incumbent is garbage. Let's go to the California's 26th, skipping the 25th and the 24th. Chris Espinosa for Congress. Here's a clip from his YouTube channel from 2 weeks ago.
That's on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Chris Espinosa. I'm running for Congress in California's 26th Congressional District. I come from a long line of advocates and organizers who have fought for this community for decades. I'm the only person in this race who has experience as a senior congressional staff member, and I know how the system works. I've marched, I have protested, I have stood alongside residents of Flint fighting for clean water and a better future for our children. I'm fighting for workers who are getting squeezed while politicians cash their big checks. If you want a do-nothing corporate Democrat who will not fight for this community, who barely shows up, who's funded by the same billionaires that enable Trump's agenda and are screwing the community's interests, then by all means, vote for another candidate. But this community deserves a member of Congress with the courage to stand up, fight back, and protect our communities. It does not deserve this. Establishment Democrats are trying to make this a coordination and not an election. But they don't get to decide who represents this community. You, the voters, do. So if you want someone who's actually fought for people, knows the system, and is willing to take that system on, then I'm asking for your vote in the June 2nd primary. This campaign is supported by the people and not corporate billionaires. I'm Chris Espinosa, and I approve. Oh my God. Oh man.
Bro, dude, that's my grandma's camera. Wait, don't look over there.
There are a whole lot of people for Chris Espinosa, and we approve this message. Yay!
There you go. That's Chris Espinosa, who is running for Congress in California's 26th Congressional District. This is what it looks like. Fairly diverse district here, majority Hispanic by a 0.5 percentage point, which is changing in geography slightly in the newer districting. If you look here, the map is going from that to that. Median household income of $120,000. Voting blue mostly for the last couple of decades, although there was a brief period of red here in the 2010s. There's the midterms after Obama was elected. Those were the first midterms. Yeah. There's a fair amount of ruralness in here, even though there is a big piece of metropolitan area comprising most of Ventura County, as well as a small portion of Los Angeles County. Cities in the district included Camarillo, Oxnard, Santa Paula, Thousand Oaks, Westlake Village, Moore Park, and part of Simi Valley. Now this is his website. Cost of living. My goal is simple: ensure that everyone can build stable, prosperous lives without being crushed by systemic economic pressures. Healthcare for all. Healthcare is a human right. I support universal coverage through a Medicare for all style system that guarantees comprehensive care, medical, dental, vision, reproductive, and mental health without financial barriers. I will defend women, the LGBTQ plus community, immigrants, and other vulnerable communities from politically motivated attacks on their access to care. I'll fight to restore and protect our democracy, curbing unchecked executive power, and reasserting Congress's constitutional role as a co-equal branch of government. I mean, on those two things alone, he's doing pretty great. Okay, we're 4 hours into the stream. Literally in 3, 2, 1. Boom. 4 hours. Blam. So, take a quick... Who's the incumbent of District 26? Julia Brownlee. Any mention of PAC money or corporate lobby on the on the incumbent? I mean, I think there's PAC money throughout the rest of, throughout much of the rest of the race. That is a good question, though. So here are the candidates currently up in 2026. Incumbent Julia Brownlee. Yeah, you got oh, actually I take it back. God, Julia already dropped out. She's the incumbent, but she's dropped out already. And now there's a heated fucking race to take her seat between like 6 different Democratic candidates, including Chris. And there's like PAC money all over this fucking thing. Okay. Okay, quick break, everybody. I know. But I think we all need a break from now and again. And I actually haven't eaten anything since waking up this evening. What time did I wake up? Yeah, I was late. Because I went to bed really late, trying to get ready for tonight's stream. Yeah, quick galactic intermission, everybody. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alright, everybody, I hope you're all enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. We got Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. We got Throne, where you can contribute to physical items, which I would eventually see in real life. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Yes, indeed, Space Fams. Click the link in my Twitch bio or YouTube description and find out. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. The break is over, and it's time for us to get back to the stream, so you're gonna want to get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, people. We did it. We made it to the second half of the stream. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about here. Still got a bunch of candidates to discuss. In California alone, I think we still got like 20. I just gotta get myself resituated here. Where do we end? Chris Espinosa. Yes. Okay. Right. Now to Caleb Norwood, who is running for Congress in California's 27th district. Here's Caleb from a month ago. Talk about all the stuff we could be paying for in lieu of Operation Epstein Fury.
I couldn't let this slide. Last week, Donald Trump said this.
It's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country. But all these little things, all these little scams that have taken place, you have to
little scams.
You have to let states take care of them, Russell.
Let's be honest, when he's talking about military protection, he's talking about funneling money to arms manufacturers and military contractors, not our service members. In this war, we've spent over $1 billion per day. That's easily around $40 billion at minimum. And later, they are expected to ask Congress for $100 billion in additional funding. $140 billion could fund free college for a year, universal childcare for 2 years, and to be able to give all American children free school lunches. So when Donald Trump and other politicians say that we can't afford to do stuff for our country, what they're really saying is that they care about the pockets of military contractors versus your well-being. And I'm running to change that.
There we go. Caleb for Congress. Caleb Norwood running California's 27th to make your money go to feeding the poor rather than fighting wars. All right, one more clip from Caleb before we look at his website and the makeup of California's 27th.
We live in a future where every day the world gets more complicated.
more necessary skills are needed in order for us to build the future that we want. No one should go into debt just to learn something. With this debt, people take on jobs that they don't want to work just in order to be able to pay it back. This is why I'm for free public college, in order to end student loan debt and to encourage Americans to get the skills to build the future that we deserve.
There we go, Caleb Norwood. Let's check out his website. You can see he's trying to do his best social media campaign. I think he's doing a pretty good job. In comparison to some other people, he's at least got his own YouTube channel. A channel which is getting at least a few views. All right, here's Caleb's campaign website. Caleb for Congress. The only anti-APAC candidate in the race, Caleb Norwood is running for Congress to be a voice for radical change in the country with an out-of-control affordability crisis, reckless spending, wars of choice, and a sense of uncertainty about America's future. It is not the time for business-as-usual politics. He's running on a progressive agenda of national public housing, Medicare for all, universal child care, free public college, more federal funding for K-12, increased investment in public transportation, and national fiber internet. Right now, we need fighters who will stand up to the billionaire donor class for the average American. We need those who will fight for the working class against corporate interests in this difficult time. It is a new era for this country. We will fight for our rights. Well, there you go. Caleb. Here's the 27th district, which has changed slightly as a result of the redistricting effort from this map, as you can see here. Weird trapezoidal shape to this, which looks like a reverse map of Louisiana, which includes most of North Los Angeles County, including cities of Santa Clarita, Palmdale, and Lancaster, and parts of northwestern San Fernando Valley and the city of Los Angeles. Prior to redistricting in the district was located in the San Gabriel Valley. Current Representative George Whitesides, Democrat. This is the time to go for the best, and George Whitesides is not that. May very well be Caleb Norwood. It's going to take me a minute to get everybody's names straight. There's so many. There's so many people. All right. Oh, I made food. I'm not even eating it. Now my bagel's going cold. Okay. Who's next? Yes, Angelica Dueñas. Angelica Dueñas. She is running for California's 29th congressional district. Sorry, we're skipping over you. California's 28th. I don't have I think it's actually an incumbent. Is it an incumbent Democrat there? I think it might be an incumbent unopposed Democrat or something there. I can't remember. Don't test me on it. Point is, we're moving on. That's the important point to take from this. We're going to California's 29th district now. Angelica Dueñas, who is running now, I think, for the third time here. Currently trying to unseat Luz Rivas, incumbent Democrat. This was her campaign launch video, I believe, from oh shit, what did I just do? How did I do this? Motherfucker. Screw it, I'm just gonna do it this way. It's easier. Sorry, I'm fielding a lot of stuff. This was her campaign launch video from 3 years ago.
East Valley, a shady cruise into the hustling world of a working woman whose political experience does not exist.
Kitten, open the trunk. Just kidding, my car can't do that.
Angelica Dueñas, a young mother on a crusade to champion the cause of the innocent, the helpless, the powerless, in a world of political vendidos who operate above the law.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this is the best campaign video we've seen. I think it's this is my hands down. I think the best campaign video we've seen from anybody as of yet. Okay, like this is top. This is top tier shit. Okay, this is like she did a whole like a short film. She did a goddamn short film over here. Woman is crushing it. The Knight Rider, Angelica Dueñas for Congress. I got one more clip from Angelica, but before that, I just want to go to her webpage real quickly here. AngelicaForCongress.com. Working people deserve real representation, not politicians. I want you. I love this. I want you, not AIPAC, to power this campaign. Yes. Power it. Yeah! Power it, people. Working people deserve real representation, not politicians brought by corporate PACs. Angelica Dueñas has never taken AIPAC money and never will. She answers only to you, a tireless advocate for the working class. No corporate strings, no compromises. Enough of politics as usual. Peace, jobs, justice. Oh! Angelica Dueñas is a mother activist and community organizer. She accepts zero corporate money, so she's only beholden to the people. Who am I? I was born in the working-class suburb of Sun Valley, raised by my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dueñas, who immigrated from Mexico. My life resembles that of my local communities. Brought up through hard work and LAUSD's public schooling. I'm proud of the education I received from Roscoe Elementary School, Byrd Middle School, and Polytechnic High School. I went on to earn a Human Resources certification from Los Angeles Valley College, a bachelor's degree in political science from CSULA, and a master's degree in organizational leadership from Woodbury University. Like so many other working-class women, I'm so proud to be the first person in my family to achieve higher education. And of course, that pride and joy was surpassed by my parents and extended family's elation. Voter resources. Oopsies. The fuck? Hold on. Page. Not found. Here's some of her endorsements. Organized for Peace. Track AIPAC. Citizens Against AIPAC. Fuel the Burn LA. Fuel the Burn SFV. CAIR Action. Citizens Impeachment. Progressive Voter Network. Encourage for Democracy. Fuck yeah! All right. Not gonna lie. This woman's vibes are just top level. Top tier vibes coming from Angelica. I almost want to watch this video again, but we can't do that. Let's go here. This is from 2 years ago.
I'm Angelica Dueñas. I'm running for Congress in the East San Fernando Valley in California's 29th Congressional District. Here is where my parents immigrated to and raised their family. Here is where I went to school. Here is where my friends and family live and work. Here is where I was born. Here is all I know. I'm a working mother raising my family here. Over the past 30 years, I've witnessed my community struggle to get ahead. My neighbors and I have been living paycheck to paycheck. Many of us are struggling with the lack of affordable housing, a lack of good paying jobs, no health care, and pollution from dirty industries. Where is the working class representation in Congress? I say it's time to fight for our community, not corporations or special interests. It's time to use power to bring good jobs, living wages, healthcare, education, a brighter future for our children, because it is possible if we come together. This valley is full of art, full of life, full of hardworking people trying to better our lives. It's time that our government work hard for us. This is nuestro valle, our valley, and we're ready to give it the people first representation it deserves.
Well, there you go. If you're in California's 29th, get voting for Angelica Dueñas. Or Angelica? I think I've been saying it wrong the whole time. I'm sorry. I don't speak Spanish. I can understand some contextually because I took Latin and French. And because, I'm a human being who's lived, more than 30 years, and I've heard many Spanish words said. So like certain things I just happen to know because I've heard them so many times. But very bad with my Spanish, so sorry, Angelica. I'm doing my best, okay? I'm doing my best. All right. We got more people. More people. Who's up next? Ah, yes. California's 30th. Joel Lava.
A what now?
That's right. Joel Lava is about to explode onto the scene.
You are not funny.
Look, I can only got what I've got to work with, okay? California's 30th district, Joel Lava. He's been out here doing some political activities for the last year. In fact, he was an organizer, one of the main organizers behind the anti-Tesla protests, if you remember those. I know it's been a long time. Hard to remember so far back.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
But you may remember that guy, Elon Musk, running around the government doing a bunch of horrendous nonsense. And Joel apparently took it upon himself to start organizing against Elon's company, Tesla, in California. This is from his Joel Lava for Congress YouTube channel.
That's on YouTube.
Now, the chief executive of Doge is tech mogul Elon Musk, which has sparked a number of anti-Elon Stop the Coup protests around the country.
When you already have 300 billion, why do you need more? He tweets 200 times a day. The man is on ketamine and he's not well. Enough was enough with the Sieg Heil, the heartfelt autistic salute.
Wait, hold on. Do you see that sign? Wait, there it is. Wait.
300 billion, why do you need more?
Ku Klux Klan, and then he turned the Tesla logo into a fucking Klan hood. Wow. That is some ingenuity right there.
He tweets 200 times a day. The man is on ketamine and he's not well. Enough was enough with the Sieg Heil, the heartfelt autistic salute. So 4 weeks ago, just me and a friend stood outside the service center in Burbank, and the next day there was 4 of us. Last week, we came here and there was 30, and then this week, it's just exploding here and across the country. There was like almost 100 here today, and they're all everywhere. And it's just growing, and Tesla's stock is rapidly declining.
The organizers of the Glendale boycott rally say it's more than just about Elon's political affiliation, and that Doge aside, he's genuinely mentally unfit to be running billion-dollar publicly traded companies.
This guy supposedly runs the Boring Company, Tesla, SpaceX, Starlink, and he's tweeting 200 times a day and never sleeping and taking ketamine. He's just been radicalized. His politics have clearly shifted, and we've seen it happen with all our friends and loved ones. They go down the dark side, they go on QAnon, down the internet rabbit hole, and something just happens to them, and it's usually white dudes. Thank you! It's usually some white dude who got picked on when he was a kid.
I was almost beaten to death, if you call that word. It was not a happy childhood.
Do you think that Democrats are doing enough?
Absolutely not. They went and stormed the Department of Education building, and one little skinny dude was stopping a whole mob of angry Democrats. It's pathetic.
The stunt comes as President Trump is considering abolishing the department.
Democrats do not know how to fight. That's literally my single mission. They know how to throw a punch, but when they take a punch back, they run away. And fighting is taking punches and getting bloody. It means our actual leaders need to get arrested, like John Lewis would have done.
Congressman John Lewis and Charles Rangel were among those arrested during a march on the National Mall.
We need new leaders. All of our leadership of the Democratic Party, they're using 20th century tactics and messaging to fight against a battle troll destroying our country because of social media. I'm only focusing on Tesla and Musk because I feel like marching outside the White House or Trump is not, he's Teflon Don. So we're going after Musk because it's a soft target, because he's sensitive and susceptible and he lashes out. And if we can decline his stock price, he has no wealth and then he loses his power.
Yes, indeed. That was the Channel 5 News interviewing Joel Lava at the Tesla protest march in March of last year. Now, later in that week, Joel made another appearance, this time on a podcast for an interview live on, what is this called? What's this? The Majority...
We are back.
Majority Report.
Sam
That's
Cedar
it.
on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland out today. Pleasure to welcome to the program.
You should be ashamed
Joel
of yourself
Lava,
for having that thought.
Organizer with Tesla Takedown in LA. Last week was your 9th straight week protesting, Joel. And I got to say, well, first tell us about what Tesla Takedown is and what the thinking is behind it, because I actually think that it's really, generally, I'm not a big consumer protest guy, but I think this one is incredibly effective. But tell us why you guys started, how you got started in this.
I actually agree. I think boycotts and protests aren't always effective. Like the fire protest, the post office protests are barely getting coverage. But Elon Musk, as the owner of Twitter, who tweets 200 times a day and is a sensitive fella, his source of power and wealth is primarily Tesla and his ownership of Tesla. So the thinking was to go directly at Tesla to tarnish the brand and bring down the value of his brand and directly impact his power and wealth. So that was the thinking, and it's been pretty effective so far. It started I started 9 weeks ago. I was one of the first. I didn't do it coordinated with anyone, just had to do something other than just scream at our phone. So we went out, and it started as 2 people 9 weeks ago, and it's gotten up to 300 at a couple locations. And it's the stock has come down. It's doing a little bit of a dead cat bounce right now, but things are going really well.
It's interesting, I know they're doing it here in Gowanus on Saturdays at noon. I know this because there's at least 1 or 2 people around this area who is putting up signs. And I also noticed, what I've been noticing is that somebody's also putting flyers, could be the same person or other people, putting flyers on people's Teslas saying, sell your car. And so what is give me a sense of that relationship between his wealth and power. It's not just a matter of annoying this guy, right? I mean, there is a serious impact potential for him, it seems to me, if that Tesla stock continues to drop. And we know that they have problems in Europe because people just aren't buying the cars like they used to.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, we know it can't be forgotten that going after Tesla and Musk is really going after Trump and the people who control Trump. And we know that Trump values really wealthy people because he feels accepted. So there's that really childish dynamic at play. Also, it's been reported that if the stock falls to a certain point where it goes under 100, Musk will be a victim of margin calls. He loses all his leverage, and it could throw him into serious financial jeopardy.
Unfortunately, none of that ever came to fruition. Tesla stock has continued to go up, even though sales have continued to go down. It's because it's still it's just a complete meme stock that's not even based in reality. It's valued way higher than things like companies like Ford or Chevy that put out way more cars, do way more in revenue. But it's just, Elon Musk has a weird capture over. It's like the investor demographic, I guess you might call it. I don't even know. It's just like he's just, for now been impervious to any sort of financial consequences. Now, Joel announced his run for Congress. See, the thing is, he wasn't even running for Congress at this time, from my understanding. And in the wake of the protests, I think he decided at some point to run for Congress in his district, California's 30th. Here is a video.
The future.
Oops, no, we're just gonna move past that. We're gonna go to this video from his website, from his YouTube channel from last month.
I didn't know my journey would be to run for Congress or to protest in the streets and lay it all on the line. It all started with Uvalde. Scratch that. It started in Austin, Texas, where I'm from. It was the blue Texas of fearless leaders like Barbara Jordan and Ann Richards. America on the rise. But something tragic was rising in America. Something unthinkable. I launched a campaign to fight gun violence. We go directly at and expose the companies that profit from this madness. The powerful elite don't feel shame.
So we started the takedown.
A very successful movement that fights the funding of fascism. While we're out in the streets, our leaders say this.
So we sent him a very strong letter just the other day. 8 very strong questions.
How many more people must be snatched and killed by ICE? How many more millions in bribes must Trump take? How many new wars must we let him start? There's only one remedy to remove a tyrant from office, and most of our elected Democrats won't even say the word. I'll say it. Impeach Donald Trump. I'm Joel Lava, and I'm running for Congress in California's 30th District. I'm a lifelong Democrat, activist, union member, and a renter, and a Burbank dad for 17 years. California's 30th is a powerful district filled with studios, industry, immigrant communities, and an amazing creative working class. We even have Hogwarts! I've spent a career running creative teams, and now it's time to leverage the voices of this district to give more power to the people. I hear you. We're all angry, and many of us are scared. I'll be your fighter. I'll fight for affordability and accountability. We can fix issues like immigration, education, the climate crisis. We can take dark money out of politics
and put more money into our communities. I don't think the Democrats have forgotten the working man. They have forgotten how to fight for the working man.
The solutions are already out there. We just need leaders with the courage and tenacity to fight for them. It takes all of us, together. We can't have we the people without all the people. Join the fight at JoelLavaForCongress.com.
Speaking of JoelLavaForCongress.com, here it is. Issues here. Our campaign's priorities. Impeach those who say, but we don't have the votes. I would respond, then why be in Congress? Why show up for any other legislation efforts? Imagine if every Democrat stood on the steps of the Capitol holding articles of impeachment. That is unity. That is fight. That is seizing the narrative. Exactly. Abolish ICE. I generally subscribe to mend it, don't end it, but ICE is the exception to prove the rule. ICE has been commandeered to Trump's personal lawless Gestapo. DHS should be reformed as well. Immigration is a multi-layered issue that needs more than one priority fix. It requires a comprehensive approach, which is almost what happened in 2013 and again in 2024 before Republicans killed both efforts. Affordability. The all-consuming buzzword covers everything, from childcare to healthcare to education and housing. The simplest solution is to swing the dial on tax code back in the direction to when America had the strongest middle class. Many other solutions are actionable now. Money out of politics. I mean, he's got a lot of good policies you can go through here. Must fully expand Medicare and Medicaid to cover more people into this already efficient program. Fight for universal health care. Nothing more pro-family than expanded child care. I mean, just go on. The guy's on it. He's covering all the important things. Now, here's California's 30th district. Used to look like this. Redistricting effort now looks like this. Slightly larger, I think. Wait, hold on. Actually, is that larger? No, that's not larger. Smaller. I think it's smaller now, technically. It's just the map zoom changes, so it's throwing me off. Is it bigger or smaller? It's actually no, it's bigger. No, it's bigger. I'm sorry. No, it's bigger. It's just throwing off. The map zoom is fucking with me. All right, yeah, it's slightly bigger now, including parts of Santa Clarita and I think Palmdale. Currently represented by Laura Friedman. And unfortunately, she's done nothing as representative that I would say is all that been all that helpful to America. And in fact, she prevented the release of billions of dollars of voter-approved money for the California high-speed rail project. So, yeah, she kind of sucks. All right, Space Fams, we're making progress. Don't worry. We're making progress here. That's Joel Lava. We've made it through the bulk of California. You can rest easy knowing that much. Oh boy. California, huge place. It's weird how we only have 2 senators for each state. But then when you look at it in this perspective, you're like, wait a second. Okay, this is how much bigger California is than Idaho or Montana or South Dakota. Any of the Dakotas are so fucking small, they have 1 representative. They have less representatives than they have senators. It's insane. It's more land than people in South Dakota. And the system that we have kind of enfranchises land. You know? It's like, oh, land has more rights than human beings in New York. Like, land in South Dakota is more important than like half of New York, like more than like half of New York State. Like just all the people in New York State. All right, let's move it on now to this guy, Chris Ahuja. At least I think that's how you say it. I might be fucking that one up too. Christopher Ahuja, running for Congress in the 32nd? Wait, sorry, I lost it. Where is it? Son of a bitch. Oh, that was a disaster. Why? Why do you hate me so much? Oh, you motherfucker. You're moving this out of the way. You're just killing my vibes. Okay, too many windows open. 32? 32, yes. 32nd District of California. Christopher Ahuja, or however you say that.
So how long has Brett Sherman been in Congress? Well, 8 presidential cycles.
It was a very quick clip from Chris referring to this guy.
Shout out to Speaker.
Wait, please hold, Chris. Yeah, I know you're fast moving with these clips. He's referring to this guy, Brad Sherman, who has been in Congress since 97. Fucking wild. 30 years.
Shout out to Speaker Mike Johnson. It takes a lot of courage and guts
to be one of the dumbest, if not the dumbest speaker of the House there ever has been. I mean, there's a list of them, but Mike Johnson,
There's a list, he
number
says.
one.
You're a moron.
Dumbass.
Thank you, Chris. All right, before we watch the last clip from Chris. I gotta say, anybody who's willing to call Mike Johnson a dumbass publicly might already have my vote, if I'm being perfectly honest. But, dude, Chris's website here. Chris hoo-ha for Congress. We don't ask, we act. Moral leadership begins now. A vote for the people. A vote for a real democracy. We're not just running a campaign, we're building a movement to stop Trump, fascism, and the politicians too weak to fight them. Because while they protect billionaires, working families can't afford rent, groceries, and health care, and the American dream is slipping away. Across the district, tenants, workers, and small businesses are being squeezed, while Brad Sherman takes money from corporate landlords and Wall Street donors. I'm Christopher Ahuha, a Democratic socialist, a father, a small business owner. I'm not a career politician, I'm organizing with the people to make housing, healthcare, and dignity affordable for everyone. Now, he's got a lot of issues he's good on, but if you just look at who he's endorsed by, I think it's pretty clear. Track APAC endorsement, Feel the Burn SFV endorsement, Citizens Impeachment endorsement, CARE Action California endorsement, American Youth Climate Action endorsement, American Palestinian Communities endorsement, Green New Deal Champions endorsement, Knock LA, LA Defensa, Future Urbanist Club, American for Democratic Action, like it just Abolish ICE Pledge, DSA LA, Moms Demand Action, Gun Sense Candidate, Progressive Voters Network. He's got maybe some of the most endorsements out of any candidate, and some of the best ones I can think of. Here's the last video from Chris. Perhaps this is how he's going to win the race.
And now you see just how I won that championship.
there you go. That's directly off of Chris's YouTube channel. I felt that was worth leaving in. What next? I've lost my place. Christopher, from Chris from the 32nd to I think the 33rd here. Yes. California's 33rd district. Antonis Christodoulou. No, wrong. Don't. You bastard. You fucker. No. Yes. There we go. Yes. Good job.
California is a beautiful place to live, but what good is that if no one can afford to live here? Our politicians say that we have an affordability crisis, but they end up throwing our tax dollars at wealthy corporations in hopes that it trickles down. Spoiler, it never does. The problem is that the wealthiest companies in the world and the 1% are making record profits while increasing shareholder value and not paying taxes, all while increasing our prices on everything, laying off thousands of workers and forcing those who remain to do more work for the same pay. The 1% calls this inflation.
We view a little bit of inflation is always good in our business.
But this is corporate greed. Yet Americans are struggling to afford life-saving medicine, rent, groceries, and childcare. Our federal government can change this, and that is why I'm running. We live in the wealthiest state in the wealthiest country in the world. We can afford to build housing, make Medicare for all, bring down the cost of electricity, internet, and childcare, and focus on funding our schools and teachers.
Overall, 135 layoff notices.
I'm being repressed!
Things don't have to be this hard. But Pete Aguilar, the number 3 Democrat in the House, doesn't want things to change. He cares about his donors and not you, the working class that makes our society function. We shouldn't be awarding Democrats who don't stand for the working class. I'm 27 years old, and my entire adult life I've heard Democrats say that we can't afford health care, education, or housing. Then they fund endless war, defense contracting, and giving our tax dollars to the wealthiest companies that end up raising our prices anyway.
Yes, that's all incredibly accurate. All right, before we go to the last clip from Anthony's, Mr. Christodoulou, here's what California's 33rd district looked like before the redistricting. A slight change, but still effectively the same district. Centered around San Bernardino here and SoCal. Represented by Democrats, as you can see, for quite some time. Pete Aguilar, as he mentioned, the current representative, is continuing to make things worse for America. It would be, I think, in everybody's best interest to get Mr. Christodoulou in there and Mr. Aguilar out. All right, final clip. On the 33rd. There you go. I just thought that was hilarious. That was posted 3 weeks ago by Anthony's Christodoulou, proving that he can dunk on the competition.
Oh! Yeah!
All right. Who's up next? California's 34th district. Also an LA district. Angela Gonzalez Torres, a Justice Democrat. Fighting for the people of California.
While Donald Trump is terrorizing our city, kidnapping our friends and neighbors, kicking us off our health care, why is our member of Congress funded by Trump's biggest donors and voting for his harmful agenda? Our city, our country, our democracy is strongest when we stand up and fight back. I'm Angela Gonzalez Torres. I'm running for Congress because LA deserves a fighter. Today, I am proud to say our grassroots campaign is endorsed by Justice Democrats. I feel the urgency of this moment as ICE is tearing our families apart. When I was just 15, my dad was deported, leaving my mom to raise me and my 3 sisters on her own. So I know what it feels like when the cost of living gets in the way of us living our lives. My family has faced the same struggles our community faces today. Housing instability, wage stagnation, gun violence, but I have seen us come together and fight back. That is what we need in our member of Congress, a fighter, but that is not what we are getting. Jimmy Gomez promised to not take corporate PAC money, but he lied. He has raked in millions from corporate PACs of all kinds, including big pharma and for-profit prison companies that run ICE detention centers. While gentrification and the housing crisis has left families homeless, he has been cashing campaign checks from the same developers and corporations raising our prices. And as billions of our tax dollars fuel destruction, famine, and genocide in Gaza, he has racked up millions in support from AIPAC, funded by Trump's biggest donors. We are doing things differently. I am not taking a dime from AIPAC or any corporate PAC money. I'm going to fight for you and for Los Angeles, not corporate PACs, because I've been there. This is about standing up to corruption, calling out a genocide when we see one, and building a Los Angeles that we can all afford, not just the wealthy or well-connected.
Yes, indeed. Angela Gonzalez Torres, running for Congress in California's 34th district. She went on to a podcast you might be familiar with about 5 months ago, around the turn of the new year. The Bituation Room.
This year was insane. I mean, this seems like the most perfect way to end this year. I was on the forefronts of many fights, from the fires to budget cuts and ICE raids. And so, yes.
Okay, I'm going to take this as an opportunity to put cream cheese on a bagel and shove it into my mouth so that I can get some food right now. I am starving. I'm dying. Okay, BRB.
Proudly endorsed by Justice Democrats, as well as our city controller, Kenneth Mejia, and former candidate for California's 34th district, David Kim, who ran 3 times prior in my campaign for Congress now. So happy to talk to you about that.
I'm happy to have you here. And look, you don't take corporate PAC money. Is that correct?
That's right. Yep.
You support Medicare for all and a Green New Deal. And I would urge everyone to go to angelaforcongress.com to read more about, it sometimes feels like Medicare for all and a Green New Deal are just slogans. They're very much not. You really have detailed ideas and plans, and we have to remember that these are salient and critical issues that we can't afford to wait on. I'm saying what I know you're probably going to say, but I also want to ask, why are these things? Why is healthcare? Why is housing, which I know is another big piece of your platform? Why are these things relevant today as we try to just stop Trump, stop the fascism, right? As we're fighting fascism, why these particular pieces of your platform?
Yeah, well, again, my name's Angie, or Angela Gonzalez Torres. I'm a lifelong Angelino. I think I'll start there because growing up, I didn't think we did what we were doing, protesting, or particularly my family and I lending our voices to those who have been historically silenced and continuously ignored, even though we had nothing. It felt like growing up, we somehow had enough to give to those who had even less. And so it didn't feel political, just felt like the right thing to do was to take care of our neighbors and take care of each other. And so housing is such a big issue for me because I know what it felt like to be, expected to do my homework as an unhoused LAUSD student on the dashboard of a car my family and I, was living in. And now I have a rent controlled apartment in the community I'm born and raised in. And I can't believe that feels like luck, and it feels as if, to me, things are getting a little more clearer, that we've really been sold this idea that elite philanthropy is really going to be the only way out of deep poverty. Wealth disparities is not new. We knew it growing up that other schools were more funded, and other parts of Los Angeles were more neglected, and there were parts where we couldn't go to after dark and things like that. And so I knew that there was this extreme wealth disparity, but now I think we're all waking up to the fact that we've just really been expected to buy the scraps that the establishment is selling us, and the cost of living is just getting in the way of us being able to live our lives. So we can't wait for some rich, I think growing up, honestly, I thought like a rich basketball player would come and just fund my after school program or something. And now it's clear it just never was in my mind that a politician would stand up for us. And that's not to say, we haven't had people make those efforts, but the political establishment just seemed very focused on enriching themselves since I was growing up. And so now we are the leaders we've been waiting for. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. But my best friend just had a kid. And so that really emphasized everything to me, where I thought, oh my gosh, that she deserves, to not have to worry about homelessness or an unsafe, underfunded school. And childcare is $2,200 for my best friend now, and we're it's wild. And so when we have nothing left to lose, we have everything to gain, and that's what we're realizing now.
I love it. And I do feel like we are seeing some of the most extreme wealth hoarding at this moment. And as we're also dealing with just straight, racist fascism and goons in our streets. And to me, it's like, it's just not enough to say, we hate this stuff or we don't like it. We need these visions. We need plans. We need to offer something better. And I think I really like that you talk about housing also in this way, because as a human right, and I think you're saying that, I even, looked at your platform about, vouchers being by this lottery and so few of them. And you call for like a massive expansion of the voucher system.
Immediately,
that isn't lottery, and I kind of like working our way to a housing guarantee, which is so important, because as most Democrats, as you're saying, kind of say like, no, you have to qualify for it once you fill out all of this paperwork and make a certain amount and and like you have to
yeah, no, it's a ridiculous amount of hoops you have to jump through to prove that you're the right kind of poor. Like it's fucking insane. Oh. Please, sir, I make $5 less than needed to qualify for this. Don't you think I perhaps... No! Go find a better job. You're too poor. Or, like, there's all these, like, there's so many stupid fucking, like, little things about it. I was glad to see, there's a number of these candidates... Not too many. Joel Lava on Majority Report, like we just got done seeing. Angela here on the Bituation Room. I think there was another candidate who appeared on like a couple of them that I think may have appeared on like Democracy Now. Some other podcasts I think many of us are familiar with. We're not done. I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit because we can't watch all 30 minutes of this thing.
Democratic majority, which I'm going to just put in manifest.
I didn't finish that thought, but I guess what I was saying is that it's nice to feel like I'm not the only one talking about these primaries. Most of these clips are either directly from the candidates or from like local news channels and shit. I've been saying we need more leftist independent creators locked in on this situation across the country, right? I've seen Hassan picking up a lot of slack lately, which is good to see.
Working with a Democratic majority, which I'm going to just put manifest right now, working to dismantle ICE, I think is absolutely key, because look at what they've done. They've proven themselves unworthy of any government funds, and yet it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, we talked about earlier, we are living in this moment of also the coalescing of the drug war and the war on crime. Both of these wars, failures, both of them deeply racist, both of them deeply, idiotic and counterproductive. I do want to ask about Israel, because we met in real life. We met when Zoran won at this like packed party. But AIPAC's already gunning for you. AIPAC is so obsessed with CA-34. They are so obsessed with Jimmy Gomez. The Israeli lobby has invested a lot in Jimmy Gomez, and it's the one general back last year where they also invested tons and tons of money because they were afraid of David Kim then, and I'm assuming they're afraid of you as well, someone who has openly called this a genocide, and is openly, I'm curious on your policies around like what you want to see happen in terms of U.S. funding for Israel, but tell me about how they're, already feeling a little way about your run.
Last year, Jimmy Gomez only accepted 1 to 2% from small individual donors. That's about $30,000. And his number one donor was AIPAC. That's $3 million. We need not be curious as to who Jimmy Gomez serves. And if anybody wants the answer, it's the interests of corporate and, this pro-Israel lobby, AIPAC. And I think as soon as we launched our campaign, AIPAC had already thrown in $46,000 to support Jimmy Gomez. This is in a time when we are seeing incumbents and even challengers like myself reject their money and their support.
Say they're going to give it back.
Yes, and Jimmy Gomez has fully embraced it. And so that does not surprise me, though it does disappoint me because his greatest line of defense is, well, look at my voting record, insinuating that it doesn't impact his or influence his decisions at all. But we have looked at his voting records.
Yeah, and I mean, what a stupid thing to say. Honestly, like I'm kind of sick of people saying, "Oh, like I've done this stuff, so why can't I do this terrible thing?" It's like that doesn't justify you doing it just because you've done good stuff as a leader, right? Like if you're a politician, an elected leader, you shouldn't be like, "Oh, I've been doing a bunch of good shit. Don't I get a free pass on this bad thing?" It's like, no, actually, you don't. Why? What? No, do not.
And we can talk about that, but it's just wild how like $3 million for any group is unacceptable, but definitely.
Well, it means that you won't, whether or not you're going to always vote, which, by the way, I can't imagine his voting record breaks with anything that AIPAC wants him to break with. Like,
has not signed on to block the bombs, which calls for an arms embargo in Gaza, which is bare minimum, by the way. Minimum. I think he's chosen not to acknowledge the genocide of Palestinian people in a resolution that was just introduced. But even back to other issues that maybe are a little more tangible here, he won't sign on to abolish super PACs. He won't. That was something else. He won't sign on to. Or he voted cowardly to denounce the horrors of socialism. Like it's all connected, And
he was an anti-socialism vote. Good for you, Jimmy.
Exactly. So that's who she's running against. Jimmy Gomez. In the 34th district, which actually has not changed at all since the redistricting. Still the exact same map. Voting blue, no matter who, back for decades. So if we can just get her past the primary, she should be the next representative of California's 34th district. Just by the math of it all. Majority Hispanic, 63%. 20% Asian. Only 10% white people living here in this portion of Los Angeles. Median income of $63,000 in Los Angeles. My God. That's a fairly low income district then in this sea of money. All right, we got more races to get through. We got to skip the 35th, I'm afraid. Gotta skip the 35th, go... I'm sorry, 35th and 36th. Go to the 37th? Oh, wait, no. Hold on. No, I've got one for the 36. I just don't have a clip for them, do I? All right.
It is.
Well, while I try and figure out this situation over here, I got to pull up a couple of things. I'll just let you watch the end of this clip and the next clip that comes up right after this.
Being out fundraised because of AIPAC, and if there's anywhere to make an example out of getting corporate money's influence out of our politics, it's here in Los Angeles, and so people can donate at that website as well, and just follow along and hold on to hope, because as you just were talking about earlier, there's a lot going on and the news cycles go very fast.
But it's candidates like you that are giving me a lot of hope, especially around here in LA. And it's such a pleasure to meet you. And it's such a pleasure to get someone who actually is an organizer and works with marginalized communities and has been, impacted by all of these things, and is risen from all of that, is just like, we need more people like yourself who understand it, who get it. Like, it's not just platitudes. It's your heart is in the right place and you know how to get shit done. So I'm really, really happy that you're running. And thank you so much, everybody. Angela for Congress.com. You can donate even if you're not from this area. We need another squad member. I hope that is Angela. What's going on, Frantifa? If you haven't already, subscribe to this channel right now. Hit that button. And also,
Immediately,
you can
if
become a
not
patron
sooner.
and support the show. She's the president of the historic Highland Park Neighborhood Council. She's the program director for Permanent Affordable Housing Project in Altadena and serves on the Metro Public Safety Advisory Committee. She's running to represent California's 34th Congressional District. Please welcome Angela Gonzalez Torres! Why do you want to be in Congress right now? Oh my God.
Listen, y'all, listen to me. Los Angeles deserves a Congress member that reflects the courage and the values of our people, and that's why I'm running. Day one, I would sign on to stop price gouging in our grocery stores. Day one, I would sign on to abolish super PACs. Day one, I would sign on to block these fucking bombs because that is bare minimum, and so we need to do that.
What's your plan for world peace?
As the only woman in this race, I would say we need to put more women in power. We need to get some of these men out of office, and that is why I'm running. We really couldn't achieve world peace.
Cue the bonobos.
Angela, what is your hidden talent?
Actually, I grew up skateboarding. I would probably be a skateboarder if I wasn't running for Congress. But I can't skate right now because I don't have health care because I quit my job to run for office. So that's my talent.
Jesus Christ. You'd rather be skateboarding, but you can't afford fucking healthcare. That's America, folks. That is America, I'm afraid. Wait, why is this here? This is in the wrong spot. Actually, that's fine because I gotta pull this up. I don't have clips for this person. I tried to find clips, could not do it. But this is Marianne Shama. She is running for California's 36th Congressional District, which is also, as it turns out, not changing whatsoever here on the South Bay, the west side of Los Angeles. Partly Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, west side of Culver City, Hermosa Beach, Rancho Palos Verdes, Redondo Beach, Palos Verdes Estates, Rolling Hills Estates, Rolling Hills, El Segundo, Lomita, Manhattan Beach, and the west side of Torrance, as well as the Los Angeles neighborhoods of Venice, Playa del Rey, Playa Vista, Palms, Cheviot Hills, Westwood Village, West Los Angeles, Mar Vista, Westchester, Marina Peninsula, and the west side Harbor City. Mostly white, 60% white. $131,000 median household income. Here's Marianne's. I was also blue very much if you didn't know, if you couldn't tell yet. Very blue. This is her website. Humanity first. No APAC, no ICE, no genocide. Nursing student Marianne Shama prioritizes the well-being of people above corporate money. It is time for us, a working class. It is time for a working class presence in Congress who will represent us. Healthcare for all. Healthcare is a human right, not a privilege. Marianne will be a stronger voice and another vote for Medicare for all and single payer. Climate action now. Climate crisis is the greatest threat humanity has ever faced. Marianne will push for a Green New Deal to decrease emissions and build a sustainable economy. Organize labor, shift power to working people, strengthen labor laws, foster a strong cooperative sector, champion worker ownership, restore antitrust, and tax the wealthy. As you can see here, she has a great platform. I'm not going to read the whole thing. If you happen to be in the 36th district, I would definitely check her out. Give her your vote. She does seem to be the best candidate in the race. All right, now on to the 37th district. Yes, 37th district of California. Whew. This is a marathon of reading. All right. I'm afraid I got to do the same thing I did the last time. Just now, right? Yes. Some, like I said at the beginning of all this, not all political campaigns, social media presences are made equal. Would I like them to be? Not necessarily, but of the people that I support, yeah, to some degree I would. But you know what? It's not the only focus I have here. It's got to be on the issues too. And in California's 37th congressional district, you've got a race on your hands. 5 different Democrats all fighting for the nomination in this primary. The person who I think is probably your best option, well, that's going to be Todd Lombardo. This guy. Todd, reimagining our democracy. The world has changed and our leaders are not meeting the moment. No kidding.
I'm staying in the race.
It's time for a new generation of Democrats to lead. Todd Lombardo for California's 37th. Affordability, immigration, housing, democracy. No career politician baggage. Just a small business owner, a new generation Democrat, an LGBTQ American with fresh ideas for achieving a new American dream. Change is coming. Oh, learn more. Hello, I'm Todd, and I'm on a mission. A century ago, my great-grandparents arrived in America as immigrants in pursuit of their American dream. Today, as a lifelong Democrat and LGBTQ plus small business owner, I see a country where the American dream is being crushed by a complex set of problems that career politicians are out of touch on, or are simply unwilling to do the hard work to solve. I am most definitely not a career politician. For over 20 years, I've had a career in communications, which is all about listening to folks to understand what they need and then delivering it to them. Here in Los Angeles and in Congress, it's time to get serious. What got us here won't get us there. When I look at Washington, I see a broken establishment that doesn't listen to voters very much at all. An ineffective Congress. Power sits with the rich and the few. Too much big money and not enough voter voices. Timidity to keep seats rather than bold moves that change lives. The hard truth is the Democratic establishment has presided over the largest loss of power in a generation. We have to look in the mirror to ask ourselves why. Yes, I think we all know why. Let's go to these issues here. Affordability now. Cost of everything is too high. We're going to fix it. Stopping ICE abuses. Stop ICE day one. A lot more housing. The era of red tape is over. We're going to build more and faster. Sound a little too abundance for me, but okay. Helping the homeless. We need real, measurable solutions at the federal level to help our unhoused neighbors and create safe streets for everyone. Technology should serve the people, not the other way around. AI serving us. Stop healthcare worrying. My stop worrying about your healthcare legislation will do just that. Reproductive freedom. Anyway, he's got what I would say is the best policy set here for the a group running here in California's 37th district. You can see this is downtown LA, Culver City, Ladera Heights, View Park, Windsor Hills, Mid-City, Century City, Beverly Wood, all this other stuff. Majority Hispanic, 22% black, 13% white, and 6% Asian. Fairly diverse group voting here in the 37th. All right. Now to California's 30... wait, I take it back. Is this 38th? This is, isn't it? No, it's not. No. I got one more. God damn it. Look, listen. Listen, look. We're gonna have to do it again. I'm afraid. We got no clips. Just raw data and reading from me to you. You're welcome.
Aren't I a good guy?
Just kidding. Dr. Monica Sanchez is our next candidate, who's running in California's 38th Congressional District. A district which was, in fact, affected by the redistricting efforts this year slightly. Also in the Los Angeles region, just changing the shape of the district itself. This is Dr. Sanchez's congressional campaign website. Dr. Monica Sanchez for Congress. Let's meet Monica. About Councilwoman Dr. Monica Sanchez. Dr. Monica Sanchez is a working mom, educator, and longtime advocate who serves on the Pico Rivera City Council and has fought to improve the lives for all residents. The daughter of a Mexican-American farm worker and a mother who was just 16 years old when she was born, Dr. Sanchez's life reflects the determination and resilience lived by many working families across Southern California. As a council member, Dr. Sanchez has delivered real results that put people first by making housing more affordable, improving public health and safety, and taking bold action to defend California's values. Yeah! All right, got a bunch of endorsements here. Let's look at her priorities. Make life affordable for working families. Lower costs for groceries, gas, housing, and utilities by opposing higher taxes and taking on greedy corporations. Pass Medicare for all. Expand healthcare access to reduce healthcare costs and drug prices. And end medical debate. End medical debt. Tackle homelessness and build more housing by expanding affordable housing and investing in mental health and addiction services. Pass universal child care. Fight corruption by refusing corporate PAC money and banning stock trading by members of Congress and presidential appointees. Stand up to Trump by protecting our democracy and our civil rights by standing up to the Trump administration and restoring the rule of law. Supporting a pathway to citizenship. Advocating for bipartisan legislation that creates a pathway to citizenship and keeping families together. And protecting open space. Ensuring access to clean air, water, and open space. Protecting our parks. Anyway, there's Dr. Monica Sanchez representing this district now, 38th Congressional District. In the heart of Los Angeles, covering several cities in the San Gabriel Valley and the Gateway Cities region of Los Angeles, including the cities of Diamond Bar, Industry, La Habra Heights, La Mirada, Montebello, Norwalk, Pico Rivera, Santa Fe Springs, Walnut, and Whittier. Average household income of $100,000. The vast majority Hispanic, changing from that to that. Yeah. Voting mostly for Democrats over the last 2 decades, and currently represented by Linda Sanchez. It just threw me off because they both have the same last name. I was like, wait a second. What? She might get some, I mean, maybe she'll get some votes just based upon the fact they have the same name. Okay, there you go. Now we gotta skip California's 39th and 40th. I'm afraid I don't have anything good there. Nothing even approaching good that I'm aware of. Although, or at least either that or no primaries. I can't remember. I can't remember, honestly, from one district to the next. And there's too many. Where? Right, so the 41st? Yeah. California's 41st. Shonique for Congress. Shonique Williams.
Being stuck here is exactly why I'm ready to serve in Congress. Because the system didn't just fail me once, but twice. Yet I still made it out. And now, I work 2 jobs within the legal system. One, to understand it, and the other, to force change. What I've learned is America needs a lot of change. Not only because the system fails people like me, but because it fails too many others in too many ways. Raised by a disadvantaged mother on welfare and watching family members being abused by the justice system until I was placed in foster care, I vowed to make a difference. As I tried to escape an abusive relationship, the cops ignored my abuse, and I was convicted. I knew it was wrong, and I fought back. Although I spent a year in prison, I won justice in the end because I found my voice as an advocate. I founded an advocacy organization to make sure what happened to me doesn't happen to others. But those folks in Washington, well, they haven't fixed a damn thing. We need a new generation of leaders, people who aren't career politicians, but have walked these streets and know exactly how the system fails too many Americans. I'm Shonique Williams. I'm a proud Democrat, a proud progressive, a millennial, and I'm running for Congress to right the wrongs, to hold the powerful accountable, and to make sure we all get ahead.
Okay, here's Shonique's website. ShoniqueForCongress.com. Fighting for justice, building our future together. Shonique is dedicated to justice, inclusion, empowerment, and advocacy for all marginalized communities. She boldly fights to advance economic opportunity, expand access to resources, and protect the rights of everyone while creating innovative pathways to success. She will work to deliver meaningful change, implementing policies that improve lives and ensuring everyone has the resources and opportunities to thrive in America. Shonique is committed to bringing her passion as Democrat and progressive to Congress. Our platform: criminal justice reform, evidence-based policy reform, rehabilitation programs, and community-based public safety that addresses systemic inequalities. Economic justice: fighting for living wages, affordable housing, small business support, and creating pathways to financial equity for all. Healthcare access, universal healthcare coverage, mental health services, reproductive healthcare, and lowering prescription drug costs. Voting rights, protecting voting access, fighting voter suppression, campaign finance reform, and strengthening our democracy. Women's rights, reproductive justice, equal pay, workplace protections, child care support, and combating gender-based violence. And education, quality public education funding, student debt relief, early childhood education, and supporting our teachers. Here's California's 41st District, which has seen a huge change. I mean, this is the biggest change of any. Massive changes, as you'll see here. Formerly, let me just zoom this out so it's easier to actually see the geography here. So here's Los Angeles. Used to be way out here. This very strangely shaped up like a W, like a big W. Almost looks like the Wu-Tang Clan emblem. Am I wrong? Like kind of. I mean, oddly shaped, no doubtedly. I can't think of words right now. And from that to this, where it's now completely within like sort of like. This, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it went from here, right? Like, way all over here with the W, and now it's back here. Which is kind of crazy. The previous voting record here. This is what they believe the 27-23 boundaries. I'm sorry, 27 to 33 boundaries for the next 6 years that these maps are supposed to stay around. That's what the voting record of this district is. So it's basically a blue no matter who type of district. Majority white, 38% Hispanic. Or I guess plurality, right? Not majority. It's not more than 50%. But yeah, this will be an interesting race. She's certainly not running unopposed right now. She's a fairly strong platform. Better than the rest of the pack. Here's one more vid from Shonique Williams.
We need a new generation of leaders, people who aren't career politicians, but have walked these streets and know exactly how the system fails too many Americans. I'm Shonique Williams. I'm a proud Democrat, a proud progressive, a millennial.
I'm just realizing this is the same thing. Look, I was moving fast earlier today, okay? I could have sworn I had a different video. I think it's just the early part of it just threw me off. Okay, whatever. I just realized what just threw me off about that. It was the animations are different. The opening animations for those things are the same, are different, but the message is the same. Okay. Fuck it. Moving on. The Florida primary is in August, is it? You're probably right. Yeah. It's one of the last primaries, August 18th. I think the second biggest of the... Actually, I think the biggest of the primaries. Yeah, Florida has more seats than New York. That's wild. Population has been growing down there. All right, moving from Shonique now to... I've lost my place in my list. David Sedlick, skipping over California's 42nd to California's 43rd. Here's a clip from David's YouTube channel from 4 days ago.
Hi, my name is David Sedlick, and I want to fight for you in the U.S. House of Representatives. I want to create a single-payer healthcare system where everyone has access to care. Why do we pay more in taxes than countries like the UK when most of us don't have access to public healthcare? We need to tackle corruption at the highest levels of our government and ban stock trading by all elected representatives. We need to uncap Social Security so multimillionaires and billionaires pay the same tax as the rest of us. We need more public investment in transit so people have safe, efficient ways to get to work and don't have to sit in traffic for hours every day. We need to invest in our roads and maintenance for basic infrastructure. We pay the second highest rates for electricity in the country. We need to invest in our utility system to provide clean, cheap power for everyone in California. I don't take donations from billionaires and corporations, but I do have the support from people in our community that think government can do a better job. Look for me on your ballot in Hawthorne, Inglewood, Gardena, Compton, Torrance, and Lawndale.
Whoops.
It's David Sedlick, and I want to fight for you.
Okay, there you go. That is David Sedlick. He is running to take out Maxine Waters, the incumbent Democrat sitting in this seat. Sorry, what was this one for you? Sorry, 43rd. I believe Maxine is in the race. Yeah, she's fighting to stay in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
But, well, she has been in office for the better part of like 3 decades, I think. Actually, she's been in office, if you count the California State Assembly, she's been in office for 50 years. Since 1976. Good fucking God. There's also 2 other candidates, but this is the guy who I think has got the best policy set. And Maxine has been receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars from big dollar individual donors and from political action committees. I think enough said on Maxine. Although she is losing some support. She's down 40% on her funding from the previous cycle. I wonder what could be causing that. Longer than we've had Star Wars. Yep. That's how long we've had Maxine. She's been around a very, 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 very long time. Here is California's 43rd district, just to show you the geography of it, as I've been trying to do with everything, including the demographics. Majority Hispanic district. 23% black, 8% Asian, and only 6% white people. Maxine's been up in here for a very, very long time, and Democrats have been winning it over and over again. It has changed exactly 0 under the new redistricting effort. Still here in the heart of Los Angeles, Hawthorne, Lawndale, Gardenia, Inglewood, and Lomita. People, we are almost through California. I know I said that earlier, but it's actually more true than it's ever been. I swear to God, I'm not lying. Let's go from 43, skipping 44 and 45 to California's 46th district. Huh? What is that? Manda feeding more treats to the puppy. Thank you, Manda. Very generous of you. You know, we still never technically completed the galactic content goal. Although we're not going to end the stream as a result, because this is just democracy today. And, well, just too important. However, you can contribute to the Galactic News Network in many wonderful ways. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. If you'd prefer your money go directly to funding the stream. But of course, the very best way to get most space benefits for your dollars is still Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Okay, to California's 40, wait, we just did David Sedlick, right? 46th. To California's 46th district. Christian Mendez, who I could not find any social media presence for, I'm afraid. But this here is Christian's website. Christian Mendez for Congress. Kicking ass. Kicking rich ass, excuse me. For the working class. Affordability, Medicare for all. Abolish ICE. Sanction Israel. Impeach/imprison the Trump administration. I mean, do we need to know more? I mean, we're going to find out more, but do we actually need it? I don't know. Plus, look at that cute-ass puppy. Come on.
Come on!
Christian was born in Los Angeles and raised in Orange County. His parents are immigrants from Mexico and El Salvador. Their struggles gaining residency gave Christian an insight into America's broken immigration system. Despite their troubles gaining residency, Christian's parents helped him become the first in his family to attend/graduate from college and or graduate school. He studied economics in undergrad and went on to study data science in graduate school. Despite following the traditional path of success, Christian would continue to see the struggles of everyday working-class citizens, and in 2023, Christian's father died to lung cancer. His father was unable to get effective treatment due to a lack of affordable health insurance. A month later, his mother was forced out of her home of 15 years by a new landlord under false pretenses. Christian himself would then be laid off by Boeing in 2024, but luckily gained employment quickly. Despite all the hardships, Christian believes that nothing can stop him. He has hope for a better future. Not just for himself, but for all Americans. Where I stand, Southern California is known for being an expensive place to live. However, that does not justify the absurd rents, grocery prices, and utility costs. Every year your rents rise, health insurance costs more, utility costs go through the roof, and groceries cost more as well. Meanwhile, your wages stay the same, jobs become more scarce, homes cost more, and your money buys less and less. Those at the top want to blame immigrants, minorities, or trans people. However, they are not to blame. Corporations and billionaires are to blame. I gave up on that sentence because it was like, you know what? It's done. We're good. We got it. We get it. He's on all the right fucking shit. Yeah, wait, this is the wrong district, right? No, the right district. I take it back. California is 46th. As you can see here, including Anaheim, Santa Ana, Stanton, as well as parts of Orange and Fullerton. Changing slightly, but not all that much in the redistricting. Going from looking like... actually, that looks like a cartoon character, but I can't think of their name. And then this, some oddly shaped lint ball. Is Christ's last name Ablante? No, it's just Christopher Ablante. Short for... Christopher is Chris, but the galactic robot interprets that as Christ Ablante. What are you gonna do? Wow, people, how is it already been 6 hours? All we've done is California. Oh my god. Oh, and I've made like $20 this stream. Whatever. Whatever, it's worth it. Democracy is important. Never give up. Never surrender. But also, never forget that your contributions are incredibly important to keeping the Galactic Network alive.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Okay. Anyway. To California's 47th district. Hunter Miranda. Miranda? I don't know how he pronounces this. Hunter Miranda. For California's 47th. From 2 months ago.
Politics as usual has gotten us a rigged economy and bought out political system, used to extract wealth and power from working class Americans and concentrate it in the hands of a select few. Things need to change. I'm Hunter Garcia Miranda, and I'm running for Congress right here in Orange County because we need voices in our government that'll put politics aside, call out our own party when it's needed, and pass bold policy that will unrig our economy and our government. Both parties are too beholden on big money and special interests to fight for the real structural changes we need. If we're willing to end the political divisions that have been used to separate working class Americans and come together as one people, we can and will create the real structural change we need. Nothing is going to change if we keep sending the same types of politicians to Washington. People who will say the right things but fall short when it comes to creating the real structural change we need to build a system that is by the people for the people. If you're tired of politics as usual and want to learn more about our campaign, visit huntermiranda2026.com.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't do my job. Here we are. And 47th. Look, I couldn't keep all of these tabs open for the whole stream, or my computer would probably break. I mean, maybe it wouldn't, but I just don't want to test it. Anyway. Hunter Miranda. Running here, California's 47th district. Slightly changing from the previous maps to the new maps, as you can see here. Going from this to this, which includes Orange County, Irvine, Huntington Beach, Costa Mesa, Newport Beach. Actually, no longer Newport Beach and or Huntington Beach. Still Irvine. But it's now switched to Laguna Beach, Laguna Niguel, Aliso Viejo, Mission Viejo, and Lake Forest. Basically as South LA as you can get and still be kind of there, right? Is a fairly purple district going red and or blue last 20 years. Sort of back and forth, really, from Obama in 2008 to Romney in 2012, back to Clinton in 2016, and Harris in 24. But a bunch of red in between it. Fairly high median household income of $127,000. With a majority white, 50.2%. Next largest demographic being Asian at 24.8%. And current Representative Dave Min is the congressperson here. Unfortunately, Dave has not had the best record in Congress. Not the worst. I wouldn't say the worst. But he's not committing to anything incredibly groundbreaking this campaign cycle that I can tell. Whereas Hunter Miranda is aiming for universal health care. And, protecting renters. And, I think generally speaking, like on a case-by-case basis, he is just, either slightly better or noticeably better on a number of issues than David is. All right, moving on from the 47th district to the 48th district. No, wait. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, the 48th district. Second to last congressional candidate that I have for you tonight, Hunter Garcia. Wait, no, I'm sorry. No, what am I talking about? I just got done talking about Hunter Miranda. Is his middle name, you fucking moron. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's just been a sea of names and districts, and I'm fine. Don't worry. Abel Chavez, for the love of God. California's 48th. Here's Abel 3 months ago. Knocking on doors.
Edgar!
Actually, I take it back. Somebody else is knocking on doors.
I'm just here to ask you 50 quick questions. Is that okay? Yep, let's do it. You said maps went from a gateway to a barrier. What needs to change first? We need to ban corporate landlords, 100%. What's the hardest part of campaigning that people never see? Call time. Calling people all day. What moment made you realize education can change everything?
With the almond milk over here.
The moment I realized that it's how you get jobs. It's how all of our economy works.
All right, more clips here from Abel.
What's wrong with Wall Street owning single-family homes? Everything is wrong with Wall Street owning single-family homes. They drive the price of rent up. They don't care about the community. You're competing to buy a house against a large corporation that has billions of dollars. And they get to decide whether the profit margin is good enough for them. And they get to pay a better interest rate than we do. Why is that so? Why isn't it that regular people, first-time or primary home buyers, can actually buy a home? Why can't we buy a home for an interest rate that's better than an investor can?
Yeah. It should be the opposite when you think about it.
This is why.
Right? But we have a system that rewards you for having more money, not less. Abel's got a good social media campaign, I gotta say. He's on like top tier social media campaigns for this list. Like, he's getting the most views out of most of these candidates. He put out a fuck ton of videos. I had a lot of choices and a lot of options here.
Do you want to know the real reason it costs so much at the gas station lately? This is why. Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth have stated that they have no idea what Israel did. But Israel is telling us that this was 100% coordinated between the US and Israel, and they expected Donald Trump to say this. This is the largest oil reserve in the Middle East, so gas prices are going to continue to go up. New recent data shows that we have a chance to take both the House of Representatives and Senate. And when we do, we will vote to impeach Donald Trump, but we're not going to stop there. Every single time we've impeached him, it hasn't worked. And that's because the Senate hasn't been able to impeach him as well. When we do it, we have to do it to take him out of office. 100%.
Immediately.
Oh, there you go. I think I have the last... Oh, wait, no, I have one more. Actually, before we do this clip, let's go here. To the numbers. So this is what California's 48th Congressional District looked like previously. Sort of like a chubby Minnesota, like on the bottom portion. You see what I'm saying here? Although on reverse, like flipped around. If I have my maps right in my head. But that's now changing to this district, which looks kind of like a worm, like a squiggly, kind of a squiggly worm, which is changing the demographics of this. If you notice, this is the previous voting record of the previous district between 2023. I'm sorry, well, not between the previous district as those lines were set out between 2008 and 2024, right, for like 20 years. This is the new boundary, a fairly purple district, not a red district. One that's voted both for McCain and Biden and Harris. And in fact, in the last two presidential elections, voted Biden-Harris. Which would make you think, potentially, that this region is perhaps going bluer and bluer for whatever reason. Majority white, $114,000 median household income, Hispanic being the second largest demographic, and Asian being the third largest demographic here. Since there's so many clips from Abel, we're going to skip his website and just let him show us what he's been up to. This is him at the No Kings rally last month.
It's everything you ever wanted. One moment.
Okay, I gotta mute the music. I'm getting copyright. Too many copyrights. I'm not gonna do this for fucking Eminem. But here he is. I mean, he's out here. He's doing it. He's shaking hands. He's talking to constituents. You can see he's doing the work. Seemingly leaving nothing out, including going to this debate. June 2nd, when you can vote for Abel Chavez. Running in California's 48th district. Looking to take out Darrell Issa. Republican dickbag. Okay, final congressional candidate on the list. Sparky Mitra in California's 50th. No, wait, what? No, don't do that. No, why would you do this? Why would you do this to me?
Well, this week's midterm primary elections
I didn't ask for this.
more...
I didn't ask for this. No one asked for this. This is very rude of you to kick me out of my fucking playlist. I know that's what's happened here. It's incredibly rude. Didn't ask for that. Mom spaghetti. Yes, exactly. Mom spaghetti. I'm not going to get the copyright ding for Mom spaghetti over here. Fuck that.
It's everything you ever wanted.
Stop it. You stop that right now. Okay. Sparky Mitra. California's goddamn 50th congressional district. Here we go.
I want to see a San Diego which is affordable for everyone, which is safe for everyone. Like right now, we have our community members who have literally helped San Diego progress so far forward, being terrorized by ICE and being kidnapped and being sent to Otay Mesa, even dying in facilities. And so we deserve a San Diego that is free from all of that, that has affordable living. we have great colleges in the area. It would be great if they were all free. And so just really making life livable. It's already such a beautiful place, making sure that it stays that way also through sustainable development. Like San Diego, I feel like is like one of the last corners of this country, which is like still beautiful all year round. And we want it to stay like that. So really making sure that it stays beautiful, but it also becomes more livable through being transit friendly, through being affordable, through being like for all San Diego.
Okay, here we go. Here's Sparky Metro's page. Sparky. SparkyMetro.com. The people's candidate for California's 50th. Hi. Meet Sparky. I'm Ashwarya Mitra. My friends call me Sparky. At my heart of hearts, I am an engineer seeking solutions. What started as an infatuation with tinkering with machines and biology has since become an obsession with innovating through dialogue. This has increasingly led me to seek organizing spaces over labs and machine shops. Whether in urban maker spaces or rural community meetings, you can find me listening, proposing bold solutions, and exchanging stories. As a Bengali American who grew up navigating student loans, housing insecurity, and hurricanes on the Gulf Coast in East Texas, I've seen people like me and unlike me constantly being deprioritized compared to the interests of the moneyed few. It's time to bring people in, prioritize human dignity, and hold the wealthy accountable. Who can do that better than someone who understands and is experiencing the struggles of the common person firsthand? The issues here: affordability, healthcare for all, protecting democracy, international solidarity, planetary health, and housing first. We've got a lot of great proposals here on our website. And deserves your vote if you're in California's 50th Congressional District, which looks something like this. Or at least it did look something like this in the previous race. Is now changing slightly from there to here. As you can see, I'm not familiar enough with San Diego to pick it out, but like parts of these areas are now being taken out. Solana Beach, it looks like, whatever that is. Del Mar, and then it's going over west. I'm sorry, not west, east. Median household income of $121,000. Majority white. But a lot of Hispanics and Asians as well. Okay, now we're going to move on from the House race of California. For fuck's sake. That's a lot of races. We didn't even do them all. We skipped like 10. We skipped like 10 of 52.
Not just some of us.
Wait, what is happening? Yo, why?
Who think those things?
Why does this keep happening? I don't understand. What did I do? What did I do to deserve this exactly? I think I might have to restart my fucking browser. It's being stupid. We can't have this happening repeatedly. All right, we're going to move on to the gubernatorial race in California. A heated race. A jungle primary. Between, I think, like 7 candidates or something like that. Sorry, I gotta reopen all my fucking browsers now. This is totally not an inconvenience to me. It's absolutely fine. Exactly what I was hoping for, actually. I don't know what you're talking about. Stop saying that. Alright. Watch list. You live in San Diego and nothing is affordable there. I'm sorry to hear that, Princess Mouse. You pay nearly $3,000 for rent and 70% of your income. That's ridiculous.
This was ridiculous.
That's fucked up, Princess Mouse. Well, at least you know who to vote for, if in fact you're in the right part of San Diego to perhaps help in that regard. It's going to take a countrywide effort to make a lot of this stuff happen. You know, we got to get majority in Congress. Not just the House, but the Senate as well. All right. Moving on from the House races to the gubernatorial race in California. For the man that I am currently most on board for being the next governor of the great state of California is Tom Steyer, a guy who, if you told me this this time last year, I would have laughed in your face.
I was just enjoying my.
I would have said, you're crazy. Tom Steyer, there's got to be someone better than him running in the race, but actually, no. As it turns out, done a little bit of looking through it all, and it would seem he is the best person running to be the next governor of California. But let's talk quickly about the history of the governor's race. A star-studded history of entertainers. This race is no different, I'm afraid.
From the hills of California, it seems that the reality TV we grew up with. I was just enjoying myself with my wife. Woo! I didn't, because I was praying. Is becoming political reality. Now this is a story all about how my life got turned upside down, and I had to take a minute to run for mayor. And in next week's race for LA mayor,
this shit is so
Spencer
cringe.
Pratt, who starred in MTV's The Hills in the early 2000s.
Like this fake ass Fresh Prince thing is so fucking like, this is like what the Gen Zers would call, like the Gen Z, Gen Alpha would call millennial fucking cringe, is what this shit is. This appeals to a very particular demographic.
Turned upside down, and I had to take a minute to run for mayor. And in next week's race for LA mayor, Spencer Pratt, who starred in MTV's The Hills in the early 2000s, could take a big step towards becoming the mayor of the nation's second largest city as he faces off with current mayor Karen Bass and others. Pratt explaining his past this way.
I keep being called a reality star. I'm the only candidate living in reality.
And while a certain New Yorker may be the most famous reality star turned politician,
you're fired.
California has a long history of entertainers courting the electorate. Take Ronald Reagan.
Well.
Arriving in Hollywood during its golden era and acting in more than 50 films, eventually becoming the president of the Screen Actors Guild before taking on his most famous role ever.
The Constitution of the United States. So help you God. So help me God.
Or Arnold Schwarzenegger, a world champion bodybuilder turned movie star.
I've never prayed you before.
Who became one of Tinseltown's most bankable leading men.
I'll be back.
And an international pop culture icon in the process. Schwarzenegger's successful campaign in the 2003 recall election, landing him in the governor's mansion for 2 terms, and his movie star persona helping establish bipartisanship as part of his brand. And on the local level?
Go ahead. Make my day.
Clint Eastwood was already a major box office draw when he ran for mayor of Carmel by the Sea, California in 1986, winning about 72% of the vote. Eastwood only serving 1 term, but staying in Republican politics for decades to come. And
the stars have been involved in politics in California a long time. Storied history. And now, fucking Spencer Pratt, this fucking weirdo, former reality...
finding some support among the alumni.
Reality show contestant is now looking to get the nomination to go to the general. Now, since it's a jungle primary, Democrats and Republicans are up against one another in the same primary. Which honestly makes it all the more important for Democrats to get out there and vote, but to get behind the right candidate. I mean, there's honestly too many Democrats. There's too many Democrats in this fucking race. I've been saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. The guy who I think needs to win, whether or not he will win, Tom Steyer. This was him 6 months ago announcing his candidacy. Or, well, it was like one of the earlier videos.
The richest people in America think that they earned everything themselves. Bullshit, man. That's so ridiculous. There's a reason everybody comes here to start business, because this is the place that invents the future. I never want to lose that spark. I'm Tom Steyer. I wanted to build a business here. Now it's worth billions of dollars. And I walked away from it because I wanted to give back to California. I've taken on the out-of-state corporations that refuse to pay their California taxes. I've taken on the oil companies. I've taken on the tobacco companies. We've raised billions of dollars for Californian citizens without charging Californian citizens a nickel. Every day I was judged by numbers. So let's get down to brass tacks. Californians deserve a life they can afford. But the Californians who make this state run are being run over by the cost of living. We need to get back to basics. And that means making corporations pay their fair share again. Californians deserve the top 10 education state. They deserve to be able to afford to live in a decent house. I will launch the largest drive to build homes that you can afford in the history of California. We have the second highest electricity rates in the country. If we break up the monopolistic power of utilities, we're going to unleash a complete wave of innovation and drop our sky-high energy prices. This is about disrupting the way people think so we can get a completely different and much better outcome for the people of California.
I'm saying we have a broken government. It's been bought by corporations. And my question is, who do you think is going to change that?
Sacramento politicians are afraid to change up this system. I'm not. They're going to hate this. Bring it on.
Yes, indeed. Tom Steyer saying, bring it on. A billionaire fighting against billionaires. It's a weird dichotomy. One I didn't think I would be on board for. Like I said at this time last year, but suffice to say, crazy things are happening. Important caveat, he's the best person running as a Democrat. Okay. Who are you putting your vote for, Tavert?
Since you're a billionaire, we got to put you in the Dolce & Gabbana chair, you know? Tom Steyer is running for California governor. First and foremost, this is a question that I ask every single candidate that sits next to me on the broadcast, which is the Zoran method. What are your 5 top-line policy positions that you want to be defined by?
I mean, number one is housing, to bring down housing costs. And that's, that is not a simple thing to do. I always say to people, it's not a silver bullet, it's silver buckshot. There are multiple things that have to happen for us to build a lot of housing and bring down housing costs, but that's number one, because that's the thing that's most crushing people on a monthly basis. Number two is to introduce competition to the electric monopolies that dominate this state. We pay twice as much for electricity. It's also a symbol that monopolies are allowed to rule us. Number three, I'm for single-payer healthcare. I've looked at the numbers. I've studied where we're going. I've studied what's causing every family in this state to suffer the healthcare inflation that's been going on for 40 years, like clockwork, and that is eating every family. It's eating every business. It's eating every nonprofit. And it's eating the state of California itself. Number four, to close the corporate real estate tax loophole that's been there for over 40 years, that's worth $22 billion. In 1978, they were given a valuation of their properties that escalates very slowly, 2% a year. They are worth multiples of what they're paying taxes on. Having them pay real estate taxes based on realistic values, current values, is worth $22 billion a year to the people of California. There's no reason not to do it. There's no reason that this happened in the first place. And number five, 5, I mean, these are not the only things I'm talking about, but number 5 is we got to be a top 10 state in education. We aren't. How can we call ourselves a successful state in the 21st century if we're not educating our children? Everybody thinks that we spend so much on public schools. The truth is, cost adjusted, we pay 31st out of 50 per pupil in the United States of America. So when I talk about closing a corporate tax loophole for $22 billion, a little less than half of that's going to go to education.
There we go. Tom Steyer talking education, his priorities, with us on. Okay. Here's KTLA 5 from 2 days ago. Gubernatorial candidate Tom Steyer makes his final pitch to California voters.
In the race for governor, but new polling from Create Strategies shows an equally tight race. Javier Becerra and Steve Hilton separated by just a point among likely voters. Tom Steyer places third with 20.
Climate activist and Democratic candidate for Governor Tom Steyer joins us once again with more. Thank you, sir, for being with us tonight. A few days out, you look at those polls. How are you feeling, sir? You say momentum is on your side.
I think it is. And let me say that poll's a couple of weeks old. And those couple of weeks has made a huge difference. The polls that I've seen in the last couple of days tell a very different story, where either I'm tied or ahead. So I think I'm not paying attention to polls. My job is to go out and see more Californians and hear their story and make sure I'm representing them faithfully. That's my job. That's what I've been doing. And I think I've seen more Californians by far than any other candidate.
Mr. Steyer, looking at the RCP average of polls, this really appears like a three-horse race right now. When we wake up on June 3rd, who would you rather be in the final two with, Steve Hilton or Javier Becerra?
You know, honestly, that isn't a question that I think about, because once again, look, this has been such a complicated race, and it has boiled down to a simple race, which is Steve Hilton, Javier Becerra, and me. And I'm the person in this race who's fighting for working people, who's taking on the corporate special interests. And that's my job, is to make sure that I explain why I'm so different from a hard right MAGA Republican or a corporate Democrat who's taking money from all the biggest corporations in our state, including Chevron. That's my job. And I really can't worry about the other candidates or, you know, how the polls come out. My job is just to make sure that I'm making the case to Californians and listening to them diligently to make sure that I'm explaining the right things and, you know, representing them faithfully. That's
Okay, I'm going to skip to the end of this interview. You're voting for Ramsey Robinson. Okay, I'm actually not even familiar with him. Maybe I should be. But in fact, the polls are very tight right now. Although the prediction markets, I believe, have Becerra winning, which would be terrible.
To return to the SAT or ACT test requirements for STEM applicants, citing student unpreparedness. California K through 12 schools, as you know, rank 38th in the country. Look, we have the 4th largest economy in the world, and again, 38th in the country for K through 12. Where is the disconnect? How do you fix that?
Oh, look, I'm the only person running for governor who's talking about K through 12. And what I've said is this: on day one, I will call a special election to close a corporate tax loophole to bring over $20 billion to the state of California every year, including almost half of that for education. The way you get good outcomes with students is to have great teachers. We need to attract, train, and retain great teachers, and that's what that money is for. We are the 38th in the country. We used to be number 1, and when you do a cost-adjusted basis, we're somewhere in the 30s. And what do we pay our teachers? We need to have more money
going to the teachers so we can have great teachers teaching our kids and getting the outcomes we need. That is the way to do it. I'm the only person talking about the need to do it and providing a very clear way to do it that is absolutely supportable by the evidence. Go through the teachers, go to the students, and get the outcomes that every California kid deserves. It's time we did it. There's a way to do it. I propose to start it on day one.
Tom Steyer.
Okay, now let's talk about the state of those polls. Here's ABC News Bay Area from yesterday. Yeah, this is a fairly close, heated race right
now just 4 days away from the June primary on Tuesday. And new polling shows our front runners for the California governor's seat who could be going to the November election.
ABC 7 Eyewitness News anchor Cameron Bob tracking the latest numbers for us. Cameron?
Hey guys, yeah, so there is a clear front runner, but we're also keeping an eye on really is who's coming in second and third in these polls. And at this point in the game, political experts do tell me it is a three-person race.
The crowded race for California governor is coming into focus. New polling out Friday shows three candidates on top.
They're very close to one another in preferences, but they've certainly separated themselves from the rest of the field.
The new UC Berkeley IGS poll puts Democrat Javier Becerra in first with 25% and Republican Steve Hilton at 21%. Democrat Tom Steyer close behind at 19%, with Chad Bianco and Katie Porter trailing with 16% and 13%. A Public Policy Institute of California poll out Thursday showed a similar picture.
Now we can kind of see with some clarity that it's going to be a Becerra, Hilton, and Steyer, and two of them will advance to the general election.
That at least seems to be the case. And even though Tom Steyer sounded fairly confident about the numbers that he was looking at in that previous interview, it did, it does raise some concerns right now. You could wind up having, because the fact is, I would love to have a fucking Democrat versus Democrat in the gubernatorial race. Right? Like, fuck, I don't want to, like, who cares, like, about the left versus, we already know Republicans are trash. It's California. Right, like the guy is gonna lose the general, so it's like it's about actually having like a real debate of the ideas on what will help Californians, in my opinion. If you get two Democrats up there, rather than just sort of going back and forth with the same fucking partisan back and forth, rather than having an internal debate about what the fuck Democrats should be doing, because that's what would happen, right? Like, are you following me on this? Like, that's what would happen if you have two Democrats basically fighting over which direction the Democratic Party should go in the general, which is exactly, I think, what people around here would probably wind up preferring. Yeesh. Okay. Do we do one last clip on this or not? Screw it. I'm gonna skip that last clip on the California governor's race. I think we got it. I think we get it. It's a very close race right now. Just a few days left until voting day. Let's move on to Iowa. How's that sound? Let's leave California, finally. Sorry, California. But it's time to talk about literally anybody else but you. To Iowa, the middle of the country. We're just going to go alphabetically. Which means New Jersey and New Mexico will basically be the last. I mean, the fact is New Mexico and South Dakota, there's not a lot to talk about. We do have things in at least a few states left here. Starting in Iowa's 1st district. Running there is Travis Terrell. This is from Progressive Victory, Iowa, from 5 months ago, on Travis's healthcare position.
What are your specific plans to protect Social Security and Medicare for people like me? I'm 1.5 years from being Medicare ineligible and 3.5 years before I'm hoping to retire. Please don't just complain about what the Republicans are doing or not doing. Please outline your specific plans.
So for Social Security, the first thing is getting rid of the cap. When somebody making $170,000 a year is paying the same amount of Social Security as someone making $37 million a year. And that's what's drying it up. As for protecting Medicare, my plan for healthcare goes far beyond that. Medicare is a great program, but what I want is to join every other major country on earth and have universal healthcare for every American. And the plan to protect, the plan that I support is the one proposed by Senator Sanders, Medicare for All, which a lot of people get stuck on that word Medicare, but this is not Medicare as you know it. Medicare for All protects vision, mental health, healthcare, every woman's healthcare. And it's all paid for by the same small fee on a check that comes out. And it not only saves people money and saves small businesses money, it will save companies as big as mine that employ thousands of people money. My health insurance, my employer's part, is about $13,000 a year. With Medicare for All, they would be paying about $7,000 a year for my health care. And I would be paying about $2,000 a year less. The only people it hurts are the insurance CEOs that I feel like we've done enough for. And I don't really care if a few CEOs have to find jobs at freaking car dealerships.
Yeah, how sad if a healthcare CEO had to find a real job. That would be sad. I got one more on Travis. The volume, the audio wasn't great there at the Progressive Victory at Iowa. I think it's slightly better here. This is Iowa News Now from 12 days ago. In conversation with Travis.
Welcome to Beyond the Podium. I'm Ray Bakari. Joining me today is Travis Terrell, who is one of 2 Democrats running in Iowa's 1st congressional district this year. Travis, it's good to have you on the program.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's great to be here and great to get to talk to you.
In 60 seconds or less, why are you running for Congress?
So the biggest reason I'm running for Congress is I believe that working class individuals such as myself and my family have never had representation. The biggest individual thing was a phone call I had with my mom where she called me and she was crying. It was the day after Elon Musk called Social Security the big one that's a drain on our economy. She was crying saying, what happens if my Social Security gets cut? And that hit me hard because I wanted to say it wouldn't happen, but I couldn't guarantee that in today's climate.
You're also, as I mentioned in the intro, one of 2 Democrats running for this seat. You're facing former state representative Christina Bohannon, who was the nominee for this seat in 2022 and 2024. How do you 2 differ, and why should Democratic primary voters pick you over her?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that separates me from Christina Bohannon is she represents and will fight for a status quo that I feel is broken. My campaign is about acknowledging the fact that the system that we have is working how it's intended, and it's intended to make life hard on working families and immigrants and other people who are just trying to get by. Her big goal is to get back to the day before the big, beautiful bill, but life was hard before that bill, and a lot of it hasn't taken effect yet, and we're already seeing too much damage.
And it could be perceived as an uphill battle because of your 2 differences in name recognition and the fact that she was the nominee for the seat twice, so she has a base of support built in. Do you see yourself as an underdog?
If I'm being realistic with myself, yes. I have found a lot of lanes that she kind of closed herself off to. I have met an overwhelming amount of people that have flat out said, if you're not the nominee, I'm not voting. I feel that she has burnt a lot of bridges, and I am the candidate that can mend those and repair those bridges. And
Yeah. Honestly, this guy's got a lot of good takes. I listened to this whole thing. But the fact is like, if he can win here, he's going up against just a fucking clown show of a Republican. Her name is Marionette Miller Meeks. That's right. A Republican puppet with the name of Marionette. I mean, could it be any more fucking on point with that name? Yes, a Republican puppet by the name of Marionette Miller Meeks, who has, in the 25-26 cycle, raised over $8 million from political action committees and individual large donors. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit in this video. You can't watch this whole thing.
such thing as a billionaire in America.
And then the FDR tax rates was that, I'm assuming.
Sorry, I'm going to go back slightly further.
Nap when they have workers depending on Medicaid and they are buying $300 million yachts. If we ever want to get out of the national debt, we have to take a serious look at billionaires and taxing them the way they should be. I believe that we need to go back to FDR era of tax rates, and sometimes I am a believer in one of the things that Bernie Sanders and other progressives have said is that in a time when Americans are dying on the streets, there should not be such thing as a billionaire in America.
And then the FDR tax rates was that, I'm assuming the wealthy paid.
Yep. So yeah, there was upwards of 90% after a certain amount. So the richest people in the country are still going to be the richest people in the country. They're not going to have any problems. They're still going to have, more money than they could ever spend in generations. But they're not going to be able to hide wealth from the taxpayers that are actually funding their wealth.
I have a couple of lightning round questions just to get through some topics quickly. So shorter answers, try yes or no as short as possible. Do you support or oppose term limits for members of Congress?
I support them.
Do you have any specification for how long or how many?
So one of the things I would like to see is like the House limited to the same as the presidency, the 2-year term still, so it'd be 4 2-year terms. The Senate, I also believe, should, in my eyes, be the same as the president, but I wouldn't want to go that far to restructuring. So I believe they should be limited to 2 terms.
So 12 years Senate, 8 years
for
House.
Senate, 8 years for the House, yes.
Support or oppose banning stock trading for members of Congress?
I support that.
If elected with a Democratic-led House, would you support any efforts to impeach President Trump?
On day one, yes.
And then, who is one Republican you could see yourself reaching across the aisle to work with?
So this one's hard to do short, but David Valadao, who's going to be in 2026, the last Republican that voted for impeachment that's actually running for re-election. He also supported a direct pathway to citizenship for immigrants. He's a high school graduate that didn't graduate college, dairy farmer that went bankrupt. He represents some of the things that I'm fighting for more than my opponent.
And then moving on from lightning round now, as the Democratic Party soul searches and heads into 2028, we kind of talked about this a little bit, but do you think the pathway forward is like embracing those more populist and progressive policies, or like kind of remaining centrist and moderate?
I think that embracing populist platforms is the only way that we keep control of the House. At the end of the day, if you're going to be a centrist Democrat, then why are Republicans not just going to vote for a Republican? We are in a state where the majority of the population is red. we have to provide an alternative other than not just being Donald Trump.
Do you have a candidate you'd like to see run in 2028 for president?
Okay, that's where I'm going to end it. But yeah, he's saying, we need term limits in the fucking Senate and in the House, and we need to have he's got a lot of fairly strong policies. He wants to impeach President Trump. Where did I put my fucking... Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, but I didn't pull him up. God damn it. And... okay. This is Travis's website. I love that this guy in here is wearing a Vault Tech t-shirt. Why I'm running. I grew up in Ottumwa, Iowa, blue-collar city with struggles, scars, and stories. It's a place where opportunities are rare, but strength is how you survive. I've seen what happens when people are forgotten. Drugs and mental illness have devastated loved ones and torn through communities that were already struggling. But because people were weak, but because the support they needed wasn't there. Sorry, not because people were weak, but because the support they needed wasn't there. Ottumwa taught me resilience. I saw neighbors work their fingers to the bone to keep food on the table. I saw families scraping by while politicians promised help that never came. And I saw people get up every day and keep going. These experiences shaped me. Real change doesn't come from empty promises or photo ops. It comes from listening, caring, and showing up for those left behind. A lot of issues here, but healthcare is a human right. Protecting water, women's and girls' rights, immigration with dignity, LGBTQ rights and equality, restoring worker-class power, housing and affordability, and genocide in Gaza, cleaning up Congress, education, smart gun control, and environmental protection. And more. But we've already been going at this for 6.5 friggin' hours. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little tired. So I can't spend too much time on any particular race. But suffice to say, Mr. Terrell, I think, deserves people's votes in Iowa's 1st district, if you happen to be there. It is, like I said, a Republican district run by a literal puppet by the name of Marionette Miller Meeks. A mostly white district, 83%. But it has been fairly purple in its voting history, voting Obama, then Trump. Although, they have voted Trump in the last 3 elections there. Wait, is dabbing still on fleek? I don't know if it's still on fleek, but people still do it. People are still dabbing it. Isn't it really up to us to decide what's on fleek and what is not on fleek? Let's go here to Iowa. Iowa's 2nd district. Person here who I think is perhaps the best candidate running in the Democratic primary is Kathy Dolter.
Hi, I'm Kathy Dolter. I'm a veteran, I'm a nurse, and I'm an educator. I'm a real person, non-politician, leader, innovator, and doer. From starting a VA and Department of Defense healthcare quality program for service members and veterans, to starting 2 Iowa nursing programs, to serving as Dean of Nursing at Kirkwood Community College. I am running for Congress because I am a nurse and I just can't stand by and watch people suffer. And the people of Iowa are suffering. From the big bad bill, the Trump tariff tax, and the cuts to federal programs. I will work hard to end the suffering, and I will fight for a living wage and the healthcare, education, and rights for all Iowans. Corporations and billionaires are droning out our voices. So let's have our voices be heard and use our voices and our votes to flip that House, take back Congress, and make America America again.
Oh, make America America again. Fascinating. All right, Kathy Dolter, this is her webpage. DolterForCongress.org, fighting for a living wage, affordable health care, public education, and the rights of all Iowans. Veteran, nurse, educator, public servant. Action plan. Kathy has an ABC action plan to get things done. Fascinating. A, alive. We all need to be alive and healthy, so we all need health care. B, bucks. We all need to have sufficient bucks to buy food. Shelter and electricity for ourselves and our loved ones. C, constitutional freedoms. We all need to have a constitution, our constitutional freedom, so that we can live, love, laugh, speak, assemble, and have due process. D, defense. We all need to continue to be free through strong alliances and preventing wars through the combined efforts of a strong state and defense department. E, education and environment. We need to recommit to quality public education and a clean environment to ensure a future for our children, grandchildren, nieces, and nephews. Now there you have it. Kathy Dolter. One more clip from her. This is from 5 days ago. Actually, wait, do I have another clip? Oh, I do, yeah. Yeah.
A nurse and an educator, Kathy Dolter.
Dolter, American, Iowan, veteran, nurse, educator, public servant, non-politician, real person. I'm running for Congress because I'm a nurse and I just can't stand by and watch people suffer. I need to do something. And the people of Iowa are suffering from the big bad bill, the Trump tariff taxes, the cuts to federal programs, and now Trump's war of choice in Iran. I'm also running for Congress because when I was 21, I took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I never thought at that time that the biggest threat to our Constitution would be a corrupt president who exceeds his constitutional powers and a spineless Congress that doesn't do anything to check and balance it. We all need to be alive and healthy, so we all need health care. We need to shore up Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, and VA health care system on our journey to universal health care, because health care is a right, not a privilege. We all need to have sufficient bucks to buy food, shelter, and electricity for ourselves and our families. So number one, we have to ensure a living income for our workers and our seniors by increasing the federal minimum wage and shoring up Social Security. The most important thing we need to do is start the process for a no King's Amendment to the Constitution, because to prevent abuse of presidential pardons, executive orders, declarations of war, and declarations of emergency, because I don't want any president acting like a king in America. Retired Lieutenant Colonel, PhD, Army nurse. I have a track record of getting in, getting things done, getting out and moving on in multiple organizations from the VA to the Department of Defense to community colleges and private colleges in Iowa. I started the VA DoD evidence-based guidelines to improve quality of care for our service members and veterans. I started 2 nursing programs in the state of Iowa. I led Kirkwood Community College to be the top nursing program in the state. So I have passionately advocated for patients, for veterans, for service members, and for students throughout my entire career. I would passionately advocate for all constituents of the 2nd Congressional District. So let me be your representative, but no matter what, let's turn Iowa blue, let that House take back Congress, stop the Republicans taking the voter study scheme, and make America, America again.
I think "Make America America Again" is actually a fire ass fucking motto, dude. Make America America again. Ma. Maybe we do need ma. Maybe we need ma more than we need da. Right now.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
Anyways, I think Kathy is your best candidate for Iowa's 2nd Congressional District, which, as you can see here, is represented by Ashley Hinson, a Republican. This district voted for Obama fucking twice. 58 to 40, 56 to 44, and then Trump 3 times in a row. Oh, Iowa, you very strange place. Can I add Tucker Carlson's dad's home speech to that? I have no idea what you're talking about. I do not know what that is. I have not heard that. All right. What do I got next? I think it's the 4th district. Yeah, Iowa's 4th district, and the last one for us to talk about here. Oh shit! I just remember I didn't get that yet, did I? Mother. I thought I added a video for this guy in here. Whatever. Oh, my phone died. That's helpful. Oh, that's helpful. I guess I'll do it right here then. So, all right. We're going to go to Iowa's 4th. Ashley Wolf. Up next. This is a clip from KCCI, Iowa. 10 months ago. Full interview. Democrat candidate Ashley Wolf Turnabane sits down with KCCI after launching her congressional campaign. So this would have been in like August of last year?
Thank you for chatting with me. I really appreciate it.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
Why are you running for Congress right now? What made you decide to get into the race?
We all look around and we see Iowans and the rest of the country hurting while the rich get richer and the rest of us just get left behind. And I've been taught my whole life by my parents and by Sunday school that we help people in need. And for a long time, I felt called to help people in need by serving in public office. But I thought it was going to have to be much later in life since I'm a mom. But when Ryan Melton had to unfortunately suspend his campaign, I felt that it was really important to get a candidate to pick up, a progressive candidate to pick up where he left off, so we don't lose our momentum that he has worked so hard to attain. And so it felt like God was telling me the time is now to help people in this way. And so we launched on the 4th of July and we really hit the ground running. We started our 36 county listening tour, and we're just getting started, but last week alone in 4 days, we were listening in 6 different counties. And we heard a lot of perspectives there, which was really helpful. But the biggest thing that kept coming up was healthcare. And there were a couple of people who have been kicked off of their Medicaid because, according to the state, they're making too much, but they're still having a hard time meeting their or affording their basic needs. And so that's a common gap that people are falling through with Medicaid. And then I spoke with another person who is scared of losing her Medicaid, which she needs for an extensive health issue she has. Actually, all of these people, the ones who got kicked off as well, also had extensive health issues. And
This is ridiculous.
It's just the same story. It's just all over the country. It's just gonna get worse now that they've, now that these cuts are actually gonna be slowly coming faster and faster, right? Like it's gonna. The way that they set it up is so that like through the midterms and like slightly after it, they would start happening so that they wouldn't get punished for it, right? like most of this accelerates the second the midterms are over. It's like day one. It's like, oh, all the cuts start actually hitting. But people are already all over the country, right, getting affected by this left and right. It's not great. We can't listen to this whole thing right now, just time-wise, since we're 7 hours into this freaking stream already. God, this is going to be a long stream. It's going to be longer than 8 hours, I think, which is crazy.
You're running in Iowa's most Republican district. How do you plan to win over not only Democratic voters, but also Republican and independent voters?
yes, so in the last two Democrats who have run in this district have received 30 to 37% of the vote, so about 1 in 3 voters. And those 1 in 3 voters matter to me, and I'm happy to be giving them a voice they feel comfortable. They'll hopefully feel comfortable with voting for. But I also do want to speak with people from rural Iowa, people who may be Republican, people who may be independent, people who maybe only vote in the presidential election, and let them know that we have an opportunity to help ourselves, to create a happier, healthier Iowa by electing someone who is going to represent them instead of the special interests and the billionaires.
What do you think Democrats need to do better to connect with rural voters?
So at an event I was at over the weekend, my initial answer would have been talk to rural voters more. But at an event that I was at over the weekend, there was a representative from the Iowa Democratic Party who talked about knocking on doors in all 99 counties. So clearly there have been some attempts, and I think that the IDP should be lauded for that. And I think that we just need to keep hammering or keep reiterating that we care about rural voters and we want to listen to them. And that's why I'm doing this listening tour. I'm going to be going to each of the 36 counties, and I'm going to be listening to people and figuring out solutions together. There are a lot of people, a lot of smart people in our district who have answers. And I've already taken some cues from conservationists and from rural voters about some of the answers that we have to these tough questions.
Okay, well, we're not done with Ashley. I got a couple more clips from her. This was from 2 months ago. On her channel.
Hi, I'm Ashley Wolf-Tornbane. Even though when I was growing up we didn't have a lot, I was still taught here and at home to always help anyone in need when you can. And I see a lot of Iowans struggling right now. We've been left behind by politicians who listen to the billionaires and special interests instead of us everyday folks. People and institutions are under attack. There's a lot we're going to need to rebuild. But we need to go beyond that and show the average American we're going to make their lives better instead of returning to the status quo that made them feel like they don't matter. We start by raising the minimum wage and implementing publicly funded universal healthcare like the happiest countries on earth benefit from. I'm a normal, everyday Iowan who listens, who cares, who problem solves, and I'm not going to leave you behind. So, run with me. Let's build a happier, healthier Iowa together. Visit wolftornabane4iowa.com to join the movement and donate.
Yes, wolftornabane4iowa.com. Here it is. Hi, I'm Ash. I'm a 6th-generation Iowan for those generations born in Sac County, here in the 4th District, who grew up in and resides in Storm Lake. I've had to fight through several challenging life events and have lived on a tight budget most of my life. I realized I'm a Democrat in 6th grade. My classmates and I learned the basic differences between the two major political parties in the U.S. Even though low taxes initially sounded attractive, I quickly realized that the taxes are necessary to fund society. Oh, fascinating. Okay, let's wait, hold on. How do I get here? And yes, here's her list of policies and, well, goal policy, whatever you want to call them. Goals: protecting democracy, healthcare for all, raising the minimum wage, an economy that works for you, not just the billionaires, clean water, bringing back the Iowan family farm, revitalizing small towns, the veterans, carbon capture, and domain abuse. What is this? Oh, thank you. Yes, I love you. Carbon capture is just a way for unsustainable industries to greenwash, which is when people are tricked into believing something is more environmentally friendly than it really is. Oh, yeah. Realistic paths to citizenships, reduce corruption and billionaire influence, stop the attacks on DEI, protect women's rights, advocate for LGBTQ+, education, stop the budget panic, Supreme Court reform, supporting unions, and uncap the House and replace the toxic two-party system with proportional representation. Now, Iowa's 4th District here, currently represented by this guy, Randy Feenstra. It's gone red in every election since McCain, 2008. All right, one more clip from on the race with Ashley's run here in the 4th. This is a YouTube channel by the name of Bitches Get Stuff Done.
A what now?
I'm Ashley Wolf Tornabane. A lot of people wonder about the last name. I was a wolf, my husband was a Tornabane, and we just combined, and that's our whole family name. I'm from Storm Lake, and I'm running for U.S. House here in Iowa's 4th Congressional District to replace Randy Feenstra. I have cared about politics since I was young, and what I have seen is, over the years, every time, we know the answer, and then we don't implement the solution. And that is exactly what we have going on with water quality right now. We could make the choice to choose our land, our water, our wildlife, and us, but instead we have been prioritizing the dollar bill. Our farmhouses have stopped having farmers in them a lot of times. My best friend's mom, when we would be hauling piglets, she would say, that farm used to have a family in it and it doesn't anymore, or now they're just renters, they're not farming the land anymore. It all fits together. I mean, we have the information, we just need to put people who are bold enough to actually enact the policies that we need in order to clean up our water and to take care of our land and therefore our wildlife and us.
100%. Thank you, Ashley. Ashley Wolf Tornabane for Congress in Iowa's 4th. Hopefully she can get it done and make it to the general. All right. Now, somehow, I didn't manage to watch this video ahead of time in my blazing through the races. I didn't even get this video in my list somehow.
I was born an underdog.
It's a lot. It's a lot, okay? At least I remembered that I screwed up and fixed it before it was too late. To the Iowa Democratic Senate primary. To the Galactic preferred candidate, Josh Turek. This was his announcement, I guess, a campaign announcement video on YouTube 9 months ago. Entitled Underdog.
I was born an underdog. 21 surgeries by the age of 12. Spina bifida, caused by my dad's exposure to Agent Orange in Vietnam. A kid wearing Goodwill hand-me-downs with the wrong color lunch ticket. I knew nothing would come easy, but I never doubted my right to the American dream. Sitting in my wheelchair, 9 years old, watching the Olympics, I dreamed of winning gold for my country too. In 2016, I did just that.
Guess who on the left side? Josh Turek.
Council Bluffs, Iowa native. And then I did it again.
Back-to-back gold medals.
It wouldn't have been possible without the grit that made me shoot 1,000 shots every day. And I wouldn't have gotten that far without VA health coverage from my dad's service, free summer lunch programs when my parents were struggling, and the local AEA that made sure that I had access to a good education. When I was a kid, there was a senator from Iowa that made sure that the doors were open for kids like me. Now the senator from Iowa is just closing doors, taking away health care, making it harder for parents to feed their kids. All just to give tax breaks to billionaires. And her explanation?
Well, we all are going to die.
Well, I'm tired of Iowans being taken for granted. I wasn't supposed to be able to win a state house seat that Trump won twice. But I campaigned just like I played basketball, outworking everyone, pushing the hills, crawling the stairs.
Oh my!
All just to have a
fucking
conversation
God.
with everyday Iowans.
Yo, this dude is fucking awesome. Jesus Christ. He is crawling up people's steps to knock on their doors. What a champion. What a champion.
Not mad at the party. We won that first race by just 6 votes. We won the next one by 5 points in the reddest seat in Iowa held by a Democrat. Iowans deserve a senator who works for them again. So I'm running for U.S. Senate. A whole lot of folks are going to look at a guy like me and say, man, that is a real long shot. Well, in Iowa, we love an underdog. So if you are ready to push for change, join me.
Okay, well, let's take a look at Josh's website here. TurekForIowa.com. Josh Turek, two-time Paralympic gold medalist for Team USA and a state legislator who represents the reddest seat held by a Democrat in the state of Iowa. Born with spina bifida after his dad was exposed to Agent Orange in Vietnam, Josh overcame 21 surgeries by the age of 12 to eventually represent the United States at 4 Paralympics. After his basketball career ended with a gold medal in Tokyo in 2021, Josh ran to represent his hometown of Council Bluffs in the legislature, running in a seat that Donald Trump had already won twice. Josh pushed his chair up hills and crawled upstairs to talk to Iowans of all political stripes, eventually winning by 6 votes. He was reelected by a 5-point margin. At the same time, Trump was winning the seat by 8 points. Not only because of his work ethic, but because he's developed a reputation as a common-sense, bipartisan legislator. All right, let's check out his platform. A prairie populist to rebuild the American dream. Life is harder for working class people because Washington is riddled with corrupt politicians who are out of touch and focused on enriching themselves. While Ashley Hinson's net worth has quadrupled since she got to Washington, Iowa's economy and personal income growth have plummeted. More and more Iowans are struggling to afford housing, healthcare, medication, and groceries. Ashley Hinson doesn't care. All right, let's go down here. In the Senate, Josh will fight to make Joe versus Jesus. In the Senate, take two.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
In the Senate, Josh will fight to make Roe versus Wade law of the land again and protect access to contraception and IVF, protect the freedom of speech and protest, defend the right for Americans to marry who they love, reform this and simplify path to legal citizenship, eliminate unnecessary barriers to education, healthcare, and employment for Americans with disabilities. Every Iowa child deserves access to the highest quality public education. Yeah, he's got a lot of. This guy has got a lot of good policies for a state like Iowa. And considering everything. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a better list right here to look at. There's a much easier list to look at. Here it is. Cut taxes for the middle class and working families and close loopholes for billionaires and big corporations. Impose a federal ban on price gouging on food so Iowans pay less at the grocery store. Raise the minimum wage. Pass legislation that ties regular raises to inflation. Oh, fascinating. Tying wages to inflation, you say. Ensuring a livable wage. Ban Wall Street private equity firms from purchasing single-family homes and farmland. Simplify permitting so new affordable housing can be built faster. Pass the PRO Act to strengthen our unions and protect collective bargaining. Strengthen Social Security by ensuring billionaires pay their fair share. Take on Big Pharma and pharmacy benefit managers. Repeal cuts to SNAP. Hold corporations accountable. I mean, come on. Come on.
Come on!
And here's the other thing. This guy is willing to fucking work his dick off. Right? He literally is crawling upstairs. Like, that to me is just fucking beyond just anything I can, like, I mean, really, like, we don't see people doing that, you know, like, I feel like we don't see people taking their job even half, not even like 10% as seriously in fucking Congress. These guys aren't even showing up. This guy, he's fucking wheeling himself up hills?
This is ridiculous!
You gotta be kidding me. Okay, let's go north and slightly west to Montana. Got two House races here and one Senate race to discuss in Montana. Also, there's a governor's race in Iowa, but actually, hold on. Before we do this. Oh, damn you. That's not what I meant to do, you bastard. Where are we? Yes. The Iowa gubernatorial race is unfortunately, there's nothing to discuss here. One candidate for Democrats, one for the L party, whatever the fuck that is. Libertarian. Oh my god, they have a libertarian governor? Is that true? Does Iowa have a libertarian governor? Shut up. Wait, no, they don't. Wait, who is... No, it's Kim Reynolds. Wait, who's this guy? Oh, that's the libertarian candidate. I just realized what I was looking at. That's the libertarian candidate. The Iowa governor is Kim Reynolds. I believe is a Republican, no? Yeah. But there's only one candidate in the Iowa for basically each, aside from in the Republican Party where there's a hotly contested race, but that I have zero interest in. Moving on from Iowa now to Montana. It's first district. First person to talk about is named Russ Cleveland. Here's Cleveland for Montana from 5 months ago. Oh, don't
join me.
Oh wait, I know what happened. This is not right. Okay, close that window. God, you would not believe how many windows I have open right now. It's out of control.
I'm Ashley Wolfhard.
I've also been looking at a new program somebody showed me on Discord. You know who you are. I twerk on your grave. Hello to you. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, somebody showed me a new program that I'm highly interested in on Discord where I can play with congressional maps. But I haven't had time to really delve into it yet. Looks like it would be a very useful resource if I can master the program itself. Oh god, I gotta move myself. There we go. That's slightly better. Terrible position to sit in for this long. Oh. I mean, I would go even further on the minimum wage sticks. I'd say tie the minimum wage to inflation and then raise it by, and then make it higher than inflation somehow. By like, I don't know, 1% or 2%. Something, something not all that large, but the grand scheme of things. 1%, 2% extra on your whole year's wages, fairly meaningful. If that's already on top of inflation, one would assume it would be fairly easy to keep up, or at least easier to keep up. Cleveland or Montana, 5 months ago. Front Porch Fridays, episode 1.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to me today and let me join you on your front porch. I'm just interested in here in Dillon, Montana, what are some pressing issues that are important to you guys? What's keeping you up at night? What matters to you?
There's so much that keeps me up at night, but I guess as a former teacher for 40 years, education.
Well, as an educator, former educator, what do you think are some things that we could tackle, that we could do, that could help improve some of those things that you've seen over the course of your career to now?
I think one of the big crucial things, because up until I think the last legislature, our teachers were numbered 50 beginning salaries. And I know that there's a shortage of teachers. I taught, I have a daughter that is a speech pathologist in the schools, a son-in-law who's been a superintendent, and I think they'd all agree we need to pay and make our teachers of value to our society. They're not babysitters.
No, and I think better pay could probably close that 1,000 teacher vacancy that we see here in Montana.
And the cost of education is just out of reach for some. I belong to an organization that we give scholarships to teachers, but that's not enough.
No, I mean the student debt here, I mean you guys have one of the main teaching programs here in the state here in Dillon.
The volumes, I know the volume's not great for this one, but if you couldn't hear what she was saying, I'll repeat it for you. She's a former teacher who thinks that we have a real problem with a lack of teachers, which is not just a thinking. I mean, that's a facts. Like, you just look at the statistics. We are at a serious, we have serious vacancies in the teaching profession right now, especially in public schools. And that is a hugely problematic thing. It is why the United States continues to fall in proficiencies in math and reading and science. Globally, we just continue to get worse and worse and worse. And that's because we're not investing in education. And we're investing in billionaires.
Zuckerbucks.
We're investing in Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk having more money. And not in teachers. But she goes one step further. She says, look, we have to invest in teachers. We can't just give teachers scholarships. We have to think really long and hard about how we're creating teachers right now. Because there's no incentive to do it, right? When you think about it, right? Like, being a public school teacher means that you're going to get berated by parents. You're going to be, like physically assaulted by children. I'm not saying it's necessarily the children's fault, but you get what I'm saying. Like, you're going to be paid nothing to be berated by parents and physically assaulted by children on a daily basis. And it's your responsibility to make them educated somehow while not being able to feed yourself or pay your rent, or like, you know, like, or your classroom doesn't have the supplies it needs, or like whatever else. So why would you take out a loan, even with a scholarship, to go to fucking school for something that's going to be demonstrably, maybe just well, not maybe, like demonstrably difficult, and maybe just like financially ruinous for you, right? And it's a great point, and that's why we need fucking access to free public education on a college level. What in the world is going on? I don't know. What are you referring to?
What the fuck is going on?
If you're referring to that last video, that was congressional candidate for Montana's 1st District, Russ Cleveland, speaking to voters on their front porch, just asking them what they care about. That woman cares about educating the future of America. Here's another clip from Russ's YouTube channel, also from 5 months ago.
No parent should ever have to watch their child fight a deadly disease in a system rigged against them. That's what my wife Kate and I endured, along with our entire family. We lost our oldest daughter Madison to leukemia at the age of 13. We experienced firsthand how broken the American healthcare system is. The pain of watching Madison suffer was matched only by the frustration of watching Washington, D.C. politicians slash critical funding for medical research, just to fund more tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. That experience changed me. I'm Russ Cleveland, and I'm running for U.S. House in Montana's Western District because families deserve a healthcare system that actually puts people first. I grew up in Montana, on a farm in the Bitterroot Valley, where I learned the values of hard work and service to your neighbors. I'm a successful entrepreneur and a Navy veteran. I studied electrical engineering at Montana Tech. Now, Kate and I coach high school athletics. We're the proud parents of 7 children, one of whom Kate and I are blessed to be her guardian. We live in St. Regis in a home we built on the land we named Madison Ranch in honor of our late daughter. For several months now, I've been traveling Western Montana and listening to the needs of Montanans. It's time to turn those voices into positive change. Now, I'm a candidate to serve as Western Montana's next congressman. I'm running in honor of my late daughter's memory, and I'm fighting for a stronger, fairer future for every Montana family. I'm dedicated to restoring humility, integrity, and decency to Western Montana's representation in D.C. And as a husband and father, I'm determined to leave our next generation a Montana that is strong, safe, more affordable, and full of opportunity. We're done with politicians who put profits and partisan politics ahead of people. That includes getting rid of Ryan Zinke, sending him back to his house in Santa Barbara, California. It's time to reclaim our state, to protect what is ours.
Damn, shots fired. And Ryan Zinke back to his house in California. Let's not forget this is Montana we're talking about. Bam. Suck it, Ryan. Wait, where is it? Why can't I find it? Oh, here it is.
I never sucked any ding-dongs.
Building a Montana that truly works for hardworking families and individuals. Montanans never back down from a challenge, and we're fighting back. Our public lands, local businesses, schools, families, and communities deserve leaders who will actually fight for them every single day. My name is Russell Cleveland, and I intend to earn your vote to be Montana's next Western District Member of Congress.
Okay, let's take a look at Montana's first congressional district. All the way over here on the west side. And currently run by this guy, represented by this guy, I'm sorry, Ryan Zinke, Republican, assuming office in 2023. And this district has gone almost entirely for Republicans since 2008, aside from Obama. But Trump winning in 2016, 2020, and 2024. The only guy that continues to be winning around here is John Tester, I think is his name. Is that? Yeah, Raymond John Tester. Yeah, somehow this one guy, this one Democrat continues to hold a Senate seat here in Montana. Oh, and here's Russ's website. 7 kids is too many. It's a lot of kids. It's a lot of kids. But can you imagine losing a child? Like your oldest child, 13 years old. I figured that's the sort of thing that makes you want to have more kids. Like, not to be crass, but like as like just in case. It's like I feel like it's almost like an instinctual like response. Like to some degree, that's why people used to have so many kids, because high likelihood. It was much higher likelihood, at least, that they would die before they got to 18. I mean, I really don't mean to be crass, but I guess my point is, like, psychologically, I can totally understand this man and his wife. You know, I don't know Russ's wife's name, but Russ and his wife, you know, being like, we need more kids, and not necessarily like saying it like that, but just like, you know, like mentally thinking like we just need to have more kids after that. Like, I kind of get that. But this is his website. Not bought, not backing down, fighting to fix healthcare, improve overall affordability, and end corruption, restoring representation for every Montana family. Let's look at his policies. Specific positions, real legislation, and concrete commitments, not sound bites. Issues are not organized by priority. Okay, good to know. Healthcare is a right, not a privilege. Russ and his wife, Kate. Now I know her name, Kate. Know firsthand what a broken healthcare system costs a Montana family. Their 13-year-old daughter, Madison, died of leukemia. We already know this. It's very personal. But yeah, he's supports deploying a Medicare for all system that provides affordable universal coverage and negotiates lower cost for prescription drugs, in-home care, and hospital services. I can barely talk now. I've been reading all night. I've been going for 7.5 hours. I can barely say words. Oh, suffice to say, Russ is your guy. If you're in Montana's first. He wants to make your homes more affordable, which have, by the way, risen by literally 100% in a short period of time, while your incomes continue to stagnate in Montana. He wants to get corporate money out of politics, protect you from unchecked AI and data center expansion, an economy that works for you, not for the corporations. Let's go check out this guy's website. Maybe go vote for him in the election if you're in Montana. Although I don't know of anybody who watches the show that's from Montana, or that has made it known that they're from Montana. We have a hugely diverse audience in terms of geography, but I can't think of a single Montanan. Is it Montanan? Montanite? I don't know the word. What's the word for someone from Montana?
I was raised in the Bitterroot Valley. It's where I learned what honest work looks like. Helping my dad around the farm, watching my mom work tirelessly to make our house a home. It was neighbors, showing up, doing right by the people around us. A lot of my memories aren't big moments. They're small ones. Sports. Service to country. A great hunting season. Or a long ride on a Sunday. Now I'm raising my own kids here in Montana. And it's harder than it used to be. Housing feels out of reach. Childcare is breaking families. People are stretched thin even when they're doing everything right. Even our health care is uncertain. It's not because people stopped working hard. It's because the system stopped working for them. I want my kids to grow up with room to breathe, to feel like effort still counts here. To know this is a place where people look out for each other. I want them to grow up in a Montana where neighbors still help neighbors. Where you show up when someone's having a hard stretch. Where community isn't something you talk about, it's something you do. That Montana isn't gone. It's still here. But it doesn't happen on its own. It shows up in who we choose to speak for us. I'm running for a reason. Because this place matters. And it's worth getting right. I'm Russ Cleveland. And I'd be honored to represent you as your next congressman.
Okay, here's our last Ross clip. All right, now, being an educator is worse than you described. It makes you feel like a superhero when you make it. Well, yeah. I didn't want to go into too much. I wanted to go into too much gory detail. But yeah, I mean, I know it's a tough profession. That's what I was trying to make that clear, without just sort of harping on it for too long. All right. Speaking of not harping on things for too long, I'm gonna move on from Montana's 1st district to their 2nd district, and shockingly, we have another good candidate in both districts in Montana. That's right, Montana only has 2 districts. Here's number 2, Sam Lux.
So we're going to do green energy. We have to do it in a way that is worker first. We have to do it in a way that makes sure that not only does nobody lose their jobs, but more importantly, no one has to leave their town, because people that live out in the communities like where I do, we live here because we want to live here. We don't want to. And
We're doing it. We're doing it live. Folks, we are back. This is the Foolish Optimist podcast. I'm so excited to have you here. You know who I am. I am Amy McDonald, the host. We're on the hunt for the next generation of leaders in the United States, and we're back with our second guest of Montana Week. We're very excited. Sam Lux is a farrier and small business owner running for the U.S. House seat in Montana's 2nd congressional district. The quote he says is, "I never wanted to be a politician, but I feel a duty to my community." Fed up with authoritarian overreach and Ponzi scheme party politics, Lux says, "If what we had done in the past had worked, I wouldn't have to be here." He champions the cost of living crisis, ag producers, and responsible energy policy.
Okay, and before we get into this is a long-form conversation, I figured we would just look at Montana's 2nd district again, or not again, here really quickly. This is it. This is the rest of the state of Montana. 2 districts. One a weird sliver, the other one a giant block. Both represented by Republicans, this one being Troy Downing. I'm not sure which one of them looked douchier, but you decide. Median household income of $73,000, and a vast majority white, with the second most populous population being Native American. And Sam's page is luxformontana.com. All right, I'll be right back. I got to grab something real quick, and I'm just going to leave you here with the Foolish Optimist podcast. Hopefully, they don't mind.
Reviving the redneck Democrat tradition that supported early union efforts with a working class, no corporate PAC, no lobbyist, and no big money campaign. You can find everything you need at luxformontana.com. Sam, thank you for being here.
thank you for having me.
Greatly appreciate it. Now, can we start with a question we don't normally start with? What is a farrier for those of us uninitiated?
You know, there was viral videos on TikTok of folks that work on hooves of horses.
Nate,
Yeah,
the
I'm
hoof
that
guy. You're a hoof guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm a
okay.
hoof guy.
Amazing. Now, that's really interesting and obviously needed. You guys have a lot of ranches and a lot of cattle and a lot of, it's not all Yellowstone, folks. We know this, but a lot of,
This is true.
lots of animals who need support. And you're their You're their guy. That's fabulous.
But before a farrier, I was a large animal vet tech for 7 years. And then I moved into being a farrier now for also about 7 years now. And in that time, I both work on the regular stuff, but I'm primarily a laminitis specialist. So I work on the horses with the real broken feet that need a little extra help.
Oh, I mean, and they do. They're such big animals. They need their feet to be in great shape, or they like get really hurt.
Yep.
Yeah, they're like majestic and also a little terrifying. I'm chronically East Coast and very much a city dweller. They're beautiful, but every time someone's like, "You want to get on one?" I'm like, "That's a beautiful beast. Why would I ever deign to try to control it? No. Mm-mm.
Oh, shit. I grew up on the back of a horse. Come on now.
It's just the differing lives of the United States, you know? So
Mhm.
the way we normally start this is, why are you running in 2026? Why this seat and why 2026?
The reason I'm running is very much because of the work that I do in the community that I'm important. In the job that I do, I get to work for a lot of the ranchers and farmers all across my state. I have one of the largest practices in my state, going all the way from Missoula to Livingston, everywhere in between. I cover about 500 miles.
I was about to say, how many
of
miles is that?
territory. In that, I work for people that are from every background, every political affiliation, doesn't really matter. But these are folks that they're out there and they're trying to live the American dream. They're doing everything right. They're out there, they're working 12, 14, 16 hours a day, growing the crops and the base that make it so that the rest of the country stays fed.
Now, all right, I am back. Just something I want to draw everyone's attention to. I mean, he's got a lot of good ideas over here, but I'm actually not drawing your attention to any of his ideas. But something I noticed in the background that may have eluded you is the One Piece flag, the Jolly Roger, if you will. I just found that to be interesting. Maybe, as we know, the old One Piece Jolly Roger has been something of a sign, a symbol of resistance these days at the Gen Z adjacent type protests, I guess you might say. It's been a symbol we've certainly talked about in the recent past.
Yet, these are folks who are falling consistently further and further behind. Every year, we see another crop of family-owned farms that end up closing down because they can't compete anymore. We're seeing, especially with the recent tariffs and the instability in the global market, we're seeing that it's getting worse and worse. And even in cattle production, which right now the calf price is at an all-time high. Despite that, our ranchers are scared. They're scared because they see that this bubble is going to pop soon, and when it does, there's going to be no room left for the American beef market.
Well, and
you know, a big part of the reason I'm running is because I grew up with the idea that if you have the ability to do something to right or wrong that you see, then you have the obligation to try. I have the background, I have the intelligence, I have the drive to try to fix this issue, which means that I have the obligation for my neighbors across the state to try.
I love that approach, and I think that is something that a lot of us were raised with, especially millennials and even some Gen Zers, and I think that's what everyone's doing right now, which is so exciting. We're going to see a big change coming up over the course of midterms, and it's exciting to see.
That's what I've been hoping for, and I think many of us have been hoping for around here. All right, I'm going to skip ahead. Thankfully, Amy over here, or somebody at the Foolish Optimist podcast, gave us chapters, so we can check out different topics fairly easily on this one. Let's go here. Talking about the cost of food. Oopsies, wrong screen. There we go.
The second thing is that we need to aggressively rework the way that our food quality laws are here in the United States. Because right now, almost all that wonderful Montana wheat does not stay in the United States. Instead, we ship it off to other countries that have a higher food quality standards than what we do here at home. And then we buy lower quality grain, ship it in, and make all of our food with that, because here in the United States, we don't have laws to protect and make sure that American people have to be fed the best of the best.
Is that why we're all like, is that all why we're all a little gluten intolerant? Because we don't have the same because I know a lot of people who are really gluten intolerant in the United States, but they can go to Italy and eat pasta. They can go to France and have a baguette.
The crazy thing, a lot of that Italian pasta is made with Montana wheat.
Son of a...
And that's just not right, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, right there, so there's a couple of things we can do. The other thing that we really need to do is, we hear a lot all the time about how much we need a farm bill, and we do. But the problem is that the farm bill, along with a number of the other big pieces of legislation the American people has waiting on since time immemorial, we haven't passed a clean farm bill since before I was born. And that's something that the farmers need. It is critical. It is necessary. But these big omnibus bills, they'll never get passed. Politics is too contentious these days for a bill that includes 10,000 different provisions in it to ever get anywhere. So instead, what I am aiming to do is take and break out, while we're still pushing for that farm bill, to break out some of the most necessary pieces of legislation from that into single issue bills that we can quickly, easily get pushed through Congress. Those are going to be things like MCOR, which in and of itself is one of the biggest concerns here for Montana ranchers, and would on its own put over $9 billion a year back into the pockets of American small farms.
Okay, aiming to put money back in the hands of small farmers sounds like a good focus to me. See here, cost of living. Yes.
So the biggest things that are concerned to folks here in my district are the cost of living crisis, because a lot of folks don't realize this. You just spoke with Russell the other day, but the wealth discrepancy in Montana is insane. The average income in the first district averages out to, I think, is $124,000 a year. The average income in my district is $17,400 a year, which means that the majority of people living in my district live over $10,000 below the poverty. And that's on a good day.
I was about to say, and let's be clear, that poverty line hasn't changed in so fucking long, and it is not real, and it is not applicable today. And I get really angry about this. People are like, oh, like 20% of people are living in poverty. I'm like, the inflation in the last 5 years alone is just that.
Here in Montana, it's actually closer to 40%.
Exactly.
And it's incredibly bad. And that's the thing, is that most of those folks that can't afford to put food on the table, they're my people. They're in my district. And so cost of living is number one concern.
Okay.
Followed shortly behind it is, the housing shortage, because again, here, especially in eastern Montana, I mean, nobody can afford it. And, Montana currently has one of the most aggressive real estate markets in the country, and it's priced out anybody that actually lives here. So, that's another big issue. And then, of course, other concerns are what we're going to do as far as goes for energy independence.
Yes.
Montana currently has one of the last remaining coal plants that supplies a lot of the West Coast, actually, with their electricity.
Okay.
And, the thing is, though, is that coal plant has been scheduled for decommissioning since the 70s in just a couple of years. And so there's growing concerns over what's going to happen to the job market, what's going to happen to the energy market. There's concerns about how we are going to make sure that all the family are being broken up. And those are the big things I hear, in addition, of course, to the concerns about what's happening on the global stage with Iran more recently, and Venezuela before that, and everything else.
And okay, so we'll visit Iran and Venezuela in one moment, but you're telling me they haven't created a plan to train these people who work at this coal plant that has been planned to be decommissioned 20 years longer than I've been alive. They haven't created a plan over the last 50 some years to do any sort of like vocational training, job training, or even talk about how they're going to recover those energy costs, or am I misunderstanding?
I mean,
Nothing?
It's even to the point where
Okay, and actually, thankfully, I've got his site up here. I just want to take a look at what his energy policies are. Here's the environment, clean energy. This is on luxformontana.com. The energy transition must create better jobs, not destroy communities. I support an aggressive expansion of clean energy that guarantees every current energy worker a job, better pay, and the ability to prosper in their communities. The Green New Deal should be a jobs and infrastructure plan, not a culture war slogan. I support the Green New Deal as a practical framework for cleaner energy, better jobs, and a stronger quality of life without attacking working people's way of life. I mean, this is, yeah, I mean, especially for Montana. Like, these are very good policies. Be great if this guy could win in the primary here. Actually, we have an opportunity to talk about that. I just realized that's the next clip. Actually, we will skip that one. If you want to hear his take on that. Actually, let me look at some of the other ones we got here. I would like to hear some of these. Let me think. We might as well hear a little bit of this as well. Worker first, green energy. Get into it.
Climate and everything are the same word.
What? Shut up. Thank you.
So here's the thing, is that one we heard time after time after time, and this applies more aggressively to, rural America than anywhere else. But what we hear is how much we need green energy. And we hear this from the left all the time. I mean, Bernie Sanders has been championing it for decades longer than I've been alive. But it's always been about how we need to get rid of the existing energy infrastructure, and then we need to build this new infrastructure. And maybe we need to build it in a different area. We need to build it somewhere where it works for that new energy type. And the problem with that is that when you say that to people who live in a town where the only job in that town is the coal mine or is the coal power plant or, whatever it may be, you're telling them, hey, I'm going to come kill your town, take away every job, and now you have to move from the place where your granddaddy's granddaddy grew up. And that's a threat. That is just straight out an open threat against the people of that community.
Yeah.
So we're going to do green energy. We have to do it in a way that is worker first. We have to do it in a way that makes sure that not only does nobody lose their jobs, but more importantly, no one has to leave their town, because people that live out in the communities like where I do, we live here because we want to live here. We don't want to live.
And that's,
so,
but
we have to do that.
I think that's like something that so many people don't understand. We live here because we want to. And every single person in every single state, if they want to stay where they are, should have access to jobs. They should have access to clean water. They should have access to clean air, and they should have access to good schools and a place to buy a home or rent a home, right? Like, that to me should be the messaging of the Democratic Party. Stay where you are, get a job, get education, food. It's not rocket science.
It's not rocket science. It's very true. Yeah, I like Amy. Seems pretty good. This podcast, this clip did not get enough views. Give him a sub.
That's on YouTube.
Skipping ahead now to job numbers and the gig economy.
Able to keep working in their community. It also guarantees that their kids and their kids' kids will have new job opportunities.
And that's okay. So this is what drives me insane, especially even about the Democrats, is that when we talk about job creation, we talk about it again in a very short-sighted fashion. And like the job numbers we have now, they're including gig workers. Gig work is not taking care, like that's not career making jobs, right? That is extra help, or maybe someone doing something on the side. And again, if we actually just paid our workers well enough, we could then end up paying these gig workers well enough as well, because people wouldn't be so fucking desperate to take these jobs. So that could be a place where you could actually grow a career as well. So it's just so unbelievably frustrating to me, because you just laid this out in a way that makes perfect sense to my brain that has no concept of, coal plants or anything of this sort. And I'm just like, why don't we, what's keeping us from doing this?
Oh, simple. Everybody who's ever run for a position like me got paid a few $1 million from the legacy fuel systems to not say these things.
Yeah. It's always about, take one hop, skip, and a jump, and you're back to money and politics. Right?
Yeah. I mean, the fact is that, these, when you really look at the economics of these gig jobs, like we've talked about this on a number of occasions, because I've worked gig economy jobs, I've done, your DoorDash, your Postmates, your Instacart, things of that nature. And like when you really look at the economics of it, it's not feasible over the long term. It just isn't, right? When it comes to like maintenance costs on your car, you know, all the gas stuff, even with some of the deductions that you can take, it's never good enough. It never keeps up. And you're doing a favor. You're really almost doing a favor to these big companies every time that you take one of these orders. Because you're putting wear on your car, on a vehicle that they're not having to pay for, right? You're paying for that car, right? And it really isn't a long-term job that's like going to bring about, you know, some sort of like middle class, like utopia for everybody. It's not even close to that. Like people have to put in a stupid amount of work to make it work out for them. I've seen it. It's basically just doing all of the different gig jobs, right? That's what you do, is you wind up like taking all of the jobs. You just, you sign up for every single one of the gig jobs. So the second, like you're done with one job, you have another one, and you hope to make ends meet by just sheer volume to make enough money to, I don't know, buy a new car or put a new engine in that sucker before it dies for good. And you are jobless because you have no job insurance because you're a freaking private contractor. Because that's the thing, is if anything goes wrong in your life, and if that car shuts down, you're screwed. Right? You all of a sudden just don't have a job. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip ahead to the end of this discussion. You can find it, of course, at the Foolish Optimist. If you feel it necessary to listen to the rest of this conversation.
I like it. Okay, so we're going to
Whoopsies.
move into our last segment. Can you tell everyone one more time where they can find you on the internet and how they can find your very cool finance tracker and also maybe donate and add some numbers to the finance tracker?
Absolutely. So you can find my website at lux4montana.com. You can also find me on every social media platform except for X at lux4montana, because, fuck X. And then, my donation link is set through all of my social medias. It's on my website where you can go and find me on that.
Okay, so this is our last little segment. We do some rapid fire questions here.
Amen.
Are you more of a morning or an evening person?
Oh, morning, absolutely.
Same.
Farm life.
Of course, same, and I don't know, not farm life for me, just passed down generations of early risers, but coffee, tea, Diet Coke, or any other favorite caffeinated beverage for you?
Oh, coffee always.
That's fucking okay. If you had to pick one thing to eat every single day for a whole year, you don't have to eat it for all the meals, but at least one meal per day, what would it be?
Give me a burrito.
Strong move. What is your favorite comic book character?
So
I takes the Batman off of the fucking
my favorite
wall.
comic book character is actually
Yeah.
Booster Gold, because he is the hero that, in order to be a hero, he is never acknowledged. And I like that, because those who actually do things for the people should not be acknowledged. However, the comic I have on my wall is this issue of Batman.
Okay.
Because it's the one where he beats the snot out of a bunch of white supremacists. And I think that sends a good message.
Love to see that. Yeah, I think we need to be doing a little bit more of that collectively as a country. And
This
every time I
guy's
mention
hair
it,
is
they're like
wild.
violence, and I'm like, it's violence against white supremacists. I don't
mean,
think that counts.
I did not notice the hair until he turned sideways. God damn, he's got the mutton chops, but then shaved. The sides are shaved, but he's still got the mutton chops going. That shit is wild. And the full braid going like all the way down his back. That's some... Wow. That is quite a hairdo.
As a country. And every time I mention it, they're like violence, and I'm like, it's violence against
Is that
white
a CGC
supremacists. I don't think
rated
that counts.
comic? Yes.
you see my...
He's clearly a big nerd, okay? He's got a CGC graded comic. It's wrapped, in hard plastic and a fucking a One Piece flag on his wall, okay? Put this guy in Congress. What more do I have to tell you right now?
Is on the wall right
Yeah. Okay, so last question. This doesn't have to be short. You can make this one as long as you'd like. What is your favorite thing about Montana's 2nd congressional district?
My favorite thing about Montana's 2nd is the fact that, a lot of people, there's a saying, Montana is America's last best place. And in the 2nd district, we take that a little bit further in the fact that it may not be as fancy as what you get over on the western side of the state. And it may not, have all of the benefits sometimes. But the people who are out here because we still believe in the fundamentals of what we've been working for forever. We believe in, growing that food is going to nourish a nation. We believe in, building up these communities that can weather everything from the extreme winters that we get out here to the highs and lows of economy and everything else. We have people that, no matter how bad the crisis gets, we always end up coming together and finding a way to push through and make sure that Montana can lead the way for the rest of the country. And that's something that I really am inspired by and something that I really want to see go back to leading the nation again. Because people have forgotten that that's where we're supposed to be up here.
That's a perfect spot to wrap up. Thank you so much, Sam. Again, guys, Lux for Montana, 2nd congressional district. Check him out and go donate your time, your money, your energy, and let's go flip Montana. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. That's the only clip I got for Sam, but it was worth it. I mean, only one clip, but a great clip, very in-depth. But if you didn't feel like we got enough in here, very quickly, he thinks politics should answer to voters, not PAC money, and will not be taking any PAC money himself. Believes that tribal sovereignty in Montana is of utmost importance, and I just pointed out to everybody, Native Americans are the 2nd largest ethnic group in the state of Montana. I mean, he's got a lot of good policies here that one would think the voters of Montana would support. Hopefully they do. The Democratic primary here on this Tuesday. It's coming up. It's coming up very soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. Now to New Jersey. That's right. We've made it this far. And honestly, this is the last of the most serious... Well, this is really the last of the House races that we're going to talk about tonight. Because it's all incumbent Democrats with no challengers in New Mexico. And South Dakota's even worse situation. So let's start here in New Jersey's 2nd district. Also, we don't have a candidate for each district in New Jersey. In some cases, there's incumbents with no challengers here as well, and/or a race full of PAC-funded people that I'm trying to parse through on the most thinnest of grounds, and have not yet come to any sort of conclusions on. Maybe there's one good person, a couple, I don't know, that are not, I don't know, not really. Boy, oh boy, how long have we been going? 8 freaking hours. Good God. Good God, that's a long time. Just a reminder, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube, and that we never even completed the Galactic content goal. I continued to press on regardless, but we only made it halfway through. So, you got a couple extra bucks. Do consider contributing. One of the many ways we have available to you. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, and of course, Patreon. Good God. We're not up to New Mexico now. No, not yet. Not yet, Columbia Regan. That's the next. We're going in alphabetical order. And New Jersey comes before New Mexico. And so we start there. 2nd District of New Jersey. Terry Reese. Right? Isn't that his name? Their name? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, great. Actually, I just remembered Terry Reese is a woman. That's my bad. I knew I was I knew I was off on something there. God damn it. This is what I get for trying to tackle over like 75 races in one evening. This is at the No Kings rally last year in October. 7 months ago. Yes, Terry. Yes, Terry. You know, I would like to point something out. This is like, I think, the 2nd or 3rd candidate that you've seen appearing at these No Kings rallies. And I think to some degree that's one of the good things about these rallies. You know, I've heard some mixed feelings amidst all the No Kings rallies about people, some suggesting it's not productive. But I think, you know, you have political candidates showing up and speaking to people. Something's getting done here. And I'm trying to avoid bringing up how dope this fucking unicorn costume is, but I have to at least turn your attention to it at this point.
Hello, Ocean City and Cape May. How are you? So for those of you who know me, I will be reading from my phone because otherwise my brain's going to go in a million different directions and I'll have you here for a half an hour. So, yes, I showed up as a unicorn today because let's be honest, my 100% grassroots campaign run entirely by volunteers, powered by small donors, and fueled by conviction and grit instead of corporate money is about as rare as it gets in American politics today. It's also to bring awareness that throughout our country, other protesters are wearing costumes like these to spread joy and prevent the illegal violence against exercising their First Amendment rights. But here's the truth. Campaigns like mine shouldn't be rare. They should be the norm, and that's exactly why I'm here today. To talk about what happens when we allow campaigns funded by big money and special interests to define our democracy. We are here because we refuse to accept a nation where a handful of inordinately wealthy people pull the strings while the rest of us are left to live with the mess they leave behind. We are living in the very definition of oligarchy today, where political power is concentrated in the hands of the wealthy few, where policy protects their fortunes, where they handpick the candidates we're allowed to choose from, and where they fund those candidates with millions in campaign dollars. It's no accident that there are so few regular people serving in government, people who have worked and lived in their communities, weathered the same storms, and faced the same obstacles as the rest of us. We see laws written for corporate profits instead of workers' wages. We see political appointees overseeing industries where they hold personal or financial stakes. And we see elections won not by the best ideas, but those who have the biggest bank accounts. Right now, the top 0.1% of households in America control $23 trillion in wealth. The bottom 50% of us, just $4 trillion. Oops, something happened here. Oh no. There we go. And who's got the biggest tax breaks and perks in the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill? It certainly wasn't us. And that's not democracy. That's an oligarchy wrapping itself in our flag. When wealth becomes power, it infects our democracy at every level. And big donors and PACs buy access, and access becomes policy. That's why so many candidates talk like the people at campaign events, and then once elected, they reward their donors behind closed doors with special favors. unearned appointments, and laws written to serve their benefactors instead of their constituents. In the 2024 elections, over $16 billion was spent on federal races, including $4 billion just for congressional seats. Just imagine what that money could have done instead. It could have fed 8 million kids for a year, built 80 new VA clinics, ended veteran homelessness for a decade. We had $16 billion to buy elections, but not enough to make sure children don't go hungry. And that's not fiscal responsibility, that's moral bankruptcy. In our own district, more than $4.5 million was spent in the 2024 race between Jeff Van Drew and Joe Salerno. That same amount could have provided 3,000 people with a year of mental health counseling here at home, built 20 affordable homes, and fed 500 families for a year. Instead, it paid for TV ads that helped re-elect a man who has neglected his constituents, voted to cut essential services for the vulnerable, and let beach replenishment funding, a lifeline for our coastal towns, lapse for the first time in 30 years. And we've all seen or lived the devastating effects of that, from flooding to beach erosion after just 2 major storms. And here we go again. For the 2026 cycle, congressional candidates nationwide have already raised over $734 million for seats in 2026 and what's supposed to be the people's house. Imagine if that money were spent on the people instead, especially in a district like ours, which includes 3 of the 4 poorest counties in New Jersey. Even the New Jersey Globe pointed out this week that over $1.3 million has been raised by the 2026 candidates in our district, while many of our neighbors are struggling to pay rent, find mental health care, or recover from storm damage. So how do we fix this? How do we get the oligarchs out of power and restore democracy to we the people? We elect candidates who refuse money from special interests, super PACs, and corporate donors. We elect people who actually live and work in our communities, not those who treat our district like a political investment. And we stop voting for people who don't represent who we are at our core. Because the truth is simple. They don't fear losing power to each other. They fear losing it to us. So on November 4th, we have that chance. Here in Cape May County, Carol Sabo and Carolyn Rush for Assembly. Eric Morey for County Commissioner. For those of you in Atlantic County, Joanne Fabularo and Maureen Rowan for Assembly. Victoria Dulcimore, Reverend Collins Day Jr. and Jonathan Marcellus for County Commission. And Sherry Parmenter for Surrogate. And last but not least, Mikey Sherrill for Governor. So the choice before us is simple. We can let a few wealthy people continue to decide our future, or we can reclaim it together. I'm Terry Reese, a lifelong Atlantic County resident who lives just over the bridge in Northfield. And I'm running for Congress in 2026 to bring an authentic South Jersey voice to the House. A voice that has shared your struggles, fought your battles, and literally weathered the storms. If you want a congressperson who works for the corporations and oligarchs, you already have one. But if you want a congressperson who works for the people, who has signed the Candidate Integrity Pledge with Money Out of Politics movement and will not be beholden to wealthy donors or special interests, join my campaign on November 5th, because South Jersey is Terry Tory. Let's make our democracy.
There you go. Terry Reese here, running in Congressional District 2 in New Jersey, South Jersey. All the way down there, almost in Philadelphia. Terry Reese is a lifelong resident in New Jersey's 2nd Congressional District who is committed to improving the life for working families in our communities. Working to bring affordability for working families who are falling behind while corporations are posting record profits. And healthcare. In a time when we need to catch up to the rest of the developed world. The American people deserve universal healthcare, and there is no question as to whether we can afford it. In fact, it will save our country trillions of dollars in the long run. Universal healthcare, indeed. I mean, how many candidates now have we that have said specifically the words universal healthcare or Medicare for all? It's basically every single person that we've brought to you tonight. It is something else. Sustainability, corporate reform, fair taxes, money in politics. I believe it's getting it out. It all starts here. We must end the corrupting influence of money in politics. Exactly. And billionaires have rigged our tax system for their own benefit. Yeah. She's the one. Okay, people, if you're in South Jersey, vote Terry for Congress. Come on.
Come on!
All right, I'm going to skip a few seats here, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and go to the... Oh, wait, I forgot. I almost forgot to do this part of it. It's my bad. Currently... So sorry, Jersey. So sorry, Jersey. I didn't mean to do that to you. It's very rude. Very rude. New Jersey's 2nd Congressional District here. Currently represented by this ghoul, Jeff Van Drew, Republican, who's been in office since 2019. Preceded by Frank Lobiondo. Median household income here, as was mentioned, is rather low for the state of New Jersey, $84,183. Majority white, 17% Hispanic. Voting Obama in twice, and then Trump 3 times in a row. Okay. Now to, what did I say, the 6th district? 8 hours of this, totally not a big deal. Very, very reasonable amount of effort being put in right now. Totally not tiring at all. I feel great. Yes. Guy we think is perhaps the best candidate running in the 6th district of New Jersey. John Sue. Wait, what is this guy doing over here? Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, let's pretend we didn't just go to Jersey. Little back in time action. Let's go back to Montana. I got distracted. I got distracted somehow, and I neglected. But it's also because I put these in the fucking wrong order. How do you do this? What an asshole. What an asshole. Ah! Fuck me. All right, back to Montana, because we got a senator running to challenge the current, I believe the current incumbent Democrat. Right? Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I have this right, because actually, I'm not saying this with any certainty. Did this guy resign? Hold on. Here, I'm just going to play this for you, let this guy speak, and I'm going to try and figure this question out that I have around this race. Whose seat he's challenging in Montana. Whether it's the Democratic senator, because there's one of each. There's one Democratic senator, there's one Republican fucking senator. Now I can't remember which one it is. This is, sorry.
When you hear the word Montanan.
This is Michael Wolff. No, not that Michael Wolff.
When you hear the word Montanan, we think of hardworking people, people that love their neighbors, help their neighbors.
There you go, good job.
That's the Montana that I know, that's the Montana that I love. I'm Michael Blackwolf. I'm a husband, a father, grandfather, and I'm running for United States Senate for the state of Montana. I grew up in a tribal community around my family, my grandmother, my grandfather, aunts and uncles, raised around my customs, my traditions, my ceremonies, and my beliefs. My family instilled values in me: love, respect, honesty, compassion, respect for your family, respect for water, respect for land, respect for all life. I'm married to my wonderful wife, Joyce, for 30 plus years. We have 3 children, we have 6 grandchildren. I have a lot of ancestral ties here. All of my mother's people, my ancestors, my great-grandparents, they're all buried here. So this is a very special place to me, especially here in Little People's Creek Canyon. Living in Montana, I've been a Head Start bus driver. I've been a high school football coach. I worked for social services. I worked in law enforcement as a corrections officer. I worked as a fish and wildlife technician. And the last 12 years, I've had the fortune of being the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Fort Belknap Indian community. Last summer of 2025, we were watching this national politics unfolding and building. So many things that were happening, violations of our liberties, violation of our rights. And I just couldn't sit by and be complicit and just say, what does that future look like for my granddaughters, and why didn't I do anything? If MAGA takes over the world, there's no room in that world for women, there's no room in that world for minorities, and there's certainly no room in that world for Native Americans. So I was compelled to take action. Our representatives here in Montana, including Senator Steve Daines, are representing the billionaires and corporate interests in Washington, D.C., and not the everyday hardworking Montanans. Montana's #1 industry is agriculture. We're seeing tariffs that have impacted our cattle producers. We're seeing tariffs that are impacting our grain producers as well. We're going to turn that around, and we're going to prove that dark money isn't going to have a pull on Montana this election cycle. I'm thinking about my grandchildren, and I want them to grow up in a world that is fair and honest and equitable. We need to stand up and unify to make sure that we leave a better world for them. Their lives depend on our actions and our votes this November. The people I've been talking to.
Okay, I just realized what happened. Like, in my mind, John Tester was still the fucking senator but he lost to Tim Sheehy back in 25. I totally forgot. So that guy's not in there anymore. And then, I think, yeah, Steve Daines is not seeking re-election. So Michael Blackwolf here is, in fact, he and a number of other Democrats are fighting it out right now. 5 of them, to be exact. Lonnie Bankhead, Michael Blackwolf, Michael Hummert, Christopher Kehoe, and Riley Neal. They're all battling it out to go to the general to try and take that seat that is now vacated. See, now we understand. Now we just learned something together. How fun.
So we're all going to learn this together.
I'm Michael Blackwolf. I'm running for United States Senate for the state of Montana. I strongly encourage everybody to get involved in your local communities, get involved with your local school boards, get involved with your county commissions, get involved and help one another and make all of Montanans' lives better. My campaign is built for every Montanan. We want to get people excited, and we want to get people to volunteer and be able to take ownership of their ability and their right to vote and to be able to have their voices heard.
All right, well, that's all I got on Michael Blackwolf's campaign for Senate here, which will be decided in just a couple of short days. Okay, we're going to go back to New Jersey now. Sorry, everybody, for that, having to do that random segue Crepes on back to Montana. It's my fault. I somehow split. I think it's because I remembered about the Montana Senate election that was going on, like, after the fact. Like, somehow, like, it just, like, it slipped my mind when I was putting this all together, and so now, here we are, and I put it in the wrong, slightly wrong spot. One video wrong. But it totally screwed me. All right, sorry, New Jersey. Here we are, back, New Jersey 6th. John Sue.
Stop taking APAC money, Frank Malone!
Democratic voters are no longer accepting the status quo. My name is John Shu. I'm a proud immigrant, a former software engineer, and a lifelong activist. I want to build a future where we stop forever wars, where we do not fund genocide, and where our tax dollars are spent on housing, healthcare, and education, as companies like prisons and Palantir donate equally to the Republican and Democratic parties. Congress is not meeting the moment. But not all Democrats are the same. I will never take corporate donations or donations from AIPAC. I'm here, and I'll remain here to fight for our district. My name is John Shu. I'm not asking you to believe in me. I'm asking you to join me.
Okay, I got a few clips from John Shu here.
Hey everyone, we're here today in Union Beach with our great volunteers. Say hello. We've been canvassing every day since January. I personally have only missed 4 days. It's been a lot of work, but it's really important that I hear from the concerns of our constituents. And today, as in many other days, they've told us that they've lived in their homes for generations and they have never had a politician come to their door to talk to them and to hear their concerns. And that is going to be a hallmark of our congressional office. We want to hear from you. We want to address your concerns and be there for you. So please vote for us. And when we get into office, that is our pledge to you. Thank you.
John Shu doing a Zora Mamdani here, walking through the districts, knocking on doors. Before we go to the last clip, this is his page. These are his issues: taxing the billionaires and the ultra-rich, electricity prices. See foreign policy. No more forever wars. I support H.R. 786 to ensure the United States rigorously enforces the Leahy laws. I will support and co-sponsor H.R. 3565, the Block the Bombs Act, and co-sponsor H.R. 876, recognizing the genocide of the Palestinian people in Gaza. Universal health care. Oh shit. That one's not working. That's not good. Anyways, there's another candidate at least using the word universal healthcare, even if the website's not working fully. All right, one last clip from John.
I've spent years showing up for my neighbors. Now, I'm running for them. In Woodbridge, children were being rushed to the hospital from air pollution. We stopped another gas-fired power plant. Edison's water was almost sold to a private company. We kept it out of corporate hands. This is not a job I'm running for. This is work I want to do. There is no corporation paying for my campaign, and there never will be one paying for my vote. This is what showing up looks like. Let's take it to Congress.
Okay, now let's take a look at the 6th District of New Jersey, far north of the 2nd District, as you'll see here. Currently represented by Frank Pallone, as was mentioned by John. There he is. Democrat. 100% urban distribution here. 41% white, 24% Hispanic, 19% Asian, and 10% black. A diverse district, much higher earning than the 2nd District of New Jersey, with 105,000 median income of households here. Voting blue. Over and over and over again. Except for back here in the 1800s. Okay. we're making serious headway through the stuff I have prepared for you tonight, Space Fams. Let's go here to Brian Varela in New Jersey's 7th District.
What will they remember of this time? So much hatred and fear. They remind me of me. I'm Brian Varela. My parents were Colombian immigrants. Nothing came easy. I worked my way through college and am giving something back. I can defeat Tom Kean Jr. and dismantle Trump's ICE, stop for-profit detention centers, end forever wars, and use the savings to reduce cost at home. I'm Brian Varela, and I approve this message. For them.
¿Cómo intenta ganar la contienda en un distrito en el que desde el 2022 tiene un congresista republicano?
Hold on, this is on Telemundo. How do you try to win the contest in a district that has gone Republican?
En un distrito en el que desde el 2022 tiene un congresista
that has had a Republican congressman since 2022, and where in 2 of the last 3
las últimas 3 elecciones presidenciales
presidential elections, Donald Trump has been favored. It must be said, however, that the governor, Mickey Sherrill, won her election in that district by a narrow margin. How do you expect to win? When people see that promises are made but aren't kept, they realize that the representative never had the best intentions for the people. We're seeing it in this district. We saw an attack on the Gateway Tunnel, where the congressman didn't say a word while the administration attacked that project, while we see in our communities would have had an economic impact of more than $16 billion, and we know that it impacts more than 200,000 jobs. The congressman stayed silent. We saw the exact same thing when DHS bought the warehouse in Roxbury to put a detention center. Center that nobody in the community wants, neither Democrats nor Republicans, and the congressman did nothing. He even refused to help the council members who asked him for help in fighting for this project. And we also know that he was the vote that basically ended all the programs like the ones that benefited my family to help us improve ourselves, just to give less tax to the billionaires. When we have a congressman who gives more importance and is more afraid of Trump than his own voters, he's not working for the district. Goddamn. Varela. Brian Varela for Congress. Speaking on Telemundo clearly he is a fluent Spanish speaker, speaking Spanish faster than I can speak English. So, oh, I'm on the wrong page. Son of a, don't do this to me. I have to be better. Whatever. I'm just going to go. I have multiples of these, right? Yeah. All right. I'm just going to go to this while I figure this out. Another clip from Brian Varela for Congress from last month.
And I mean, ultimately, I think that a lot of folks from our community, they're really trying to make their biggest contributions to society, right? They're trying to build a better life for themselves. And as an extension of that, benefit the communities around them, benefit the economy around them. And I think that that's something this administration just doesn't seem to want to believe or comprehend. I'm a big supporter in education. I support a lot of programs around education. I support expanding access to education, and not necessarily just for your degrees, whether we're looking K-8 or whether we're looking at full-time kindergarten or universal childcare. These are all things that I'm behind, because not only is it helping our communities, but one can argue even more importantly is that the long-term economic impacts for Americans as a whole is huge.
Okay, wait, pause. Please pause. Okay. Here's Brian's website. Varela for Congress. Building a future that works for everybody. New Jersey families deserve leaders who fight for them, not special interests. Our communities need an economy that works for all, a democracy that is fair and accessible, and policies that put people first. It's time for bold leadership that works for the people. These priorities are about delivering real solutions. Making life more affordable by lowering costs, protecting our rights, strengthening our infrastructure, and ensuring that every person, every family, has a fair shot at the American dream. Ensure comprehensive, affordable, quality healthcare that is a right, not a privilege. Lower costs for housing, daily necessities, and education for families can thrive, not just survive. Empower working families with living wages that allow them to get ahead, and good-paying jobs that ensure hard work leads to economic security. Defend our democracy and protect voting rights, making healthcare more affordable and accessible, enacting Medicare for all. There it is again. Do you see what I'm saying? Every single one of these candidates that we're talking about is talking about Medicare for all, universal healthcare, and generally speaking, healthcare as a human right. Cutting costs and tackling inflation, investing in our infrastructure, keeping families safe, enacting universal child care. Cap child care costs at $10 a day for everybody. Dismantle ICE. Ensure everyone can access affordable elder care. Quality education for children, defending disability rights, enacting affordable housing, and foreign policy reform, ending the forever wars that waste taxpayer dollars and cost service members their lives. Yeah. Very comprehensive policy endorsed by a fucking buttload of groups. All right, last clip from... keep forgetting his first name. Brian? Brian. Last clip from Brian. From yesterday.
We absolutely need some sort of immigration enforcement. This is not it. This is not it. We need to completely dismantle Trump's ICE. I've been out to Delaney Hall 3 times now and Roxbury countless times. And I think that it is important because you need to have electeds who are representing the community and are going to stand shoulder to shoulder fighting back. If my local police department wants to show up to my house and they have to identify themselves, not wear a mask, they have to have a body camera. If they want to come in, they have to have a judicial warrant. If those are their standards, why is it so radical to demand that these rogue ICE agents have the same code of conduct and follow the same policies? And lastly, as taxpayers, we should be livid because we are paying 3 times more money to deport someone's grandmother than what we are paying in counterterrorism. So we've got money for that, and we've got money for the war in Iran, and we've got money for Palantir, but we don't have money for healthcare or food or housing.
This is ridiculous.
I don't know if you got that in there, but Brian says he's been going countless times to Delaney Hall, which I believe is in New Jersey's 7th District. This is New Jersey's 7th District, represented by Thomas Keene Jr. This is that dickbag Republican who's been in office since 2023, preceded by Tom Malinowski. District has gone fairly far to the right, voting for Trump twice, but Biden in 2020. Interesting. 16 and 24 for Trump, but 2020 they're like, Biden. In 2020, Booker as well. And of course, Governor Mickey Sherrill last year. But quite a high household income here, 137,000. Median, 70.8% white, 12.2% Hispanic. I figured just remind everybody of what's happening at Delaney Hall. Let's go here to Mercado Media from earlier this evening. Yes, that's right. People are protesting outside of this detention center. Have been now for weeks. And honestly, when I saw this guy's face, I was like, he looks kind of familiar. He may, I feel like we may very well have seen him at some protest here. I feel like I've seen a bunch of footage from this. Okay. But yeah, that was earlier this evening in New Jersey. Now, is it the 8th district? Yes, New Jersey's 8th district. Mossab Ali. His congressional launch video from 2 months ago.
When I was 23, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. What? Uncertain of how much time I had left, I asked myself, if I could choose to do anything, what would I do right now? I could relax. I could take a nice vacation. But in my heart, I knew that I'd already found my purpose, serving the greater good. In my years of service as an organizer and elected official, I've had the great privilege of working with students and educators to greatly improve our community. From canceling student lunch debt, to increasing minimum wage for teachers, to training the next generation of leaders. But at a time when working people are being forced to do more with less, the rich and well-connected are wealthier than ever, I know the job's not finished. I'm Mossab Ali, and I'm running for Congress on a platform to improve the lives of everyday people, to create a more humane, fair, and just America. I'm running on Medicare for all, because no one should go bankrupt just because they had cancer. I'm running to tax the rich. Prosperity should be shared, not hoarded. I'm running to abolish ICE. No more mass Gestapo roaming our streets. I'm running to stop endless wars. Let's invest in our schools and hospitals here at home, not bomb them abroad. Make the government answer to the people, not the donors. No corporate PACs, no APAC, just you, the people. This is America. There are no kings, no crowns, and no heirs. The rich don't get to decide our destiny. We do. It's time to put people over profits and communities over corporations. America is wealthy enough to care for everyone. The only thing missing is the political courage to do it. Join us. Choose courage.
There you go. Here's Mossab Ali's page. Ali for New Jersey.com. No kings, no crowns, no heirs. Choose courage. Let's take a look at his platform. Anti-corruption and democracy, healthcare, immigration, and ICE. Let's take a look at healthcare first. Healthcare is a human right. There it is, once again. Not a privilege. Too many families in New Jersey's 8s are uninsured, or insured and not insured, are drowning in premiums, medical debt, and denied claims. Our broken for-profit system costs more and delivers less than any comparable country. It's time for a solution that puts patients over profits. Stop the closures of our hospitals. Champion Medicare for all. Expand federally qualified community health centers. These are all good things. Call for the immediate closure of Delaney Hall. Abolish ICE and push for comprehensive immigration reform.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah. Suffice to say, Mossab Ali's got some pretty good policies over here. This is New Jersey's 8th congressional district. Currently represented by Rob Menendez. The son of former Senator Bob Menendez, who I think, wasn't he convicted of like corruption, some sort of bribery scheme or something? There's been so much stuff going on lately, it's hard to keep track of it all. There's a big time blue no matter who district, voting Obama twice, Biden, and then Harris. Much lower household income than the 7th district, 88,000, 51% Hispanic, 25% white. Bayonne, East Newark, and Gutenberg. Be best. Yes, everybody be best. Everybody best.
Be best.
Everybody best. You're not being best. We need you best. All right, here's another quick clip from Wasab Ali from last month.
What do you think is heavier? A Cybertruck. B, all 3.5 million pages of the Epstein files. C, knowing that you're the only thing stopping a corrupt Nepo baby politician from running unopposed in your home district, and when you wake up and want to quit, you know that if you do, AIPAC and corporations will continue to buy politics and nothing in this country will ever change for the better because the 1% don't want it to change. They want everything to stay the same forever and ever and ever and ever. Or D, an elephant.
You've seen the FEC reports for both of us. Who are the people of this district donating to? We have multiple times more donors than Congressman Menendez. Why are the people of this district not contributing $5, $10, $15, $20 to Congressman Menendez? It's because they know he is bought and paid for by special interests, lobbyists, and corporations. The most significant example of this, most recently, there's only one bank that's funding Geo Group. There's only one bank that's funding Core Civic. These are the private detention centers that Congressman Menendez has said he's opposed to. Do you know what bank that is? It's Citizens Bank. You can see in his FEC report, they make contributions to him because that's who he banks with.
Well, there you go. That's it from Wasab Ali today in New Jersey's 8th. He does seem to be the best candidate there. Certainly better than incumbent Rob Menendez. Full of corporate PAC money. That seems like an easy choice. Okay, we gotta skip New Jersey's 9th and go to New Jersey's 10th to LaMonica MacIver, who you may know as an already existing representative in New Jersey's 10th. In fact, we talked about her last year when she was assaulted by ICE for trying to do her congressionally mandated duty. Yeah. Outside of the very Newark detention facility we were just talking about. Here's CBS New York from last year.
Good evening. I'm Christine Johnson. And I'm Jessica Moore. The woman representing New Jersey District 10 is now facing felony charges.
Congresswoman Monica MacIver is denying any wrongdoing after federal agents say that she interfered during the arrest of Newark's mayor outside an ICE detention facility. The confrontation, caught on body cameras, has sparked backlash from Capitol Hill to her home district. And Nick Calloway has more.
Democratic Congresswoman LaMonica MacIver, seen in red, now facing felony charges after that May 9th skirmish at Delaney Hall in Newark. Charging documents included still frames from police body cameras alleging MacIver shoved and grabbed federal officers as they were arresting Newark Mayor Ras Baraka. Prosecutors say she and others attempted to thwart the arrest, yelling, "Circle the mayor." MacIver disputes the accusations.
I was there to do my job along with my other colleagues. We have done this before. This is our obligation to do. It's in our job description to have oversight over a facility, and the entire situation was escalated by ICE.
President Donald Trump weighed in on the charges Tuesday.
She was shoving federal agents. She was out of control. The days of that crap are over in this.
Yes, this is LaMonica MacIver. Unfortunately, I could not find the Democracy Now! Clip because I think she went on to speak with them in an interview after being arrested. Or, I mean, it's not even, it's fake. It's a fake arrest. Like, these guys don't have the power to arrest a fucking sitting congresswoman for doing their, congressional duty, right? Like, it's fake in that sense, but it's real in the sense that they did, in fact, physically grab her. Which in any other context would be assault. They had no right to do it. So I think actually in this context, it's assault. But certainly not being treated in that way by the federal government, who I think would be the ones to put charges on them for that. But whatever. They tried to, they did in fact try to charge her with assault for, just existing outside of a detention facility. Now, this was LaMonica speaking 3 months ago in the House Congressional, what's it called? Which committee? The House Homeland Security Congressional Committee, whatever it's called.
New Jersey, Ms. MacGyver, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Mr. Lyons, as the senior official lead in ICE enforcement, much of today's scrutiny falls on you, and it should. We have seen repeatedly that Republicans, Trump administration, its DHS, and your agency will do absolutely anything to avoid answering for your actions. When I showed up to inspect Delaney Hall, a private prison that you contract with, ICE tried not to give us an oversight tour. Then, instead of taking accountability for ICE's attempts to keep us from seeing this facility's conditions to know if people's basic rights were being upheld, this administration is doing all they can to try to put me in prison for 17 years. When ICE shot and killed Renee Good, Kristi Noem called her a domestic terrorist. When Alex Preddy, you all tried to tell us he was threatening officers with a gun, but all we saw was a phone. This administration's clear lies fell apart, not because someone had a come to Jesus moment, but because we saw these murders from every angle. You are only here because public outrage has become so unavoidable. You are here, Mr. Lyons, because white people are getting shot in the face and chest when the cameras are rolling. Because now my Republican colleagues care about optics. But when Keith Porter Jr., a Black American citizen, a son, a father, and a man loved by many was killed by an off-duty ICE agent on New Year's Eve, there were no hearings. So this is for him today. In my district, Jean Wilson Brutus, a Haitian immigrant, a beloved family man, died within 24 hours of being in ICE custody. He is just one of more than 30 people who have died in ICE custody last year. This is for all of them. Every human being your rogue, out-of-control agency has hurt, hunted down, imprisoned, killed, and continue to hold hostage even after they have agreed to be deported. We know this administration doesn't care about protecting people or sparing lives. We all see so plainly what you are doing, what you have been doing to Black and brown folks, immigrants, people silenced in the shadows, now in broad daylight to people peacefully rejecting your cruel agenda in the streets, which is their right to do. This is the despicable but predictable result of an agency that laughs at oversight, receives billions to deploy lethal force on our neighborhoods, and seems to believe that they are above the law and should be without accountability.
Well, there you have it. Incumbent Democrat LaMonica MacGyver is defending her seat in the primary here in New Jersey's 10th district. Which I believe might be the lowest income district in all of New Jersey. Might be wrong on that statistic. I don't have them all in front of me right now. Certainly the lowest of the ones we've looked at so far. 76,000 median household income, 48% Black and 21% Hispanic. Yeah, it's just on the other side of the Hudson there. Including Newark and Orange. Voting blue in every single election since 2008. We don't need to see her campaign website, I don't think. We already know she's got the bona fides. She's already up in the house. Now, to another woman who just got done winning a race to get into the House of Representatives and is now running in a primary. We told you this would happen a few months ago. Who won a special primary in New Jersey. I am, of course, talking about Analilia Mejia. Here's Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show in New Jersey, where we're joined by Analilia Mejia. Last week, she won the Democratic primary to fill the House seat left vacant by New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill. If Mejia wins the special election on April 16th, she'll become the first Latina to represent New Jersey's 11th district. Mejia is the daughter of a Colombian garment worker and a Dominican laborer. She's a longtime labor organizer who served as 2020 National Political Director for Bernie Sanders. She also served as Deputy Director of the Labor Department's Women's Bureau under President Joe Biden. This is Analilia Mejia speaking at a Sanders rally last month.
Renee Good and Keith Porter and all the Americans and all the human beings who have suffered under this rising tyranny deserve justice. Yeah! And I say, abolish ICE now!
Immediately, if not
In an
sooner.
unexpected twist, AIPAC, the American-Israel Public Affairs Committee, may have inadvertently helped Analilia Mejia win last week, even though she described Israel's actions in Gaza as genocide. A super PAC linked to AIPAC spent at least $2.3 million targeting her opponent, former Congressman Tom Malinowski, who's described himself as pro-Israel, but also said he would be open to placing some conditions on U.S. aid to Israel. Analilia Mejia joins us now. So you have two elections in front of you. You have the April 16th election for Congress, which you are favored to win. But then you have to go right into a primary again, because that election is the special election to fill now Governor Mikey Sherrill's seat when she was Congress member. And now you have to run for the seat that you might win. Is that right, Analilia Mejia? Yes. And what are your plans?
Yes, and then I have to do it again in November. So by the time that I'm done, it will be 4 races in, 9 months? But as an organizer, as someone that is deeply connected to community, I know that it's an opportunity to engage voters in New Jersey's 11th congressional district.
Yeah, speaking of New Jersey's 11th congressional district, here it is. Rockaway Township, Sussex County, Essex County, Morris County. Very wealthy district, $141,000 median household income, majority white, second largest ethnic demographic being Hispanic at 16%. Voting blue no matter who, though. In basically all the elections. At least in the big ones, right? I mean, there's definitely red state senators and things like that in the region. That is for sure. You know what I mean? Like assembly people and such. And technically, I think actually before Analilia Mejia, it was a Republican. I think it was a Republican district if I recall correctly. Right? Oh wait, no, it was Mickey Sherrill. Mickey Sherrill, it was a Republican district before Mickey Sherrill. Right. Okay. And then she left to do the governorship. And then Ana Lilia Mejia is now there in her old seat. I'm gonna skip a little bit ahead on this.
Every time across our nation's history, we keep having these cycles of when...
Sorry, I went too far. I have to go slightly further back. Okay.
About your own background and how that informed your vision and especially your firm stand against ICE and the immigration raids?
Look, like many Americans, I'm watching this chaos with disgust and horror. Like anyone who has studied American history understands, every time across our nation's history, we keep having these cycles of when regular everyday Americans grab those words of freedom and try to pull them to cover as many of us as possible. We have kind of a reaction in this nation, whether it was after Reconstruction or after the civil rights movement or after the election of Barack Obama. It's almost as if we have this snapback, this clapback to expansive freedom. So after Reconstruction, you have Jim Crow, where the capture of Supreme Courts, state-sanctioned violence, where political machinations to limit people's voting rights ends up ushering in 100 years of oppression towards the Black community. You see the same thing after the civil rights movement. It's almost as if the war on drugs was a response to that seeking of expansive power or expansive democracy. And I contend that after the election of Barack Obama across this country, you had forces who were very angry at the idea of a just and free United States. It feels like we are caught in this cycle, but the thing that breaks it is organizing. It's having communities speaking with each other. It is training each other, engaging each other, understanding our history so that we can protect our democratic institutions.
Exactly. Exactly. We must engage our communities, have these conversations. Work together. Organize. This is from last month. MS Now.
Moments ago, House Speaker Mike Johnson swore in Democratic Congresswoman Ana Lilia Mejia, 5 days after she cruised to victory in New Jersey's 11th district. For those counting, that's 45 fewer days than it took Johnson to swear in Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva. Mejia, in an unabashed progressive, won the race by 20 points. That's a larger margin than both former Congresswoman turned New Jersey Governor Mickey Sherrill and former Vice President Kamala Harris earned in the district in 2024. And it's yet another warning sign for Republicans ahead of the midterms. And Congresswoman Ana Lilia Mejia joins us now.
Congresswoman, first of all, congratulations. Welcome to the table. Thank you so much for being here. As Jackie said, we're not accustomed to people getting ushered in through the door quite this quickly. This is a bit of a surprise.
It's a big deal.
That was nice. So now you are there. Tell us sort of your first impressions of this Congress.
Well, it was what a warm welcome to receive from my future colleagues, and I'm just thrilled to be able to have the honor and the privilege to represent the great people of New Jersey's 11th Congressional District. I'm glad to get seated as quickly as I have and to get to work because my constituents are very concerned about what they're seeing not only in our economy but our democracy, and I'm here to represent them.
Okay. And there you go. Lilia Mejia won that race was sworn into office in a record-breaking 5 days. Of course, that's not record-breaking at all. I mean, Mike Johnson was like, swearing in Republicans before they even won their races. So, no, not record-breaking. I'm merely kidding. Before we move on, so we do have before we move on from the House, we do have one last candidate. One last candidate in New Jersey's 12th district. That candidate is Adam Hamawi. Dr. Adam Hamawi.
I've spent my entire life working with my hands. I'm Dr. Adam Hamawi, and I'm a surgeon. My family came to the United States for a shot at a better life. New Jersey shaped these hands. I went to elementary school in our district, grew up in Old Bridge, Rutgers, New Brunswick for college, medical school in Newark, and MBA in Camden. I joined the National Guard to give back. On September 11th, my hands treated the wounded and the first responders in New York. These hands worked in Iraq, in Baghdad with the U.S. Army, treating American soldiers, Allied troops, civilians. Years later, these same hands worked in Gaza. I treated children pulled from rubble, people who survived the bombings only to face weeks of wounds, infections, and reconstruction. This is the part most people never see, after the headlines. Someone has to put bodies back together, by hand. I've done that work in Central America, Africa, Eastern Europe, and the Middle East. And I do it here in New Jersey. What I see every day is this. Hospitals can't staff emergency rooms. Doctors are blocked by insurance companies and bureaucracy. We're told we can't afford healthcare, and yet there's always money for bombs. I know the cost of war and occupation far too well. For years, I went to Washington to tell my representatives what I saw. Now, I'm stepping up to do what I can to fix it. My name is Adam Hamawi. Politics was never my plan, but I've lived these struggles hands-on. So I'm running for Congress to fight for health care, for our veterans, for all of us here at home, and to put humanity first. I've gotten my hands dirty my whole life. Now, I'm ready to do it again.
You, Dr. Adam Hamawi. Quite a guy. Lived his entire life fighting to save people's lives. Not only here in the United States, but abroad. Serving in the U.S. military, and then as just a private doctor, I guess, just making a decision to go to Gaza after the genocide. I mean, what a guy, right? Who could possibly vilify this guy? Oh, wait, please hold. This is from yesterday, out of Breaking Points. Shock of shocks. I mean, that was from 4 months ago, and now here we are one day ago, and the Israeli lobby is calling Dr. Hamawi Al-Qaeda.
A what now?
Yup, in an incredibly racist, bigoted
Joining
attack.
us this morning.
Dr. Hamawi is now being called a fucking terrorist.
This is ridiculous.
Dr. Adam Hamawi, a plastic surgeon from New Jersey, who is running in New Jersey's Doctor, is it the 11th district?
It's the 12th district.
New Jersey's 12th district, kind of a crowded field, replacing the outgoing progressive Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman. People might remember Dr. Hamaway was on this program maybe a year plus ago when you were a guest of Representative Watson Coleman for the State of the Union. She brought you because you had volunteered in multiple war zones throughout decades, but most recently had done a rotation through Gaza. Actually, during this war, have you been there multiple times?
Yeah, I've been to Gaza twice and to the West Bank twice in the last 2 years.
Got it. Now, so you also kind of came to prominence in Congress. Like, oh wait, this is the guy who actually operated on Tammy Duckworth when her helicopter was downed. You were an Army combat surgeon. Can you talk a little bit about when you joined the military and what your experience was like? Because that also, I think, then flows into this the attacks that you're getting recently for some of the volunteer work that you did while you were enlisted.
Sure. Yeah, I enlisted in the New Jersey National Guard in I guess it was 1989. I was like right when I just got into college, and then I later got a ROTC scholarship and was commissioned as an officer and served in the regular Army, active duty for 8 years. After I got an educational delay, was an individual Ready Reserve for a while, and then after completing my medical training, came in on active duty and served in the Iraq War as a combat trauma surgeon in 2004 and 5. And for several years after that.
Got it. And so that leads to one of the more kind of shocking articles I've seen written by a news outlet, and in all of the time that I've been kind of covering politics. And this was published by Jewish Insider. Let me share this here. Leading New Jersey Dem congressional candidate Adam Hamaway volunteered with Al-Qaeda-tied group in Bosnia. You read that headline, you're like, what on earth is going on here? So can you give us a little background about what this Bosnia volunteer effort was that that Jewish Insider is now turning into allegations that you're linked to Al-Qaeda?
Yeah, I mean, things are getting more absurd as we get closer to elections. I've been volunteering now for almost 30 years with medical missions around the world, and that was one of my earlier ones.
You can't possibly be serious. You can't possibly be serious right now. You are joking, right? You are joking. He was at Ground Zero on 9/11. Isn't that kind of suspicious? Please tell me that's a joke. I feel like it's worded in a way where it could be either. I feel like I've seen you in chat before on a couple of occasions. I feel like this has to be a joke. In which case, it's pretty funny. Because, I mean, come on. The guy's from fucking New Jersey, and he's a combat medic. Of course he was there. Of course, there are people coming from all across the country. The dude was just across the Hudson. You know, like, of course he was there. Oh, God.
Medical student between my second and third year. And the genocide in Bosnia was happening at that time. I reached out to the Bosnian mission and said, listen, I got a summer and I'd like to volunteer. And they directed me to the UN, who directed me to one of the organizations working with them. And I spent the summer delivering medical supplies with the countryside. And that was it. And apparently now, like, they're grasping at straws, and we got crazy allegations because they have nothing else to talk about.
Yeah, and Emily or Griffin, if you have a follow-up question, like, so about a decade after you were there, one of the organizations that the UN directed you to was raided and accused of or found to be operating as a front for Al-Qaeda, which I think in 1994 probably a lot of people may not even have heard of, except for maybe the CIA. And so I guess you would have had a time machine to know that this was going to happen a decade later. Like, and can you talk a little bit about like what you saw while you were in Bosnia and what the situation was like. But
And
yeah,
I'll just build on.
Yeah.
So sorry, I was just going to build on Ryan's question a bit because John Schindler, the national security journalist, built on the Jewish Insider report and said that at the time you were in the Zenica area, it was crawling with foreign jihadists, many of them followers of bin Laden, including the infamous Al-Mujahid battalion, which BIF, Benevolence International Foundation, supported with funds and logistics. Those terrorists committed numerous crimes against Christian civilians and prisoners of war, including decapitations on film. Many notables in the global Salafi jihad movement, including Osama bin Laden himself, spent time in Bosnia during that troubled period. What was the good doctor really doing in Bosnia, Schindler writes, in 1994 as a guest of BIF and bin Laden? So just, I wanted to add that to Ryan's question, doctor, as well.
It's almost laughable just kind of like hearing you talk about this. It's I've been talking about my mission to Bosnia since I was a medical student, and when I came back, I mean, it was one of the things that highlighted my time in medical school that I was able to volunteer. And what I saw is initially when I was in Sarajevo is snipers shooting people in the street, and then to different clinics and hospitals throughout the countryside that were short on medical supplies. I flew in on a chartered UNHCR United Nations flight into Sarajevo, got into an armored personnel vehicle that a Ukrainian force that was there, UN force, picked me and the workers up from the airport and took us downtown. And every day we would go to a warehouse that, again, run by the United Nations, and we would deliver supplies around the countryside. And that's what I did for the summer. And that really what's prompted me to do many of the missions that I've been doing since then. That's the extent of it.
Yeah, and something that, and I've been kind of fighting back and forth with the reporter on this Jewish Insider piece, because while the reporter linked to a federal document that included what I felt was like something that should have been included, he did not reference that thing, and that is that an envoy to President Bill Clinton, the same year that you were working with this organization, visited a separate office and, quote, praised BIF and its efforts to provide humanitarian relief. So this is kind of a UN recognized organization where the special envoy to the White House visits and finds to be doing impressive work. And they're somehow raising questions about a medical student, that a medical student should have known more than the United Nations or the White House at the time. And so I'm curious, just from a personal level, as somebody who has spent so much time kind of serving the country, 8 years active duty and a lot more IRR and National Guard, and spent your life doing volunteer missions around the world. What's it like? What's it been like to get into this partisan politics and have even your Democratic, future colleague John Gottheimer, raising questions about kind of your loyalty to the country? I can't imagine what that must be like after 30 years of a life of.
I mean, it's disgusting. It's disgusting and fucking racist. Okay, guys served in the U.S. military. Like, I don't know exactly what the percentages of all these fucking warhawks in the United States Congress who haven't served, who haven't put their lives on the line for this country, but it's high. It's quite high. And I'm sick of it. Like, I'm sick of them being like, bunch of chicken hawk warmongers and questioning the patriotism of people who did serve for political purposes. Now, we're going to watch a bonus vid, which sounds crazy 9 hours in, and thus not having completed the galactic content goal. But somebody mentioned this in the chat, so we're going to quickly check this out. I had no idea this was the case, but Hassan, I guess, is in fucking New Jersey at a rally was, at least earlier this evening, at a rally with Dr. Hamawi. And here that is now.
But I mean, I'm holding a camera. I'm not making sure we're going to the right spot.
Okay.
But it looks like we're going to the
Yeah,
right
we're
spot.
here. We're here. This is, or no, not this. Sorry. I'm saying that location is.
Yeah, around the corner here.
Yeah. Is that them?
It is, I think.
Is that group the? Yeah, that might be.
Yeah,
it, right?
can you just drop us off over there?
Yeah.
Or across the street. Yeah.
You have to go across the street.
Yeah, we have to go across the street. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they call me a revisionist for defending DSA to some extent.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Thank you.
Any sort of engagement with elections is.
Hi, chat.
Love her though.
God, it's so bright.
Alright, it's good. You guys are not masked up and goggled up.
We have our masks in our pockets, but we're
Okay.
not goggled.
Ben is going to give you a little preview.
Wait. Okay. We're not on camera?
That's just for 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
All right, chat. You're with Uncle Marchie
Mark
again.
Cam.
You're with Uncle Marchie right now.
Do you guys think I'd be able to put this mic on him too?
Sure. Yeah. Go for it. Yeah. Hold on, chat. I'm pulling you up. I'm pulling that shit up.
Saying that the protesters.
I feel usually exercising the first like this
Out and remove the medical tent, and then they push out past the second point where we moved all the supplies to. ICE came and sprayed pepper spray all over our supplies, so all the medical equipment was destroyed.
Yeah.
So, like I said, all done, like you said, all mutual aid.
Yeah. But it is
Hassan just looks fucking hilarious right now. Like in his fucking little hat here with the pink gas mask. It's a painter's mask, but yeah, I mean they'll do the same thing. With the pink painter's mask and the giant overcoat and then the fucking like the Miami Vice shades. Like the ensemble is just fucking hilarious as a whole. He's just this oddly dressed giant walking around.
Equipment was destroyed.
Yeah.
So, like I said, all done, like you said, all mutual aid.
Yeah. But it is like the safest I feel usually, and I try to explain this to people who
He's trend-setting, you're right.
Watching from
You're right,
home.
he is trend-setting.
One of the things I try to do always is to be not behind the police line, but in front of it where the people are. And in my experience, the safest you always feel is when you're in the crowd, as opposed to when you're closer to the police. And that's really interesting for someone who's never participated in something like.
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead. I hear that this got weird. That they were like getting chased around by a bunch of like MAGA weirdos or something.
Like that, I don't want to be the center of, you know, what's going on here.
Mr. Flaker, will you debate my colleague, Azra Nomadi?
What I was going to say.
Were charged with the last time Raz Baraka was arrested about a year ago, mayor of Newark.
Yeah. Oh, it's devastating. All right, should we go back over there?
Yes.
I feel like we're causing a little bit of a commotion here.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
So this is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I do want to show real quick that the Geo Group has removed visitation from these families. They have no access to their family members inside. They have removed the benches that families have been waiting outside with. Also, electronic communication has been removed. Access to the commissary has ended. Access to medicine has ended. Sometimes it takes 2 weeks after a report to reach emergency services, but let's go this way.
All right, yeah.
Remember, he's here to trick you into voting for the party that sent the state police here. That's his purpose.
We're totally against Governor Cheryl. This is going to be her last term, so.
That's not. What do you think about her detention? She calling peacekeepers for beating the shit out of her.
Of course, fucking bullshit. Same thing that Karen Bass did in fucking California.
Come on. I want to know whose side am I on. She's a one-term governor.
So this is where the free speech zone was yesterday.
This is?
Do you see where the chalk was? Over here? They had this set up. No one was truly in it because the free speech zone prevented you from blocking transfers, which is why people are here. To prevent people from being detained and deported. This is where, right about this point, is where ICE joined the state police and started firing on people.
I've also heard reports from Ana Lilia Mejia's visit where she was talking about how some of the people that are still detained are actually people who have already signed off on their self-deportation notices, and they're just still being kept in these facilities in an unjust manner.
Because they do not want the detainees organizing and speaking about the conditions inside.
It's fucking terrible.
Which is exactly why this hunger strike, this labor strike, this slave strike, because they're working for less than $1 a day, has spread across the country.
Being retaliated. Other facilities are doing the same thing?
Yes, in Texas and in other places. There are now over 500 detainees who are part of this, 300 at this facility. Like I said, this is a slave strike.
How can anybody look at this situation and think like, no, this is good and it should continue? I don't understand that.
Now, have the lawmakers had access inside? Like when they've gone in, have they been
State
able to
lawmakers?
State or
No,
federal?
state lawmakers have not.
Menendez was behind that fence. They let him behind the fence for like 12 hours. They wouldn't let him in. He stayed there. He kept checking in with Gabby.
But he couldn't go inside and
would
see the
not let him
facilities.
inside. He wouldn't get the whereabouts. He wanted to get eyes
Or the
on
condition, yep.
husbands, and they would not do it.
So no part of
they
the
fucking
Constitution.
snuck him out. They snuck the guy out.
So no federal oversight at all?
There were multiple times where vehicles were coming out that we thought they might be sneaking him out, and the crowd stopped and pushed him back. But at some point, they got him out, and that's why he's in.
No part of the Constitution. No part of the Constitution has been followed here. I'm not sure what they're asking.
I don't know, maybe we're crowding over here. We could just go to a different spot.
Why don't we?
It's like, no, it's all right. Where should we?
You say
it's $10 million a day we're paying for all these facilities. 10 million, so that's
Our tax
$15 billion a
dollars.
year.
Yeah. It was the Geo Group CEO that had that the phone call with the with all of their stakeholders, with all their shareholders that said, oh, it's going to be unbelievably beneficial for us. The Trump administration is going to basically revitalize our entire industry. And I guess he was right. I mean, it's incredibly devious, but I mean, it's demonic, really. But this is how, I mean, we are one of the only countries on the planet, if not the only country, if I'm not mistaken, that actually has a concept such as for-profit prison systems. So, and this is the result of that. This is the result of that reality. But here, look, one of the things that I saw when I was in Minneapolis was the fact that when people did actually show up, they were able to defeat the Trump administration's attempts to basically occupy an American state and try to punish a blue state and a blue city and send thousands of their unaccountable masked agents of the state to go and create an environment of fear. And when people pushed back, they actually did win that battle.
There's more and more people coming here every day, so that's, you know, they're having the opposite effect.
Organized people beats fascism every single day.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I just noticed he's got an American flag, and then he's got a one-piece pin too. He's got 2 lapel pins. Fancy.
Let's keep walking.
Yeah. All right.
Mr. Plager, what was the purpose of your trip to Cuba?
I know. Deliver humanitarian aid.
Do you think you broke any laws doing that?
No, I don't.
Can you tell me about you mentioned it in your Twitch during the week about the funding that comes to these left-wing organizations, the Neville Roy Singham network. Can you comment on that?
Why is there some random right-wing, like, Austrian dude here pestering Hassan? What is it? What in the fuck is going? This is really... Oh my God, wherever Hassan goes, there's always one.
You know, and as someone whose family was from Cuba and survived the Armenian genocide and escaped to Cuba, what's happening there is it's egregious, and I honestly think
it's horrifying. It's horrible to see. It's horrible to see in real time. Like, American foreign policy, especially the sanctions regime that we have in Cuba, is designed to be invisible, right?
Yep.
So the culpability is supposed to be not in the hands of the American state that's like rendering trade impossible for this foreign country that's 90 miles off of our coastline, but instead it's to create this environment where it's communism's fault. It's actually government mismanagement that has caused so much destruction of the state capacity. And then you go there and you see it. You talk to these people. I talk to ordinary Cubans. I talk to doctors. I talk to members of the government as well, and researchers, academics. And one of the things that I saw very quickly was that even when you read about the terror that the sanctions regime has brought upon the Cuban population, going there and talking to these people in real time, you develop a very different understanding, because it's so insidious. It's baked into every single experience that Cuban citizens have. It's not just the oil blockade. A lot of people obviously have been focusing on the oil blockade element of it, because Donald Trump, in his bravado and his vulgar way of communicating some of the actions that the government takes.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna move on from this. It's gonna take too long. I'm just looking at it's like an hour of content to try and go through to try and figure out what the fuck happened here. I have not seen any of this shit, so I'm just gonna skip to the end when Hassan's back in the cab.
Give you some more room?
Oh no, I'm good. You don't have to. My knees are fine.
I'm never gonna forget. You're joking. I open the door.
Yeah. Yeah, we're carpooling, chat. Not the New Jersey welcome he deserved. I mean, we didn't get to literally talk to people from New Jersey. Every single person that was there, that was an agitator, was outside of the state. They literally fly to places like this. People in the MAGA movement and you know, kick streamers and shit like that, they fly around just so they can get their licks in, you know, get a couple clips. It's a sad state of affairs, but what are you gonna do, you know?
Okay.
What's sad is that we've seen.
There you go. That's Dr. Adam Hamawi, who is running for New Jersey's 12th congressional district, which has been vacated by Bonnie Watson Coleman. She is 81 after all. It's a very packed field, and hopefully he can pull it out here on Tuesday. All right, now we're going to go and quickly talk about the case of New Mexico and of South Dakota. Unfortunately, I have no candidates for you to talk about in the primaries. There's at least 2 incumbent Democrats in New Mexico's House out of 3, with no challengers. So there's no primary for the Democratic Party there. I do have a guy who is running as a Democratic Socialist, who I believe is going to be in the primary here. Let me just make sure I have that right. But we'll get to that. I'll try and figure out the exact situation in that race. Yeah. Okay, no, I figured it out already. Yeah. He's running. There's one guy that we are endorsing who's running as a Democrat in the primary on Tuesday. But first, the House. Oh, I just told you about the house. Right. Okay, so let's go to Matt Dodson. Fucking hell. This is what happens when I stream for 9.5 fucking hours. How can anybody call what I do low effort? I just don't understand. Like, I'm sitting here just talking, reading, commentating on all of this shit, trying to manage just a massive amount of information. I feel like I'm doing a fairly good job. Like, it's not a 100% hit rate, but I feel like I'm, considering it's 9.5 hours, I'm doing pretty good. Let's go to Matt Dodson, who is running to be the senator of New Mexico. The incumbent is Ben Ray Lujan, a corporate Dem that ought to go. This is from 2 months ago.
Did you know there's a Democratic Socialist running against one of the biggest political names in New Mexico?
I'm Matt Dodson, proudly running as a Democratic Socialist for United States Senate. I've been in Farmington, New Mexico for 35 years. I've been politically active for 20 years inside the Democratic Party. What I'm really after and what I see as socialism is we the people, social society.
Or would you say you're more aligned with like a Zoran or a Bernie, an AOC, or even maybe another Democratic Socialist in your mind that people can recognize?
No, because I'm to the left of all of them. I have a rather people to know exactly where I stand. We need universal health care. Everybody else has it. And I always get asked, so how are you going to pay for it? Oh, wrong question. Because we will save money by having universal health care. I believe that any natural monopolies, which a utility, you only have one gas line, one electric line.
Look at this guy's fucking pin. Yeah.
Pendejo. Pendejo.
Look at this guy's pendejo pin. Fucking hilarious. Got the Air Force veteran hat and the pendejo pin.
Pendejo.
Saying I'm to the left of Zoran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
A communist. Coming into your house, those should be publicly owned. ICE needs to be immediately abolished. All the concentration camps need to be closed. And I will go further. ICE is a construct of the Patriot Act. I want the Patriot Act eliminated. And then there is no ICE. When Democrats didn't put their foot down, it gets worse. Obama was known as the deporter-in-chief, and my stepson was picked up under Obama's ICE. It took over 3 months and $20,000 to $30,000 to get him before a judge, to get him out of a shithole tent city in Texas. Lujan was in office then, and he didn't say a word.
What is your critique against Ben Ray Lujan, and what would you be doing differently?
To begin with, I'm taking no corporate money. I'm taking no APAC money. I am too pissed off to be bought off. And that was before I ran. So it's like, no, I'm livid.
I'm too pissed off to be bought off, he says. Okay. Well, there you go. There you have it. Mr. Matt Dodson, running for Senate to replace corporate Dem Ben Ray Lujan. Can he do it? Perhaps. Here's ABQ News from last month. More from Mr. Dodson.
Mr. Dodson, why are you running for Senate?
Well, I'm a Democratic Socialist, and frankly, at this point, none of the Democrats are up to what needs done right now. We have edged towards fascism slowly. It didn't just occur overnight. And were and are the Democrats. And now they put it on steroids. This is absolutely shameful and disgusting.
Okay.
It's disgusting and probably illegal.
All right, one last clip. This is appearance. Actually, before we do the clip, wait, please hold. Please hold. All right, here's Matt's website. Matt for nm.com. Sorry, Matt Dodson for nm.com. Elect Matt Dodson, U.S. Senate, not for the 1%, for the 99%. My main issues are universal health care, money out of politics, tax the rich, free college education, and reforming the Supreme Court. Heck yeah, Matt. Heck yeah. Early voting is open now. Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Oh, wow. I did not realize that. I should have been telling people that. Well, I guess it would have been too late anyways when I started the stream. But yes, primary starts 7 a.m. June 2nd. This guy seems very well put together. I mean, look at this. Progressive victory endorsement. We believe in deep canvassing endorsement, basically income, universal basic income pack. And the primary objective. What Democrat should we do? Oh, we saw. Did we see this one? I think maybe we didn't. Robert Rice just made a video for my campaign. Okay.
People ask me every day, where the are the Democrats? There are a handful leading the fight against Trump's regime. Come and get me. But the party's leadership is...
Whoopsies. No, why have you forsaken me?
...has been asleep at the wheel. If Democrats won't act like a real opposition party, it's up to us to pressure them. Here's what they need to do. Number one, stop treating Trump's authoritarianism like it's business as usual. Some Democrats think the party should just roll over and play dead, as Trump and his MAGA cronies run roughshod over the Constitution and erode checks and balances. Wrong. Voters want to see Democrats fight back, not capitulate to a tyrant. Throw a wrench in the works any way you can. Stop approving Trump's nominees. Sue the regime over its unconstitutional actions, like violating due process. Keep building pressure to release the Epstein files.
Eventually, you're going to have to answer for your conduct in this.
To do the opposite is to normalize what Trump is doing, and it fails to take advantage of his tanking approval rating. Number two, don't let Trump and MAGA get away with lies. Trump and his sycophants baselessly smear their political opponents and suppress dissent. Broadcast the research highlighting the rise in far-right political violence, some of which Trump's Department of Justice is trying to erase. They also lie about American cities as a way to justify deploying troops into the streets. Bullshit. Democrats need to let America know that while crime happens everywhere, red states consistently have higher murder rates than blue ones. If we want real solutions, we need to address the factual root causes. Make sure the truth gets out by repeating it over and over and over. Go on a damn podcast if you have to. If the truth is not reported...
Yeah, go on a goddamn podcast if you have to. What's this called? The Truth Explained. Truth to Power Podcast. All right, pal. Oh, very zen music. Oh, yeah, I can feel it. My chi is already slightly more centered. Oh, that's relaxing. Maybe too relaxing. All right, I'm falling asleep. I'm gonna have to skip ahead.
That's been convicted of 32 arrested for nothing, and we have a president that's been convicted of 32 felonies that's probably never had a set of handcuffs on.
Exactly.
Now, doesn't that just indicate...
It illustrates the problem, right?
That, yes, money is free and clear.
Right.
And again, I'm not poor. And to be treated that way is just, well, the poor should never be treated that way. So, yeah,
you're not leveraging your power to get away with things and all that kind of thing. You're just simply being out in public and voicing your concerns, you know? They have one more question here about What do you believe is New Mexico's biggest weakness? And when it comes to their laws and regulations, how do you think these could be adjusted to create a more balanced environment? And really kind of, I would imagine, ensuring that to become leaders, right, in prosperity.
So it is really the income inequality that is some of New Mexico's biggest weakness, because we have a lot of people who do not make good wages. And they should. I don't care if you're a dishwasher, you should make a livable wage. So that's part of where universal basic income would come in. But it's also, we need to provide the education, and we even need to change how we evaluate a lot of that education. Like, here's an example. So we rate, or New Mexico is rated pretty low on education. And yet that we're not comparing to apples, because even with the same tests, states can choose where they want their level to be, and which doesn't make much sense. But here's the one that really gets me, is we have a lot of bilingual people in New Mexico. And from personal experience, it is harder to become bilingual than it is to get a college degree. And when we test a student, at age 12, they should know this many words or whatever. And that's, it's set at X%. Well, if you have a student that's exactly where they need to be at, let's call that 100%.
Yeah.
And then in English, of course.
Right.
But you have a student who's 80% in number of words in English and 80% in the number of words in Spanish. Isn't that 160%?
Right.
Well, doesn't that just completely flip everything? That, that wealthy white kid isn't the one who's a true genius here. It's this kid who's already at age 12 fluently bilingual. And as a matter of fact, they consider...
Okay, we can't listen to this whole thing, but what I've found that Matt needs, when if he makes it through the primary, you gotta get this guy a goddamn YouTube channel, because he does not have a real social media presence. He's got the website, he's got the messaging, he just doesn't have the social media team to take him across the finish line right now. He's got a few good clips here, but these days social media presence is, it's big, it's important, right? And going on podcasts is one thing, but these days it's the Zoran Mamdani meta, right? I mean, we've seen it in at least a few different campaigns here tonight of people who are running very competent social media campaigns, really well produced videos. This is coming out of people, out of leftists and progressives, people, I don't know, just been pretty impressive stuff we've been seeing. Somewhat surprising to some degree, but also not, because I kind of knew that people were going to kind of follow the especially for those more progressive candidates out here. I'm sure most people are familiar with Zoran Mamdani and the efforts that he put in, and all these other sorts of things that he put in. Whether it's the door knocking and speaking to the electorate, or if it's the social media and the video editing and stuff. Because of course, he has some amount of experience in all of that. But we saw that happen on. I'm trying to think of who had great videos. In fact, there was one video. I gotta say this. There's still one video that I think is maybe the best video of all of them. I don't know. I'm trying to think who actually had the best video. There's some really good ones in here. I think for me, like the #1 video actually happened. It was pre-Zoran, which is perhaps the most shocking aspect of all of this. But in California, I think. You remember this one? I'm just going to watch this one just for fun. Just because. Just because. Come on. You might as well. It's fun. Hey.
East Valley, a shady cruise into the hustling world of a working woman.
Oh, it froze. Because, hold on, please hold. No,
whose
sorry.
political experience
No,
does not exist.
I screwed it.
Kitten.
I screwed it up. Please hold. Why are you doing this? Just be cool, man. Why aren't you being cool, man? Who is this? This was Angelica Dueñas. She's running in California's 29th district.
East Valley, a shady cruise into the hustling world of a working woman whose political experience does not exist.
Kitten, open the trunk. Just kidding, my car can't do that.
Angelica Dueñas, a young mother on a crusade to champion the cause of the innocent, the helpless, the powerless, in a world of political vendidos who operate above the law.
Yep, I still think that's maybe the best video of the night. It's just fucking awesome. I don't know what made her do that 3 years ago, but she's a crazy person. And I support that. It's got to be at least like top 3. I feel like there's also a couple of other ones that are in the contenders. I'm struggling because I've gone through so many clips now. That one just stands out to me the most. Anyway, Matt Dobson. Sorry, Dodson. Dodd. With a D. Dodson. Matt Dodson running for Senate here in New Mexico. Hopefully he can pull it out in this race against incumbent Democrat Ben Ray Lujan. It's going to be tough. It's going to be, I don't know where the polls are at right now. I don't even want to look at them. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This is all about just trying to win. Trying to get the best candidates to win. Aside, honestly, the only one where I'm like thinking about polling on is with the California governor's race, right? Because of the jungle primary. You got Democrats and Republicans facing each other right now. Like, that's a problem, right? Like, that's the only one where I'm like, dude, you guys gotta be kidding me. Otherwise, I say we vote for the very best candidates that we can fucking find in these primaries as they go. As we go through them for the rest of the year. Now, South Dakota, I unfortunately have nothing for you. I went through it briefly. I don't see anything. I need to go through it harder, but right now, and I mean, there's supposed to be, I think, a senatorial and the gubernatorial race, and of course, one House seat for South Dakota. I think we did as much as we can possibly do tonight. There's no way I'm going to do the research right now. We're 10 fucking hours into the stream. I'm exhausted. I'm supposed to do Sunday Fun Day later tonight. It's already Sunday. Fully. Well, hopefully you're all feeling more informed on the primary elections coming up this Tuesday, which we will be, of course, covering live. And hopefully, I'm going to try and pull together some updates on this list to some of the seats I didn't have recommendations for between now and then, and try and do like a really early morning live stream that starts like at 7 o'clock, like in the morning for New Mexico. So I guess that's what, or well, I'm trying to think, because what's the furthest one out? Actually, 7 in the morning for California. Well, oh shit, I've got New Jersey ones I gotta go through too. 7 in the morning for California is 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, but we also have Eastern Standard Time. We have New Jersey too. Fuck. That starts at 7. So yeah, I'll probably do like an early morning live stream for a few hours, end it, and then do another live stream on Tuesday evening ahead of the polls closing. Like, I probably won't go all day. Like, that's just ridiculous. I mean, maybe. I just don't know. We'll see what happens on that Monday leading into it. When we talk about that Monday, that's tomorrow. What am I talking about? It's fucking tomorrow. Am I streaming tomorrow? Monday? I think I might take Monday off, and then maybe we'll play it by ear on Tuesday. But a lot to cover on Tuesday. My God, so many freaking elections. And I've got some plans between now and then. I'm going to try and use this map product, this software. It was not really a software, but it's this website that is looking like it might be very helpful to what I do around here, especially the live election coverage. And after Tuesday, of course, we still have a whole bunch more elections left. I think like close to 25, maybe more. 30? I don't know how many. Maine, Nevada, South Dakota, South Carolina, Oklahoma, Maryland, New York, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington, Virginia, Tennessee, Hawaii, Minnesota, Connecticut, Vermont, Wisconsin, Alaska, Florida, Wyoming, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Delaware. Yeah, there's like 24 elections left. After what? Month. Taking a month off. Monday. Not a month. Monday. Tomorrow. Not Sunday, but Monday. One day I'm taking off. Not a month. How do you think I'm going to pay the bills if I take a month off? I undercalculated the fucking galactic deficit this month. I realized, like, yesterday. But I'm just sort of hoping that we manage to solve that between now and then. I can't take a month off. Are you kidding me? I'll be fucked. Especially with the YouTube earnings now completely gone. We've definitely been earning less money. Like, I don't know exactly how much less, but less. And I can't earn any ad revenue anymore now. I mean, ad revenue on Twitch is non-existent. I make like 5 cents a month on ads over there. All right, maybe more than that, like $1. But I was making like $5 to, depending on how good of a stream, like $5 to $10 a stream on YouTube, which is like somewhere between like $100 and $200 a month. It's gone, evaporated. And no one's fault of their own, right? Like it's not because nobody's like, people have like donated less in that particular situation. It's real fuckery. I'm still here. Anyway, Sunday Funday tonight. Tomorrow off. Tuesday election coverage. Cool? We good? All right. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult. But thankfully, we had each other to get through it.
505 just cheered 200 bits. I thought you said a month off. It will be anarchy on the space station.
I thought you said a month off. No month off. Yes, thank you for the bits, Columbia Regan. That's gonna be it for us tonight. I'll see you next. You stay classy. Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget these guys. Gals and non-binary pals. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Minnie, Afrobonics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Jokey, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely, Mariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Riga, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Glory Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Prisla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfex L, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Ekios, Emily S, and Takate. Also, I noticed a new Patreon member joined yesterday. Somehow went by me until the stream today. So sorry your name is not on here. I'll be sending you a galactic questionnaire once the stream is over. But yes, that's right. You too could help produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying for the low price of $3 a month on Patreon.